Chapter 49. The moonlight shone through the paper window, casting the assassin's shadow on it. The feeling of the sword piercing through the body was indescribably wonderful. It was like breaking a fragile piece of porcelain, satisfying a human's desire to destroy. Ning Qin didn't think he was a pervert, but in order to save his life, he didn't mind experiencing this perverted feeling. A muffled groan came from outside the door. It was a woman's voice. It was very clear and couldn't be hidden. Ning Qin didn't like to hit women, let alone kill them. However, women who wanted to kill him were an exception. With a bang, the door was broken through by the wheelchair. Ning Qin rushed out of the room with the ink sword in his hand. He took 3 steps forward with the woman's body. Suddenly, a horrifying arrow light came from afar. It was so wonderful that no one could avoid it. "You again!" Ning Chen's pupils shrank. He was furious. This was the 3rd time. There was no end to it. The ink sword turned and took the woman's body in front of the wheelchair. Then, with a screech, the arrow light pierced through the woman's body. The momentary delay gave Ning Qin a chance to react. He grabbed the arrow with his left hand, but he felt a huge force. His whole body was pushed back 3 steps, and he crashed into the half-destroyed door with a bang. Ugh! Ning Qin groaned. Blood flowed out from his left chest and dyed his clothes red. The arrow was halfway into his body. It couldn't stop and couldn't go any further. Ning Qin was covered in cold sweat. This arrow was too dangerous. He wasn't Xia Miaoyu. He couldn't completely block this arrow. The woman was dead. Her eyes lost focus, and she fell down powerlessly. Ning Qin pulled the arrow out of his chest. He was scared. If the woman hadn't blocked it, he would be the one lying on the ground. This person can't be left alive. Ning Qin was still sweating. Only after facing the arrow did he know how terrifying this person's archery was. However, he noticed that this person only shot 3 arrows at most at one time. Moreover, this person never showed his face. He had his suspicions when Zhang's son was assassinated. At that time, if this person had come out to intercept them, he and Zhang's son would have had no chance to survive. Even after he pulled Zhang's son and made a prompt decision to blend into the crowd, there was no second fatal arrow. Judging from all the signs, it was very likely that the person who shot the arrow had difficulty moving. Once he left his line of sight, there would be no danger. Coincidentally, his movements were also very inconvenient. But he has a good wheelchair. In the next moment, the wheelchair spun 9 times and Ning Chen's figure quickly moved forward. He wasn't worried that there would be arrows at this time. It was always difficult to hit a moving target with arrows. That woman didn't die in vain. At the very least, he could tell the exact direction the arrow came from through the woman's body. This person's arrow was too fast. If not, he would have to go to the underworld to make a judgment based on his own corpse. There weren't many places in the imperial city that could overlook the Lingyan Pavilion. Based on the direction the arrow came from, it wasn't difficult to determine the location. The only thing he had some misgivings about was just how strong was this person's Dao protector. Under the cold moonlight, a black light flashed in the night. Mr. Liu of the Academy was a genius in craftsmanship. After the black wheelchair was driven by his genuine qi, it moved much faster than expected. Ning Qin looked at the pagoda in front of him with a cold glint in his eyes. There were very few people who believed in Buddhism in Great Xia, and he didn't believe in it either. Buddha talked about the afterlife, but he cared more about this life. If there was an afterlife, he hoped that the world would be peaceful. The pagoda was very tall and there was light. It wasn't candlelight, but the moonlight reflected by the saraira. It was said that a long time ago, Buddhism was once popular on this land. After the eminent monks of that time passed away, they might leave behind saraira. The existence of this pagoda was even older than the history of the Great Xia dynasty. Although the Great Xia dynasty didn't believe in Buddhism, they would still renovate this ancient pagoda over the years. Soon, Ning Qin arrived at the bottom of the pagoda. He looked up, wondering if he should go up or wait. In the end, he decided to go up. If this dead person stayed up there for the whole night, wouldn't he have to wait for the whole night like a fool? Was he a fool? He obviously wasn't. Ning Chen hated stairs the most. Things like wheels weren't suitable for climbing up and down. The pagoda was very tall, so there were naturally many stairs. It took him a lot of effort. The wind at the top of the pagoda was very strong. Ning Chen squinted his eyes slightly. He didn't know when he had developed this habit. There were two people waiting in front of him. One was a man and the other was disabled. The man was holding a flute in his hand. When he saw the young man, he frowned. The disabled man turned around with difficulty and grinned. His ugly face made people feel disgusted. He looked strange, and his combination was also strange. Ning Chen thought to himself, how could he catch up with him and Zhang Sun when he was disabled like this? He couldn't move his legs, but the person in front of him seemed to only be able to move his hands. It was really terrifying for such a person to be able to practice such archery. As for the man holding the flute, Ning Chen didn't pay much attention to him at first. Here, the biggest threat to him was the bow in the disabled man's hand. The man holding the flute didn't give off any oppressive aura. Unless a powerful warrior reached the Xiantian realm, it was very difficult for them to completely conceal their aura. The more powerful a person was, the more oppressive they would be. The green bow in the disabled man's hand was too dangerous. He didn't know if his guess was true. If the disabled man could shoot that kind of terrifying arrow endlessly, there was no need to fight today. Ning Chen slowly pulled out his ink sword from behind the wheelchair. Today, he had to get rid of this terrifying enemy. He didn't want to be shot to death by a silent arrow on the street. The man's face was also very serious. He could feel danger from the young man's sword. This was not the wasteland, and his strength was greatly reduced. At the scene, only the disabled man kept smiling. His smile was twisted and perverted. Suddenly, he drew the bow and nocked an arrow. The arrow was like a shooting star, instantly arriving in front of Ning Chen. Ning Chen blocked with his sword. With a clang, the arrowhead drew a spark and was blown away by the ink sword. The disabled man's smile became even brighter. His ugly face was twisted, and he looked a bit scary. Ning Chen's expression didn't change. This kind of arrow was no threat to him. The north wind on the top of the tower was getting colder and colder. The cold moon hanging high in the sky shone on the three people, making this life and death battle even colder. The man held the flute in his hand and put it near his mouth. Ning Chen was shocked. He subconsciously felt that something was wrong. He moved his ink sword and rushed forward. Whoosh! Another arrow came and blocked his path. He had no choice but to turn his sword back to block it. Woo! The next moment, a low and gloomy sound of the flute was heard above the pagoda. The decadent sound made people's minds sink in an instant. The devilish sound was soul-sucking and went straight to the heart. Ning Chen turned his right hand, and the ink sword mercilessly pierced into his leg. He felt a sharp pain and forcibly dispelled the dizziness in his head. However, at this moment, an arrow more dazzling than the moon arrived in an instant. The cold wind at the end of the arrow was hissing, piercing people's minds. "I've been waiting for you." Ning Chen's eyes were cold. He didn't dodge. In front of him, a big black umbrella opened and instantly covered the dazzling arrow. Boom! With a terrible bang, the arrow hit the big black umbrella and created the most horrible sound wave. The three people present only felt a sharp pain in their ears, and their blood kept surging in their bodies. The wheelchair was shaken by the huge force and only stopped when it was 10 meters away. The big black umbrella was completely destroyed and a big hole was blown out. However, the terrible arrow also lost its power and fell down powerlessly. Ning Chen didn't feel sorry at all. He pulled the mechanism that fixed the big black umbrella from the sides of the wheelchair with his left hand and then threw it aside casually. He could ask Elder Lu to install another one when he returned to the academy. There was nothing to feel sorry about. He was lucky to be able to block the arrow. The mechanism structure of the wheelchair was proposed by him. The design method and materials were prepared by Elder Lu. Neither of them was a gentleman. Therefore, the biggest function of the wheelchair was to trick people and save their lives. Well, the mechanism is used up. We don't owe each other anything. Let's start again and have a fair fight. Ning Chen moved the wheelchair 10 meters forward and said lightly. The man stepped forward, put away the flute in his hand, and then pulled out a machete from behind. He looked at the young man in front of him coldly and accepted the challenge. Man, Ning Chen praised him. The ink sword in his hand trembled and frost condensed with a touch of coldness. He liked this kind of gentleman's behavior. The man moved first. The machete was like a moon, and the fiercest killing light flashed. He knew his strength, which was not supposed to be his strength. Among the three of them, he was the fastest. The man was very good at using his own machete. They were people from the grassland and had their own machete since they were young. They had been with each other for many years and had become close friends. Facing the machete, Ning Chen raised his sword and swung it down. It was simple and pure without any moves. However, it was this simple sword or machete that made the man's expression change drastically. He realized that he could not avoid it no matter what he did. He did not know that this was the young man's best move. A line in front of the chest was a forbidden area. Ning Chen had chopped firewood in the academy for more than 2 months. He had swung this move thousands of times. It was so familiar that it was almost engraved in his bones. The man could not avoid it and could only block it with his machete. The machete and sword met. With a bang, the two of them sank 3 inches into the ground. Whoosh! A black light flashed between the two of them. The man's eyes narrowed, and a touch of disbelief flashed across his face. You! The man fell down. The arrow in his chest was still trembling. He did not understand. Didn't Ning Chen say that they would start again and have a fair fight? Fool, I lied to you. The corners of Ning Chen's mouth curled into a cold arc as he spoke. What was fair? You die, I live. That was fair. In the world, the most untrustworthy thing was your enemy. If you knew that it was your enemy and still believed it, what else could you be if you were not a fool? Now, there are only 2 of us left. How do you think we should settle this? Ning Chen moved his wheelchair forward and looked at the cripple in front of him. There was no suspense in the rest of the battle. The bow was a long-range weapon after all. At such a close distance, he would not give the cripple a chance to draw his bow again. The cripple laughed strangely. He did not beg for mercy, nor did he shoot the arrow in his hand. He grabbed the railing on the top of the tower with his right hand and used his strength to break the railing. Then his body fell backward like a kite with a broken string. The Zhao clan will come for you sooner or later. The person who fell did not have any reluctance to leave the world. Only his curse-like voice echoed in the night sky, lingering for a long time. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes. He did not know who the Zhao clan was, but he knew that he would survive today. The saraira on the pagoda was still emitting a gentle light. Buddha said that if you put down the butcher's knife, you would become a Buddha. But who would have thought that if you put down the butcher's knife, you would only become a ghost? It was still the same sentence. If there was another life, he hoped that the world would be peaceful. Chapter 50. It was already halfway through the night, and the cold wind was even more bone-chilling. Ning Chen faintly felt that his legs were starting to hurt again. He couldn't help but feel irritated, and went down the pagoda with a gloomy face. The pagoda was 10 zhang tall, and it couldn't be more dead. The green bow and arrow box were scattered not far away, emitting a cold light. "This is a good bow," Ning Chen commented. Actually, he didn't know what kind of bow was good and what kind of bow wasn't. He only judged based on his feelings. This bow almost shot him through the heart last time, and this time it almost shot him through the heart again. It could be said that there was a deep hatred between them. The material of the bow wasn't like wood, but a kind of metal that he couldn't understand. There were too many strange things in this world, and he couldn't distinguish them. The inside of the green bough was engraved with the 2 words, Broken Death. It was simple and grand, and seemed to be quite old. It should be worth a lot of money. From today onwards, this green bough was his, and the arrow box was also his. The way back was a bit far, and Ning Chin didn't want to waste his energy, so he walked slowly. The wheelchair squeaked on the stone road, and it was a bit harsh, but it was better than the emptiness and loneliness. Dark clouds gradually covered the moon, and this damned sky seemed to be about to snow again. It was endless, and it made people unhappy. Occasionally, there would be extremely soft sounds behind him, and Ning Chin knew that there were people following him. And it wasn't just 1 or 2 people. He was too lazy to pay attention to these. As long as no one killed him, it was fine. Among the people following him, there must be Zhang Sun's spies. If he accidentally hurt the wrong person, it would be a big joke. In this world, there weren't many people he was afraid of, but unfortunately, Zhang Sun was one of them. The cold wind was especially cold. Ning Chen walked on the road and unconsciously trembled, and the hand holding the wheelchair was slightly stiff. Don't tell me I'm going to vomit blood again. The stuffiness in his chest made his bad mood even worse. He had already drunk the medicine last night, and the effect seemed to be very normal. 800 taels of silver was lost. Ling Yen Pavilion was already very quiet, and the women of the brothel also needed to rest. Everyone said that prostitutes were heartless and actors were unloyal, but the truly heartless ones were these self-proclaimed romantic brothel patrons. What Ning Chen hated the most in his life were these so-called romantic scholars. Scholars were romantic, but behind them were the tears and blood of women. Du Shernyan jumped into the river. Qin Yuan became a monk, Lu Ruheng herself, and Li Shishir would rather die than submit. He wasn't a nationalistic youth, but if anyone dared to call themselves a romantic scholar in front of him, he would definitely kick them in the face. Young Master Ning. At this moment, a beautiful figure slowly walked out from under the moonlight. It was Moon Spirit, who he had just parted with. It's already so late, and you're still awake. Ning Chen's face revealed a trace of surprise as he asked. Moon Spirit looked thoughtfully in the direction of the pagoda and replied softly, I heard some noises just now, so I came out to take a look. Ning Chen understood that it must have been caused by the collision between the arrow and the big black umbrella. He didn't expect that Moon Spirit, who was so far away, would notice it. It seemed that what happened tonight would soon spread throughout the imperial city. His night was very beautiful, but the weather was not on his side, and it gradually started to snow. Let me send you back, Ning Chen said, worried about Moon Spirit's health. Moon Spirit didn't refuse. She lived not far from here, less than a quarter of an hour's walk. Ning Chen turned the wheelchair himself. He didn't let Moon Spirit help him push it. The night was too cold, and the wheelchair would be very cold. Cough, cough. The falling snow was very beautiful and cold. Moon Spirit was wearing a lot of clothes, but she still kept coughing softly. It seemed that they were a little similar. They both didn't like snow. After knowing each other for a few days, Ning Chen found that he knew almost nothing about this strange woman. He couldn't help but ask curiously, Miss Ling, where is your hometown? North. Moon Spirit pointed to the north and said softly. Ning Chen smiled. He knew it was the north that day. When they met, it was in the north of Great Xia. However, since Moon Spirit didn't want to tell him, he didn't ask anymore. Young Master Ning, what's your lifelong dream? Moon Spirit looked at the distant north, and a flash of color flashed in her eyes. It was so bright that people didn't dare to look directly at it. Ning Chen fell silent. This question was too difficult for him to answer. He used to want to leave the palace, and then he left. Now he was trying his best to go back. If he really had to say something, it would be to be able to stand up one day. It was a very simple wish, but it seemed unattainable. What about you? Ning Chen didn't answer, but asked back. The world is peaceful, and the people are rich. When Moon Spirit said this, there was no pretense on her beautiful face. She was pure and noble, untainted by a speck of dust. Ningchen became even more silent. He wasn't as good as her. He always pushed the world's peace to the next life because he knew he couldn't do it. This was a dream that couldn't be blasphemed, but it was also the most difficult dream to realize. They arrived at the Pleasant Inn. Moon Spirit went up to rest. Ningchen watched her go up the stairs, then turned his wheelchair and left. He sincerely hoped that her dream could be realized. After returning to Lingyan Pavilion, Ningchen sat in front of the bed and looked at the broken death bow in his hand. He immediately circulated his martial arts and gently pulled the bowstring. The bow was very hard, but it didn't move at all. He had no choice but to continue to exert force and channel his vital energy into the bow. However, he felt a majestic suction force, and the vital energy in his body was instantly reduced by 30%. No wonder. Ningchen frowned and muttered to himself. This bow was indeed strange. It consumed too much vital energy, and an ordinary person couldn't even pull it open once. Currently, he could only pull it open twice at most. This thing could be used to save his life, but he couldn't use it every time he fought. Otherwise, he would be exhausted to death. Putting the broken death bow behind his back, Ningchen closed his eyes and began to adjust his breathing. He had been fighting too many times recently, and getting injured was like eating a meal. If he didn't take the time to heal himself now, he would be in for a treat the next time he fought. The night passed quickly, but the first rays of dawn didn't come. Light snow fell slowly, dyeing the entire sky of the imperial city a beautiful white. Outside the Lingyan Pavilion, Ningchen had left his room very early. He turned his wheelchair and came to Inhe's side. Looking at the floating snow on the ice, he gradually couldn't help but fall in love with this pure and beautiful scenery. If it weren't for his legs, the snow wouldn't be so bad. The snow in the imperial city wasn't heavy, and it didn't affect the people's travel. People came and went, bustling with activity. It was simple and peaceful, but it spoke volumes about life. After a night of thinking, Ningchen finally knew how to contact Zhang Sun and make Emperor Xia and the Western Palace apprehensive so that they wouldn't dare to act brazenly. Unfortunately, he had to leave without saying goodbye again this time. Ningchen turned his wheelchair and came to the top of the pagoda. From the top of the pagoda, he looked at the imperial city in the distance. Then he took out the broken death bow behind him, drew the bow, knocked an arrow, and shot at the Weiyang Palace. Whoosh! The iron arrow, reinforced by the vital energy of the scripture of life, was wrapped in a silver light. It pierced through the obstacles of the void and shot at the Weiyang Palace like a shooting star. In the Weiyang Palace, Qing Ning's expression changed drastically. She looked at the silver light shooting towards her from the sky. Her figure dashed 30 feet away and pulled out the long sword closest to her. Soon after, she stomped her feet and flew up, blocking the frightening arrow light with her sword. With a bang, the sword couldn't withstand the huge force and shattered into pieces. Qing Ning's eyes narrowed, and her delicate hand reached for the iron arrow in the silver light. Suddenly, Qing Ning's body shook. After grabbing the iron arrow, she turned around and flew towards Zhang Sun's palace. Behind the iron arrow, a moon-shaped jade pendant swayed. Qing Ning's heart was heavy. She knew that the Empress had left it for that kid to save his life. Very few people knew about it, so no one would use it to threaten him. In that case, this jade pendant must have been shot by Ningchen himself. The situation was urgent, so Qing Ning didn't have time to think about why he had such ability. She was worried that he was in danger and urgently needed her, an empress, to save him. Zhang Sun had just woken up not long ago, so the first prince wasn't in the palace. The 9th princess was also confined because of Ningchen, so no one would come to greet her early in the morning. As for the concubines in the palace, they would only come after breakfast. Qing Ning didn't knock on the door and directly pushed it open. This caused Zhang Sun, who was still dressing up, to frown. She wasn't blaming her, but she knew Qing Ning's personality. If there wasn't something important, she wouldn't be so rude. What's wrong? Zhang Sun continued to dress up and asked calmly. Qing Ning quickly walked forward and handed over the arrow in her hand. Her expression was full of worry. Seeing the jade pendant on the arrow, Zhang Sun's hand paused. After thinking for a moment, she stood up and said with a serious expression, "Come, follow me out of the palace." Empress, could something have happened to Ningqin? Qing Ning asked worriedly. No, he wants to tell me that he has something urgent to see me about. Zhang Sun shook her head and said. At the same time, the Western Palace and the Heavenly Mandate Palace both reacted. That arrow was so dazzling that the hidden cultivators in the palace had all seen it. But no matter what, they were too slow this time. No matter how fast the spy's information was, it still took time. When Ning Chen's action reached the palace, Zhang Sun and Qing Ning had already left the palace. After Ning Chen shot that arrow, he stayed on the pagoda and didn't move. He was waiting for Zhang Sun to come. Sure enough, after waiting for a while, a carriage slowly came from afar. There were no guards, no maids, and no eunuchs. Only Qing Ning accompanied it. Zhang Sun's trust was a bit heavy. After the experience of being assassinated, she still dared to leave the palace like this. This made the burden in his heart even heavier. However, he stood so high, and with Qing Ning's existence, no one in the world could hurt Zhang Sun unless they were in the innate realm. The higher he stood, the farther he could see. Naturally, the arrow in his hand could also shoot far. Zhang Sun's carriage arrived quickly. There were many spies of Weiyang Palace outside the palace. It was easy to determine his location. The carriage stopped under the pagoda. Qing Ning accompanied Zhang Sun up the pagoda and saw Ning Chen sitting in a wheelchair at a glance. Your Highness, Sister Qing Ning. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. Ning Chen didn't know what to say. He grinned and greeted them. Seeing Ning Chen in a wheelchair, Qing Ning's heart ached. She almost cried. She didn't care that Zhang Sun was present. She walked up and gently slapped his head. Humph! Beside them, Zhang Sun snorted coldly. He couldn't bear it. At the same time, he was dissatisfied and angry with this guy. Time was tight. Ning Chen didn't dare to delay. He turned his wheelchair forward and handed over the letter in his hand. Your Highness, this letter has too many implications. I had no choice but to ask you to come out. Zhang Sun took the letter and glanced at the torn wax on it. She said lightly, Have you read it? This was the special wax of a general in the barracks. It wouldn't be used unless it was extremely important. Tearing open a military letter without permission was also a capital offense. Ning Chen scratched his head embarrassedly. If he didn't read it, how would he know the seriousness of the matter? Zhang Sun didn't make a fuss. If she really did, this guy had committed too many mistakes. Even if he died 100 times, it wouldn't be too many. Zhang Sun opened the letter and glanced at it. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Immediately, her face darkened. What a Beiwu Marquis. Chapter 51. The letter couldn't be fake. There was a general's seal at the end of the letter, but whether the contents of the letter were true or false had too much implications. Zhang Sun's hand, which was holding the letter, turned pale. His expression was extremely ugly, and he could not believe the contents of the letter. If this was true, then there would be a huge earthquake in Great Xia. Ning Chen sat there, not daring to make a sound. His mission of delivering the letter had been completed, and the remaining matters were not something he could do. Ning Chen, you can't stay in the imperial city. Where are you prepared to go? Zhang Sun put away the letter and made a prompt decision. Qing Ning was shocked and was about to speak when Zhang Sun reached out to stop her. Now that Ning Chen knew of the secret, Emperor Xia would definitely not let him off. This time, even she was powerless to stop him. Qing Ning glanced at Ning Chen, and a trace of pity appeared on her beautiful face. The latter had risked his life to deliver the letter from afar. It was too cruel for him to leave just like that. Ning Chen grinned, indicating that it was fine. He turned to look at Zhang's son. Nyang, I need to make a trip to the east. It might be a bit troublesome to leave the city. Can you give me a ride? Yes. Zhang Xuan's eyes flashed and he nodded in agreement. Ning Qin was right. It was indeed difficult for him to leave the city. Emperor Xia would not allow someone who might be out of control to leave the imperial city. If he wanted to leave, he would only be a corpse. The three of them descended from the pagoda, and then they sat in the carriage and quickly headed towards the city gates. In the shadows, a wisp of anxiety appeared on the face of a shadow guard, but he didn't dare to stop them. Emperor Xiao's order was to stop Ning Qin within the imperial city and kill him without mercy once he stepped out of the city. However, with the empress accompanying him, they were unable to stop him, and they did not dare to make a move. If there was anyone capable of resisting the might of Emperor Xia, Zhang Sun would definitely be one of them. No one could ignore the influence of Zhang Xuan's lineage in the great Xia, not even Emperor Xia. The carriage heading east continued to move forward. After Zhang Sun sent Ning Qin out of the city, he stepped down and let the latter drive the carriage away. When the guards at the east gate saw that it was the empress, they were so scared that they didn't dare to make a sound, let alone check who was in the carriage. Inside the imperial city, the shadow guards watched as the carriage left, but they were powerless and did not dare to step out of the city gate. The reason was simple. Zhang Sun and Qing Ning were standing in front of the city. Let's go back. Seeing that the carriage had already disappeared before his eyes, Zhang Sun called out to Qing Ning before turning around and walking towards the city. Qing Ning sighed inwardly and followed him. She could no longer help him. He had to walk his own path in the future. Ning Qin drove the carriage all the way to the east, temporarily avoiding all the spies. The first thing he needed to do was to go to Sword City and look for Mu Qingxue. That was what was truly dangerous. After all, there were still rules in the imperial city of Great Xia. Even Emperor Xia had to consider the influence of many parties and could not be too unbridled. However, Sword City was different. It was a place without any rules, and the only rule was the sword in one's hand. The strong were respected. This was the truest portrayal of Sword City. Before Mu Qingxue, there were only 5 Xiantian realm experts in the world. However, the true experts gathered in Sword City. This was a fact that even the 5 Xiantian realm experts could not deny. There was a sword in Sword City that had been battered by the wind and rain for many years, but it had never been unsheathed. This sword was Sword City itself, a forbidden area where there might be a terrifying existence that surpassed the Xiantian realm. And now, another Xiantian realm expert had appeared in Sword City, becoming the 6th Xiantian realm expert in the world. This caused Sword City's prestige to rise to the peak. One had to know that even the Eternal Night sect, which had existed for countless years, only had 2 Xiantian realm experts. As for the Great Xia, which had been invincible for thousands of years, there was only 1 Xiantian realm expert. In Sword City, there were many sword scars. It was said that the Xiantian realm expert left these scars behind when he practiced his sword. Each of the sword scars was filled with incomparably powerful sword intent. This was an irresistible temptation to swordsmen in the world. The Xiantian realm expert in Sword City did not stop the swordsmen from all over the world. 10 years ago, he even took in 3 talented young people. 10 years later, the weakest of the 3 had reached the 9th realm, and the strongest had even taken the crucial half-step. Once the opportunity came, it was very likely that he would take the last half-step and become the 7th Xiantian realm expert in the world. However, other than the 3 of them, no one in Sword City had ever seen that Xiantian realm expert. They could only feel the incomparably powerful sword intent from Sword City. Even though its sharpness was restrained, it still made all the swordsmen in the world submit to it. No one knew how terrifying this sword would be when it was unsheathed. Would it really be able to match or even surpass the Xiantian realm? Ning Chen's future was destined not to be smooth. Mu Qingxue had already reached the Xiantian realm, an existence that was different from mortals. Xiantian realm, another way to describe it was as a heavenly being. A heavenly being. This was not a realm that mortals could understand. Xiantian realm experts rarely took action. At most, they could only be used as a deterrent. Ning Chen only wanted an answer this time. Even if he knew it was impossible, he had to go. The carriage ran wildly in the wilderness without stopping. Snowflakes drifted in the air, and the carriage's tracks quickly disappeared. This trip to Sword City would take at least 10 days. In these 10 days, he had to do everything he could to increase his strength and protect himself. He did not want to be killed by those lunatics in Sword City before he could even see Mu Qingxue. Swordsmen were powerful existences, and they were the most difficult to get along with in the world. Just like the sword consecrator, he had the strangest temper in the palace. In the palace of Great Xia, Zhang Sun, who had already returned to the palace, went directly to the Heavenly Mandate Palace to meet Emperor Xia. On the dragon throne, Emperor Xia had already received the news from the Shadow Guards and knew what had happened in the imperial city. "Empress, what's the matter?" Emperor Xia did not intend to expose the matter and asked seriously. Although Ning Chen's life and death were important, it was not enough to change his relationship with the Empress. "Your Majesty, this is a letter from the northern borderline." Zhang Sun stepped forward and handed over the letter in his hand. Emperor Xia frowned and took the letter. After opening it, he quietly read it. Bang! The next moment, Emperor Xia was so angry that he slammed the table and stood up. At this moment, an extremely hurried voice came from outside the main hall, announcing the arrival of a disciple. "Your Majesty, bad news. The 8th Prince was assassinated on his way back to the palace. He is seriously injured and unconscious. His life is in danger." What? The successive bad news caused Emperor Xiao's body to sway, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He staggered and fell down in front of the dragon throne. "Quickly call for an imperial physician." Zhang Xuan's expression changed, and he immediately shouted, "Yes." The eunuch who came in to report was frightened and hastily went out to pass down the order. At the same time, at the northern gate of the imperial city, Moon's spirit sat in a carriage and left. The old woman sat to the side with faint bloodstains on her clothes. "How is it?" Moon's spirit coughed a few times and asked. "His heart is broken. He won't live past today." The old woman replied, "Very good." Moon's spirit nodded and calmly said, "Originally, she did not need to personally come here, but this matter involved her future plans, and she could not afford to make any mistakes. Thus, she had to be careful." The carriage was quiet. The old woman thought for a moment and softly said, "Young miss, this subordinate still has something to tell you." "Speak." Moon's spirit indifferently said, "According to the news from noble consort Wan, the youth who was happily chatting with young miss was Ning Chen." As she spoke, the old woman's expression became somewhat unsightly. She had only just received this news, but it was too late. Moon's spirit frowned, and a trace of surprise flashed through her eyes. She had truly been too careless. Unexpectedly, she had never suspected him. However, that day in Fallen Moon City, when she had taken Ning Chen's pulse, the latter's pulse definitely did not belong to a eunuch. "Where is he now?" Moon's spirit's expression turned cold as she coldly asked, "He's already headed east." The old woman replied, "Send people to chase after him. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse." Moon's spirit ruthlessly said, "Yes." The old woman respectfully accepted the order. Ning Chen did not know that the woman who had been happily chatting with him the day before was actually willing to risk everything to kill him. A person's emotions were so fragile at this moment. In terms of position, they were worthless. Fortunately, snow fell in time and covered the carriage's tracks, slowing down the chase. Within the carriage, Ning Chen closed his eyes and rested. He wanted to break through to the 5th grade natal realm. But unfortunately, after a few attempts, he had no choice but to give up. Right now, he was only a paper's distance away from the 5th grade natal realm. However, this paper's distance had forcibly stopped him in his tracks. He was not a genius, so encountering a bottleneck was a very normal thing. For this kind of matter, being impatient was useless. If he forcefully broke through, it was very likely that he would go berserk due to his unstable state of mind. On the path of martial arts, if he did not advance, he would fall back. If he failed to break through, it would leave behind a hidden danger. If he wanted to break through again in the future, it would be almost impossible. Right now, the 2 true essence cyclones in his body were about the same size. However, if he really fought, there would still be a certain gap. The first page of the life scroll that he cultivated was the foundation of his martial arts. The second page of the life scroll's effects were much worse. The main reason was that it lacked the tempering to break through to the next realm. Moreover, the second page of the life scroll's techniques that he could not cultivate now made him gnash his teeth in hatred. This kind of feeling was like having a large pile of silver in front of him, but someone told him that the silver belonged to his eldest grandson. This was the only move recorded in the life scroll. He had been practicing it all this time, but his progress was very slow. The cost of using this move was a bit excessive, but it also had its unique and extraordinary aspects. Once he mastered it, his foundation would completely transform. As for the technique on the second page of the life scroll, after reading it many times, he still could not find its name. However, according to its attributes, he casually gave it a few names: Dust Scroll, Earth Scroll, Mud Scroll, of course, after some consideration. He still felt that the Dust Scroll was slightly better. The last 2 names, he felt that something was wrong. Every time the Dust Scroll was activated, it could control the surrounding dust and sand. However, he had only cultivated for a short period of time, so he was still unable to control it skillfully. This scroll's attributes were relatively heavy, so it was much slower to activate compared to the life scroll. If he wanted to use it earlier, he would need to double up on his cultivation. Neigh, neigh, neigh. Suddenly, the galloping horse neighed and raised its front leg, almost flipping the entire carriage over. Chapter 52. There was a huge gully in front of them. It looked like someone had cut it with a sword. It was difficult to move forward. Ning Chin got out of the carriage and walked towards the gully in his wheelchair, but he felt an extremely strong will coming towards him. It made his blood boil. Ning Chin was shocked. How could there be such a strong cultivator in the world who could imprint his will in the world and not dissipate for so long? He had seen many cultivators at the peak of the 9th rank. Qing Ning, Xiao Miaoyu, and even God's Son were all at that level. They were the strongest among them, but he knew that none of them could reach that level. Only a Xiantian cultivator could have such earth-shattering power. The gully had been there for a long time. The dust had turned black. In the world, only the Supreme Sword in Sword City could split the world with a single sword. Ning Chin felt even more pressured. Everyone knew that the sword in Sword City hadn't reached the Xiantian level. But now it seemed that it wasn't because it didn't have the talent, but because it didn't care. This sword showed that the sword in Sword City had already surpassed the limits of mortals. Even if it was bound by a physical body, it couldn't block that invincible sword intent. Ning Chin, who came from a foreign land, couldn't understand how a person's sword could reach such a terrifying level. It was no longer a person, but a real sword. A sword that could compete with the world. No wonder all the swordsmen in the world only saw a sword in Huang City. The ink sword behind the wheelchair was trembling. It wanted to crawl in front of the supreme sword intent. Ning Chin held the ink sword and injected some vital energy into it to suppress the sword's trembling. Ink sword, since you're with me, you can't worship anyone or any sword. With a clang, the ink sword stopped trembling, as if it was responding to its master's command. Ning Chin got back into the carriage and took a detour. He didn't have the qualifications to cross the gully, but that day wasn't far away. He swore. 10 days later, Ning Chen's carriage was very close to Sword City. At the same time, a piece of news that shocked the entire Xia dynasty gradually spread. The 8th prince was dead. Among the 19 princes and princesses of the great Xia dynasty, there were only 4 people who had a chance to compete for the throne of Emperor Xia. The first prince was naturally one of them. The other 3 were the 3rd prince, the 8th prince, and the 10th prince. The 4 princes had already been bestowed the title of prince, and the 8th prince was known as the virtuous prince. He was the most likely person to inherit the throne after the first prince. Who would have thought that such a person would actually be assassinated? The incomparably valiant palm strike had completely shattered his heart meridians. Not long after returning to the palace, he had died from his injuries. Some people noticed that there was a conspiracy going on. Among the 4 princes, the first prince had the most hope. However, the first prince had always been magnanimous, upright, and distant. He did not have much attachment to the position of emperor. As such, there were only 3 people who truly cared about the throne. The 3 of them were wary of each other. They didn't dare to make any big moves. Everyone was worried that once they lost their momentum, the other 2 would join forces to suppress them. That was why it was said that a triangle was always the most stable relationship. But now, with the 8th prince's death, the triangle that was wary of each other instantly collapsed. The competition for the throne would definitely heat up very quickly. The remaining 2 no longer cared about who would join forces with who. It was just the east wind suppressing the west wind, or the west wind suppressing the east wind. Whoever was stronger would be able to suppress the other. As for the battle between the victor and the first prince, that was a matter for the future. While the great Xia dynasty was shaking in the distant west, the Son of God had passed through the number 1 shrine of Evernight and arrived at a vast and boundless sea of nothingness. Silver light reverberated between heaven and earth, forming a world of its own. Evernight scripture. The Son of God stretched out his hand, and an ancient scripture flickering with a black brilliance slowly descended from the void. It was as black as ink, and it was like a black hole that devoured the surrounding light. What are you looking for? At this time, a mighty figure walked over. His domineering aura caused the entire void to distort. Martial Lord. The Son of God bowed respectfully and said, "I'm looking for information about the heavenly scripture." "Oh, it seems you've gained something from this trip." The martial lord's eyes flashed with a strange light. The Evernight sect had many young champions, but he was most satisfied with Jun Shaoqing. He was neither arrogant nor rash, and he was persistent in doing things, just like his father in the past. "I sense the aura of the life scripture," the Son of God said. "Oh, it's actually that." Hearing this news, the martial lord couldn't remain calm. Although the life scripture wasn't the strongest, it was the most special one. Of the 10 heavenly scriptures, life was the beginning, God was the venerable, chaos was the change, and nothingness was the end. The other 6 scriptures each had their own abilities, and they were the essence of the heavens and earth. The Son of God opened the Evernight scripture. This ancient scripture that recorded the countless years since the creation of Evernight erupted with a dazzling black light that devoured the heavens and earth. It was extremely shocking. The Evernight scripture was the light scripture of the 10 heavenly scriptures. Everything, including everything, was recorded within it. In the dazzling light, 10 large characters lined up in order. Life, light, moon, travel, earth, and chaos were already lit up. As for the remaining 4, they were still dim and couldn't be seen clearly. The martial lord looked at the 6 bright characters in the sky and narrowed his eyes. He said in surprise, "I didn't expect that 6 heavenly scriptures had already appeared." The Son of God nodded and said, "Of the 6 heavenly scriptures, the light and moon scriptures are in the Evernight sect. The travel scripture is in Sword City, and the chaos scripture is in the hands of that woman from the northern Meng imperial court. The whereabouts of the remaining 2 scriptures are unknown. However, I sensed the aura of the life scripture in the wedding procession of the Grand Xia. Although it was very brief, it can't be wrong. Is there any news of the earth scripture? The martial lord asked. No. The Son of God shook his head. When the earth scripture had appeared, it had been too far away from the Evernight sect. Furthermore, it had been within the Grand Xia. It would have been very difficult for the Evernight sect's experts to arrive in time. The whereabouts of the other two heavenly scriptures were unknown, which wasn't good news for the Evernight sect. After the Evernight sect had created the world, the 10 heavenly scriptures had been scattered throughout the world. The Evernight sect had obtained 5 of them, and their power had been unparalleled for a time. However, as time passed, other than the Evernight divine scripture, the other 4 heavenly scriptures had been lost. Even the moon scripture that had been placed in the first shrine had only been retrieved 100 years ago. The Evernight sect's decline 1,000 years ago wasn't unrelated to the loss of the heavenly scriptures. Retrieving the remaining heavenly scriptures was extremely important to the Evernight sect. Is it possible to find the whereabouts of the earth scripture in the Evernight divine scripture? Asked the martial lord. The Son of God waved his hand, and his true chi surged out and entered the Evernight divine scripture. After a long time, he shook his head and said, I can't find it. The martial lord frowned. Ever since the chaos scripture had appeared, the Evernight divine scripture's usefulness had become more and more limited. Unfortunately, that woman from the Northern Meng Imperial Court still had some value. The Son of God narrowed his eyes as if he had thought of something. Martial Lord, I almost forgot to mention that the underworld child has also awakened. Oh, that rumored variable from the netherworld hell? The martial lord's expression turned cold. It seemed like this really was a sign of chaos. Even that madman had awakened. The underworld child and the ghost woman were a pair of variables from the netherworld hell. They were extremely powerful, and when they joined hands, they could contend against a Sciention expert. However, this generation's underworld child was a madman. Whether it was the degree of absurdity or his talent, he far surpassed any of the previous underworld children. In this world, the only person who could contend against the underworld child was the ghost woman. Apart from her, even a Sciention expert would find it difficult to kill the underworld child who had come out of the netherworld hell. In this world, there would always be some special people. Their life and death wouldn't be decided simply by strength. The underworld child and the ghost woman came from the netherworld hell. They balanced each other out, but they also complemented each other. Apart from their strength, the most difficult thing to deal with was their nearly unkillable netherworld ghost body. Tomorrow, make a trip to the Sword City in the east. I have already accepted that person's sword-proving battle. However, before that, you should go and fight with the new Sciention expert in the Sword City. This will help you comprehend the Sciention realm. As he spoke, the martial lord didn't hide his eagerness for the battle. Warriors were born for battle. The Eternal Night cult had been silent for too long. If they continued to hide their edge, they would be completely forgotten by the world. The god's son nodded. He had been stuck at the peak of the post-liminary realm for a long time. He had vaguely taken a step forward, but he couldn't really take it. He really needed a battle to stimulate himself. On the wasteland, the galloping carriage gradually slowed down. After half a day, an ancient city could be vaguely seen. However, this wasn't the Sword City. Instead, it was the last city in the east of the Great Xia Empire, Matchless City. Matchless City was located on the only road that connected the east and the west. It was extremely prosperous. The walls of the entire ancient city were made of strange ancient wood and metal. Sabers, forks, swords, and halberds had left marks on them. One could vaguely see the fierce battles of the past. Since ancient times, it had been one of the impregnable passes of the Central Plains. No one knew how long it had been there, but it still stood firm and upright in the divine continent. Ning Chen entered the city and casually found an inn to stay in. He had almost run out of money, so he had no choice but to deal with it. Chopping firewood was too slow, so robbing people wasn't too suitable. He could only go out and try his luck. He knew a bit of martial arts, so fighting in a ring wasn't a problem. This wasn't a problem at first, but now it had become a hindrance to his progress. He felt somewhat helpless. Warriors were also humans, and they also needed to eat. Since ancient times, things like rings were quite common. Matchless City naturally didn't lack one. Ningchen was like a wolf that had seen a fat piece of meat. After seeing it from afar, he rushed there as if his life depended on it. There was a fluttering banner in front of him that had 2 words written on it: Ring. In his eyes, this was silver, this was bread. After squeezing through the crowd with great difficulty, Ningchen didn't say anything and slapped his wheelchair to get up. On the opposite side of the ring was a middle-aged man in green clothes. He had a beard and a jade-like face. It could be seen that he must have been a handsome man when he was young. Even though he was old now, he could still charm many infatuated girls. Ningchen hated handsome men the most, especially those who were more handsome than him. The middle-aged man looked at the young man who came up and frowned unconsciously. How could he be a cripple? Have you read the rules? The middle-aged man asked worriedly. Rules? Ningchen was a little dumbfounded. What rules? Wasn't it just fighting in a ring? There were rules. Wait. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. He glanced around, and when he saw a spirited young girl vaguely sitting behind the curtain of the ring, his mind went blank. He was careless and forgot that there was a kind of ring in this world called a martial arts competition to find a spouse. Ningchen grinned and laughed foolishly. He apologized. I came to the wrong place. I'm sorry. No matter if it was true or not, he couldn't stay any longer. It was better to be safe than sorry. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned his wheelchair and was about to go down. There was no way he could earn this money. Otherwise, he would have to pay for it. Wait. At this moment, the young girl behind the gauze curtain stood up. She had a pretty face, but there was a rudeness that made people dislike her. Ningchen pretended that he didn't hear her. He turned his wheelchair and was about to go down the stairs. I'm calling you. Didn't you hear me? The young girl was furious. She waved the long whip in her hand and slapped it towards Ningchen. The sudden disaster made Ningchen a little unhappy. He just came to the wrong place and apologized. Why did he have to be whipped? Even Zhang's son didn't let him be whipped. Why did this woman? Chapter 53. Ningchen was very angry. Who did he offend? Was it a big mistake to go the wrong way? If it weren't for the fact that she was a girl, he would have beaten her up. He turned his wheelchair and dodged the whip. Ningchen continued to prepare. He comforted himself that he was a man and couldn't argue with a girl. Slap. The girl became even angrier after her whip missed. The whip in her hand whistled, and she didn't give up. Ningchen heard the wind in his ears, and his body began to tremble. He reached out and grabbed the whip. He endured it and suppressed the anger in his heart. He swung it casually, but he endured it again. She was young and inexperienced, so he couldn't be petty. Slap. He dodged the whip that came flying at him. Slap. He dodged the whip that flew towards him. Slap, slap, slap. After countless whips, Ningchen finally became angry. He suddenly turned around and stared at the unruly girl in front of him. His anger burned the 9 heavens. You're not done yet. He decided not to endure it any longer. A good man shouldn't fight with a girl. He had enough. He moved his wheelchair and instantly crossed the distance of 3 feet. He flipped his right palm and pressed it toward the girl's chest. The girl was shocked and even angrier. She held the whip with both hands and blocked her chest. However, she couldn't block the huge force. Her blood and chi surged, and she was forced to retreat several steps. Ningchen still held back, or else this palm wouldn't have just made her retreat a few steps. He was angry, but he didn't lose his mind. He only used 10% of his palm and held back 70%. He only wanted to teach this unruly girl a lesson. The whip in the girl's hand swung again. Slap. It was extremely loud. Ning Chen sneered. If he was hit by this lousy whip, then he was really asking for a beating. He grabbed the incoming whip and pulled it hard. The girl's palm hurt, and the whip immediately fell out of her hand. The gap between their strength couldn't be made up. In her anger, the girl didn't care about anything else. She shouted at the people below, "Beat him! Everyone! 10 taels of silver!" The crowd below was excited and rushed up like a tide. 10 taels of silver wasn't a small amount. It was enough to feed an ordinary family for several months. The girl retreated and angrily stared at Ning Chen. She wanted to see how he would embarrass himself. At the side, the middle-aged man frowned, but he didn't stop the young girl from messing around. From the move just now, he could tell that the young man before him wasn't simple. In the center of the arena, Ning Chen looked at the surrounding crowd and sighed softly. Indeed, money makes the world go round. When would he be able to be so generous? There's nothing I can do. With a helpless sigh, Ning Chen fully unleashed his aura. Silver brilliance surged and turned into a huge force that instantly pushed everyone on the stage away. What a powerful foundation! The middle-aged man's pupils constricted. The youth in front of him did not have a high cultivation, but his foundation was exceptionally tyrannical. The strength of his true qi was enough to rival a 5th-stage, post-celestial stage expert. After all, level 5 was the first hurdle of martial arts. There was a huge gap between level 4 and level 5. He had never heard of anyone who could have such strong, genuine qi at level 4. Ning Chen didn't care about it, but unknowingly, the effect of the life scroll was gradually revealed. Among the 10 scrolls of Heavenly Book, life is the beginning. It was the only scroll that didn't require one to reach the post-celestial stage to cultivate both mental cultivation methods and moves. It was unparalleled in terms of tempering one's foundation. Even the other heavenly books couldn't compare to it. The key to fighting was either to be able to hit or to be able to endure. The key to being able to endure was even simpler. Thick skin, thick flesh, high blood, and resistance to beatings. The life scroll that Mu Qingxue gave him was exactly this. Therefore, Ning Chen received many injuries. Although he lost an arm or a leg and was crippled, he survived in the end. The middle-aged man was someone who had seen the world, but the girl wasn't. Originally, she only wanted to teach this brat a lesson, but now she changed her mind. Ada, air, Sango. Yes, princess. With 3 whooshing sounds, 3 men holding swords appeared on the arena and surrounded Ning Chen. Their expressions were unfriendly. Ning Chen's eyes became serious. When he heard the 2 words, princess, he knew that things were going to be bad. His luck was so bad that he could meet a member of the imperial family while casually fighting. He reckoned that this unruly girl's father was either an idiot or had a screw loose. How could he allow his daughter to cause trouble like this? A princess setting up an arena was too absurd. They were both princesses, but the difference between Xia Miaoyu and this unruly girl was like heaven and earth. Today he had bumped into great luck. Thinking about the sword, the wind from the swords came. The 3 men attacked with surging, genuine qi. They were all experts of the 5th stage realm. Warriors were not as common as cabbages in this world. Experts who could cross the level 5 realm were not everywhere. This unruly girl could summon 3 of them with a casual shout, which really made people feel very uncomfortable. Ning Chen was envious, jealous, and even hateful. But there was nothing he could do. She was a princess and he was a eunuch. Bah, he wasn't a eunuch. With a clang, the ink sword was unsheathed. It blocked the long sword in one of the men's hands easily. Then it changed its direction and knocked away the second sword. At the same time, the 3rd sword light had arrived in front of him. Ning Chen's left hand's sword fingers trembled. With the help of the dark yellow light, he avoided the sword edge and knocked away the 3rd sword with 2 fingers. After defeating 3 enemies with 1 move, Ning Chen rushed forward. The ink sword was like snow, and it chopped at the nearest man. Facing 3 people together, he was always at a disadvantage. Plus, he didn't have an advantage in cultivation. If he kept being passive, he would be defeated eventually. Clang! San raised his sword to block. When his sword momentum was trapped, the ink sword changed its trajectory again and revealed an opening behind him. San swung the sword at Ada. Ada moved his eyes and stepped back to avoid the ink sword. Air's sword light was reflected in his eyes. The opening became Air's target. Ning Chen's sword momentum was exhausted, so it was hard for him to defend. At the edge of the arena, the middle-aged man was about to stop Air. However, before he opened his mouth, he closed it immediately. Air's sword did not welcome an opening, but a swift and fierce dark arrow. Ning Chen was not the kind of person who would expose his back to his opponents, especially after his legs were disabled. He didn't like strangers standing behind him. The dark arrow on his back was something that even the wheelchair he retired in earlier had, not to mention this one. Air's sword clashed with the dark arrow, making an ear-piercing sound. After a short moment, the ink sword was chasing after his life. Air's eyes shrank. He instinctively leaned to one side. Then he saw blood splattering everywhere. The ink sword had pierced through his right arm. Clang! The long sword fell. Air's body froze. He couldn't react in time. Ada and San looked angry. They moved their bodies and were about to attack again. However, they were stopped by a calm shout. Stop! It was the middle-aged man who shouted. This battle couldn't continue. Otherwise, the consequences would be hard to deal with. He could tell that the young man in front of him was not a soft-hearted person. That sword attack was obviously real. If the battle continued, someone would definitely fall today. Third uncle! Xian Yini was dissatisfied. She didn't understand why her third uncle wanted to stop this battle. Shut up! Yan Qinhuang shouted coldly. Xian Yini was startled. Her face was filled with fear. She knew that although her third uncle doted on her, once he was angry, he would not recognize anyone. Even her father didn't dare to provoke him. You name. Yan Qinhuang walked up and asked seriously, Ning Chen. Ning Chen honestly reported his name. It wasn't that he was stupid, but that he had guessed the other party's identity. The current Xia Emperor had 4 brothers. One was Hua Qinhuang in the imperial city. One was Yu Qinhuang in Nanjiang, and the last was the unruly girl's father, Tai Qinhuang, whose fief was in Wushuang City. As for the middle-aged man in front of him, he must be the third-ranked Yan Qinhuang. Yan Qinhuang had no children. He was free and unfettered. He wasn't restricted by power, so he was the freest of the 4 Qinhuang. As for the other 3 Qinhuang, whether it was Yu Qinhuang or Yan Qinhuang, although they had their own fiefs, it was no different from house arrest. The reason was simple. Both Qinhuang's fiefs were overseen by a Marquis of the Xia dynasty. As for Hua Qinhuang, it was needless to say. He had been trapped in the imperial city his entire life. In comparison, Yan Qinhuang was much freer. The Xia emperor was very lenient to this brother of his. Ningchen knew about Yan Qinhuang because Zhang Sun and Yan Qinhuang had a good relationship. It was said that Zhang Sun had almost been betrothed to Yan Qinhuang by the previous emperor. He didn't ask what the truth was. No one in this world dared to gossip about Zhang Sun. He didn't have the guts. However, he was sure that Zhang Sun trusted Yan Qinhuang. Yan Qinhuang walked up to Ningchen. After a long time he asked, "That little eunuch by Wuyo's side?" Ningchen smiled bitterly and nodded. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to get rid of his identity as a eunuch. "You escaped." Yan Qinhuang continued. "Yes." Ningchen nodded again. "You not bad." Yan Qinhuang gave the highest praise. He didn't fight, but that didn't mean he didn't know anything. He understood the current Xia emperor. People like Ningchen would either be used or die. There was no third result. Ningchen smiled embarrassedly. "Yan Qinhuang is too kind." Yan Qinhuang nodded and turned to look at his unruly niece. "Nienny, apologize." Ning Chen's expression changed. He felt great inside. Little guy, who asked you to be so arrogant? If he didn't have some skills, he would be lying here today. This Yen Qinhuang was really good. On the other side, Xian Yin's expression was one of disbelief. She ignored her fear and said, "You want me to apologize to him? Why?" "Because he protected Bai Rui Yuan of the Xia dynasty. Because he won back 20,000 horses for the Xia dynasty. Because he sacrificed his legs to escort Miaoyu." As he spoke, Yen Qinhuang's expression became colder and colder. The strong pressure made Xia Nini's face turn pale. She struggled and stepped forward as if her legs were filled with lead. "I'm sorry." Xia Nini's voice was as soft as a mosquito's. She turned around and her eyes turned red. She was about to cry. Ning Chen felt great, but he also didn't feel good. Now it seemed like this unruly girl was the one who was wronged. He was the victim. It's okay. He decided to accept the apology calmly. Guilt and whatnot really didn't suit him at all. Xian Yini was so angry that she almost suffered internal injuries. For a moment, she forgot about her grievances and glared at the former. She wished she could eat his flesh. Ning Qin turned his head and didn't look at her. "Why did you look at me and I look at you? You're not good-looking." In fact, Xian Yini was quite pretty. She had delicate features and was a little unruly, but she was young and charming. However, Ning Chen's taste had already been spoiled by Mu Qingxue, Qing Ning, and the others. He wasn't interested in a green apple like Xian Yini. "Let's go. We've messed around enough. It's time to go back. Ning Qin, you come with us." Yen Qinhuang glanced at the two, then turned and walked off the stage. He walked out of the crowd. Ning Qin turned his wheelchair and followed, ignoring the unruly girl who was still glaring at him. "Little guy, I'll anger you to death." Chapter 54. On the way back, Prince Yen glanced at Ning Chen and Xian Yini, who was dawdling. He frowned and said he'll push it. Ning Chen and Xian Yini's expressions changed. They were both unwilling, but under Prince Yan's influence, no one dared to object. After Xia Nini got on the wheelchair, her expression was so fierce that it could scare people to death. Ning Qin felt a chill down his spine and felt uncomfortable all over. "I can do it myself." Ning Qin couldn't help but smile bitterly. He was afraid that this unruly girl wouldn't be able to resist stabbing him. At such a close distance, he couldn't dodge even if he wanted to. "Let her push it," Prince Yen rejected. "I'm helping you push it, and you still dare to refuse?" Hearing the unwillingness in Ning Chen's tone, Xian Yini's anger rose. She could refuse, but this guy couldn't. She was already angry enough today. If third uncle wasn't here, she would definitely throw this guy into the river to feed the fish. Ning Qin, shut up. A good man didn't fight with an evil woman. No matter how good one's martial arts were, they were still afraid of being stabbed. Now that they were under someone else's roof, he didn't dare to provoke this unruly girl. If she really stabbed him, who could he reason with? The three of them slowly walked forward. When the commoners in the city saw them, they all retreated and bowed. Prince Yen had a very high prestige in the entire Xia kingdom. His talent and martial arts were extraordinary. If it weren't for his uncompetitive nature, the current emperor's position might have been different. The current Emperor Xia's throne was largely due to Prince Yan's abdication. It was said that the previous Emperor Xia was particularly fond of Prince Yan, who was outstanding in both talent and martial arts. He wanted to make him the crown prince, but Prince Yan refused. This was also why the current Xia emperor was so cold to his own brother, but so kind to Prince Yan. Ning Qin found it hard to believe that this prince, who didn't even want the throne, would be interested in fooling around with this unruly girl. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered that he actually didn't know what the arena was for. All these thoughts were just his guesses. Curious, Ning Qin slanted his head and glanced at the unruly girl. He whispered, "Princess, may I ask something?" "What is it?" Xian Yini asked suspiciously. Their relationship wasn't that good. and the word please made her feel a bit uncomfortable. This fellow couldn't be plotting something, right? Ning Chen saw the emotions in the unruly girl's eyes, but he didn't argue with her. He wanted to finish his questions first. Compared to his burning desire for gossip, personal grudges could be put aside first. Why did you set up the arena just now? Ning Chen thought for a while, but he couldn't figure out how to be tactful. So he asked directly, Don't you know? Xian Yin's expression was a bit strange as she mocked. He didn't even know what was going on, yet he dared to challenge her. What was this fellow's brain made of? Hearing the unruly girl's disdain, Ning Chen scratched his head embarrassedly. He must have gone mad from poverty. When he saw the arena, he immediately jumped onto it, afraid that he would run away if he was late. Xian Yin didn't notice Ning Chen's awkward expression. She continued, Third uncle needs a sword attendant, so he set a rule. Whoever can withstand 10 moves can go with him. After saying that, Xian Yin looked at Ning Chen suspiciously. Then what did you think it was? Nothing. Ning Chen quickly turned his head, not letting the unruly girl see his awkward expression. So the one with the cannon in his head wasn't Imperial Prince Tai, but him. The princess was holding a martial arts competition to find a groom. What was he thinking? He really admired himself for even being able to think of such a nonsensical thing. He thought you were holding a martial arts competition to find a groom. At this time, Imperial Prince Yan indifferently added another blow, causing the 2 people behind him to be stupefied. Ning Chen had never thought that Imperial Prince Yan had been listening to their conversation the entire time. He also didn't think that Imperial Prince Yan even knew what he was thinking. Could it be that he had written his answer on his face? But how could he say it out loud? How could he say it out loud? However, compared to Ning Chen's anger, Xian Yin was so shocked that her mouth couldn't close. In the next moment, she completely exploded. In her anger, she grabbed his neck and viciously squeezed it. Am I so disdainful? She had thought that Ning Chen had said a few words before turning around to cause trouble. She hadn't thought it was actually because he saw her. Ning Chen was having difficulty breathing. He tried to pry Xian Yin's hand away while struggling to say, Princess, Princess, don't be impulsive. Imperial Prince Yan was just joking. Xian Yin didn't believe him and squeezed even harder. She wanted to strangle this brat to death. The world was big, but it couldn't compare to this guy's courage. He actually dared to disdain her. Ning Chen's face was completely red. He felt that he couldn't breathe. With great effort, he said, Princess, you are a princess. No matter how stupid I am, I wouldn't let my imagination run wild like this. Really? Xian Yin suspiciously released her hand. Thinking about it, it made sense. How could someone be so stupid to think like this? No matter what, she was still a princess of Xia. Her marriage was decided by Emperor Xia. No matter how bad it was, it wouldn't degenerate to the point of holding a martial arts competition to find a groom. Unfortunately, she had underestimated Ning Chen's extremely powerful imagination. For a transmigrator whose worldview was gradually collapsing, it wasn't impossible for him to think that pigs could fly. More importantly, when she went on stage, only a ghost would know her identity as a princess. Cough, cough, it's true. Ning Chen rubbed his throat as he hurriedly nodded. At the same time, he was constantly complaining about Prince Yan. It was fine if you guessed it yourself. Why did you have to say it out loud? What if he couldn't help but beat up this unruly girl? Although he had a lot of opinions about Xian Yin, he didn't plan on offending her too much. This was his eldest grandson's niece. Even if he didn't give face to the monk, he still had to give face to the Buddha. Prince Yan smiled faintly and didn't say anything else. After a short interlude, the 3 continued to walk forward. Prince Yan walked in front with an indifferent expression. Step by step, he walked at a steady pace. His plain green robes fluttered in the wind. He was calm and noble, truly stylish. Ning Chen sighed in his heart. This Prince Yen wasn't an ordinary person. Just his peerless demeanor left others in the dust. It was no wonder that his eldest grandson was almost betrothed to this talented third master. Unfortunately, Prince Yen had never taken a wife in his entire life. Countless unmarried daughters of court officials had waited foolishly until their hearts were broken. This was a legend of the Grand Xia, a legend who had lived in this era. Compared to him, the Xia emperor who had finally ascended the throne was much less charismatic. He didn't know what had happened between the previous generation of the Grand Xia's princes. Although the current Xia emperor had ascended the throne, he had lost all his brothers. As for Prince Yen, although he had refused the throne, he had received the respect of all the princes. Prince Tai's residence. When the three of them arrived, Prince Tai was sitting in the main seat. Seeing Prince Yen return, he put down his teacup and stood up. Xia Nini walked into the hall and saw her father. She immediately ignored Ning Chen and walked over with a sweet smile. "Father, I'm back." Prince Tai chuckled, a doting expression on his face. "You didn't cause any trouble for your third uncle, did you?" "How could I? Your daughter is the most obedient," said Xia Nini cutely. Ning Chen was speechless. She didn't even blush when she lied. "If you didn't cause any trouble, then how did I end up here? Did I pick you up on the road?" He really wanted to shout that I was the one who caused all this trouble. Prince Tai understood his daughter the best. He knew that at most he could believe a third of what she said. He looked at Prince Yen and asked, "Third brother, Nini didn't cause any trouble for you, right?" Xia Nini immediately looked at her third uncle. Her meaning was that if he didn't nod, she would cry in front of him. Prince Yen wasn't threatened by the former, but he still shook his head. No, in his eyes, what had happened just now couldn't be considered trouble. At most, it was just two children fighting in a fit of pique. Prince Tai nodded slightly when he heard this. Then he shifted his gaze towards the young man before him and asked, "You are?" "Ning Chen, Wuyo's subordinate," introduced Prince Yen. "Greetings, Prince Tai." Ning Chen cupped his hands. No need for formalities. Prince Tai was a bit surprised. Why had this person come to Wushuang City? He was no stranger to Ning Chen's matters. It could be said that the 3 matches between the Grand Xia and the true extreme nation had been this little eunuch's personal performance. However, later on, he had been thrown off a cliff by the Eternal Night Church's godchild on the way to the bride's wedding. His whereabouts had been unknown ever since. Wushuang City was a bit far from the imperial city. His spies couldn't have the same information as the palace spirits in the imperial city. Thus, Prince Tai didn't know that Ning Chen had entered the academy. However, Prince Tai didn't care about this. He didn't want to care about the imperial city's matters. "Third brother, how is it? Did you find a sword attendant that satisfied you?" Him. Prince Yen calmly pointed at Ning Chen. "Oh." Prince Tai narrowed his eyes. His body moved, and he drew his sword from the sword rack and slashed at the youth. Ning Chen's pupils shrank. He didn't dodge or retreat. His sword came out of its sheath, and he didn't hesitate to use a move that would injure both of them. Bang! Prince Tai turned his sword around and placed it in front of him. Pum! The 2 men's clothes began to flutter from the shockwave. Not bad. Prince Tai put away his sword and praised. Not only was he ruthless to his enemy, but he was even more ruthless to himself. There was a difference in strength between the 2. If it had been a real battle, choosing to injure both of them would have been the only correct way. In a battle between the strong and the weak had a slim chance of winning. Once they had misgivings, they would lose even faster. Ning Chen was a bit unhappy, extremely unhappy. He wasn't a thing and didn't like to be casually tested by others. He hated this kind of high and mighty attitude. Perhaps Prince Tai didn't feel it himself, but that was what he showed. "Prince Yen, thank you for your praise. However, I'm not interested in a sword attendant. Moreover, I still have things to do. Goodbye." After saying that, Ning Chen turned his wheelchair and was about to leave. He came here for the sake of Zhang's son. Otherwise, no one would be able to force him. Although he cherished his life, it wasn't to the extent that he could give up everything for it. As a descendant of China, his life could be lost, but his dignity was priceless. Chapter 55. Ning Chen's pride was hidden deep in his bones and deeply engraved in his bones. His usual shyness, agreeableness, and even his thick skin were just an optimistic attitude towards this damned fate. If he was really pushed to the brink, he would rather be reborn. Dying once would not make a difference if he had to do it again. Wait. At this moment, Yan, Imperial Prince, spoke. His calm expression had turned gloomy ever since he unsheathed his sword. Ning Chen stopped. The stubbornness and arrogance in his eyes were no longer concealed. Yan, Imperial Prince, turned around and looked at Qin, Imperial Prince, beside him. Second brother, I brought Ning Chen here, so he's my guest. Your probing just now made me unhappy. Yan, Imperial Prince, took 2 steps forward and looked at the youth in front of him. Ning Chen, Qin Imperial Prince, is my elder brother, so I can't ask him to apologize. However, as I said just now, I brought you here so you're my guest. If I offended you in any way, I'll apologize to you. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes, hiding his emotions. Yan, Imperial Prince's extraordinariness surprised him once again. Other than his talent and martial arts, his bearing was also unparalleled in the world. No wonder everyone in the world saw Yan, Imperial Prince, as the legend of Daxia. This living legend indeed had a perfection that left others in the dust. Once he had told Li that any perfection was a lie waiting to be exposed. Today he took back those words. He couldn't see any flaws in Yan, Imperial Prince. There might be inadequacies or regrets, but he definitely wasn't a flaw. Ning Chen also apologizes for my rudeness just now. Ning Chen lowered his head and bowed. Then what about the sword attendant? Yan, Imperial Prince's expression softened slightly. In his eyes, Ning Chen was indeed the most suitable candidate. Other than him, he also trusted Jiang Xuan's judgment. Hearing Yan, Imperial Prince, mention the sword attendant again, Ning Chen sighed softly and said honestly, I do have something to do. I hope Imperial Prince can find someone better. What is it? Yan, Imperial Prince, asked stubbornly. Ning Chen was startled. He didn't understand why Yan, Imperial Prince, had to choose him. After thinking about it, he said honestly, I'm going to Sword City to see someone. Hearing the 2 words Sword City, Yan, Imperial Prince, frowned. Must you go? Must go. Ning Chen nodded and replied. He had traveled thousands of miles to come here, so he definitely wouldn't give up before seeing Mu Qingxue. Prince Yan pondered for a moment and said slowly, I will go with you on the condition that you become my sword attendant. He knew how dangerous Sword City was. If Ning Chen went there alone, he might not be able to come out alive. Ning Chen was tempted and asked, How long? 10 years, said Prince Yan. Impossible. Ning Chen rejected without hesitation. 10 years was too long. Even if the other party was Prince Yan, he could not give up 10 years of freedom. Speak. Prince Yan frowned again and gave him the most leniency. 1 year, Ning Chen said firmly. Prince Yan thought that a year was too short, but he really needed a sword attendant. Sure. In the end, Prince Yan nodded and officially reached an agreement with Ning Chen. From this day onwards, Ning Chen became the person who carried the sword for Yanqing Prince. The term was 1 year, and there was no turning back. Prince Yan had 4 swords in a sword rack. Ning Chen had a wheelchair, so he carried it on his wheelchair. Of the 4 swords, 2 were green and red. 1 was blue, and the last one was deeply embedded. He could not pull it out. These 4 were not ordinary swords. Green and red, one was cold and one was hot. Blue was soft and rippling. Ning Chen could not feel any aura from the last one, but he feared it the most. Prince Yan Ningqin said. He felt awkward when he spoke. Prince Yen frowned. Ningqin was going to follow him for a long time, so he could not keep calling him Prince Yen. In the past, he had always been alone. Now that there was one more person, he had to think of a new way to address him. Just call me Senior. After thinking for a moment, Prince Yen relaxed his frown and said casually, speaking of which, Ningqian had been with Zhang Sun for a while, so he deserved to be called Senior. Ningqian called him that secretly, feeling much better than calling him Prince Yen. Senior, when can we leave for Sword City? Tonight. But before that, come with me to get a sword. King Yen said as he strode forward. Ningqian was stunned, then turned his wheelchair and followed. The Silver Garden was a beautiful place to welcome guests in Wushuang City's Lord's Mansion. It was located above a heavenly spring, and it was as warm as spring all year round. Pear blossoms drifted down like snow. Wushuang City was different from other places in the Central Plains. It had existed for far too long and had witnessed the rise and fall of countless dynasties in the Central Plains. Its origins were shockingly ancient. It was said that Wushuang City was behind the rise of the Granxia. After the founding of the Granxia Emperor allowed the city lord's bloodline to be hereditary. 1,000 years had passed, and many things had changed. The only thing that did not change was the strength of Wushuang City. Under the heavens, no one would look down on this ancient place that had not declined. The city lord's bloodline was a transcendent existence in Wushuang City. The Granxia had sent a martial Marquis here not only to intimidate Sword City in the east, but also for other reasons. Today, in this beautiful silver court, they welcomed a distinguished guest. This person was naturally not Ningqian, but the number one person of the Granxia's younger generation, Yin Ma Xiao. It was rumored that Yin Ma Xiao had been taken in as a personal disciple by one of the three dukes, Duke Shiyu. It was only a matter of time before he would be granted the title of Marquis. Amidst the snow in the Silver Garden, peerless city master sat quietly on the main seat. He was dressed in a purple court robe with a golden spider belt of the same color around his waist. His black hair was tied up and fixed with a jade-green gilt crown. His slender body was straight, and his words were calm without losing his bearing. On one side, the wife of the city lord was wearing a noble robe and was toasting with a smile. On the other side, Qin Wushuang's beautiful eyes moved and glanced at Yin Ma Xiao from the corner of his eyes. Anyone could see the affection in his eyes. All the heroes sat down and drank to their heart's content. The Titans of the 10 places had brought the most outstanding people of the younger generation and represented the top strength of each place. However, at this moment, an uninvited guest slowly walked over. Behind him, he brought his newly recruited sword servant. Ningqian felt helpless. He was not here to cause trouble. He was only here to carry a sword. Prince Yen. The Wushuang City lord stood up with an ugly expression. This Prince Yen had come to steal his sword. I am here to take the sword. Prince Yen opened his mouth and said these words without any threat. However, it had changed the expression of all the major figures at the scene. Everyone knew that the Wushuang City lord had a family treasure sword called Jiga. It was in this Silver Garden. The Jiga sword was bestowed by the second generation Xia Emperor 1,000 years ago. It was a rare heavy sword and also the Emperor's sword. In the past, the Wushuang City's internal strife had continued for many years, and the people had suffered greatly. The second generation Xia Emperor had bestowed the Emperor's sword and allowed the Wushuang City lord to borrow 100,000 soldiers from nearby to quell the chaos. However, as soon as the internal strife was quelled and before the Emperor's sword could be retrieved, the second generation Xia Emperor had passed away due to illness. Immediately, the Wushuang City lord took this opportunity to bury the Jiga sword in the Silver Garden. From then on, they lied to the outside world that the Emperor's sword had been lost in the chaos. This was a secret that everyone knew. However, no one had exposed it. 10 days ago, Prince Yen had sent someone to deliver a letter to the city lord's residence. The content was very simple. Either the Qin family would send the sword, or he would come to take it himself. Everyone knew that Prince Yen treasured swords and was good at them. Because of this, the Xia Emperor had ordered that Prince Yen could choose any sword that belonged to the imperial court or the royal family. Prince Yen, you have come to the wrong place. I don't have the sword you want. Facing the major figures and the disciples of the three chancellors, the Wushuang city, Lord naturally wouldn't admit that the Zhiga sword was in Wushuang city. Prince Yen ignored him and walked forward step by step. He released his qi to sense the sword. It is indeed below. After 10 steps, Prince Yen stopped and muttered to himself. Prince Yen, you are going too far. Men, take them away. Facing Prince Yan's disregard, the Wushuang city lord's expression became very ugly. He slapped the table in front of him and shouted. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, 12 guards dressed in iron armor appeared. Without saying a word, they surrounded the two of them. Ning Qin frowned. He could see that these guards weren't ordinary people. Their qi was long, and the weakest one was at the peak of the 4th stage of the Hotian realm. To him, dealing with one of them wasn't a problem. He could barely protect himself against 2 of them, and 3 of them would definitely be defeated. As for the strongest ones, their qi was much higher than his, so he couldn't tell. Prince Yen looked indifferent. He took a step forward, and his powerful qi spread out, knocking away the 12 iron cloak guards who had surrounded him. Ning Chen's eyelids twitched. He knew that Prince Yen was very strong, but he didn't expect him to be this strong. These years, Prince Yen had hidden too much of his talent. Gradually, people forgot that this legendary martial artist of the Xia dynasty was as rare as his talent. Elder Fengyu, the Wushuang city lord's heart sank. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 dazzling sword lights, 2 terrifying presences, pierced mercilessly towards Prince Yen. It's them. Some of the magnates recognized their qi. These were 2 powerful martial artists who had been famous for almost 100 years. They had been stuck at the peak of the 9th stage for a long time, and their qi was unfathomable. No one expected them to be recruited by the Qin clan. Facing the 2 powerful elders of Wushuang city, Prince Yen waved his hand. The green and red swords flew out from the sword rack. He held them with both hands and faced Elder Fengyu and Elder Fengyu. Boom! The 4 swords clashed, causing the sky to be filled with flying flowers. The cold rain condensed into frost, and the wind element was fire. The 4 elements clashed, causing water, fire, wind, and frost to surge. Finally, it turned into a storm, causing everyone to retreat. Not bad, Prince Yen said lightly. He turned his swords and pushed Elder Fengyu and Elder Fengyu away. With 2 bangs, Elder Fengyu and Elder Fengyu steadied themselves. Their faces were solemn. They knew that they had met a strong enemy this time. The 2 of them, one on the left and one on the right, rushed forward again. Their sword moves were coordinated, and their attack and defense were in sync. They were fighting against the legends of the Xia dynasty. Prince Yan's expression was calm. His body was like a willow, and his 2 swords moved gracefully. For a moment, the 2 of them had no way to attack. The people in the battle were shocked, and the people outside the battle were even more shocked. Who would have thought that the prince of the Xia dynasty was so powerful? Elder Fengyu and Elder Fengyu couldn't win after a long battle. They pushed their cultivation to the limit. Suddenly, the space shook, and their moves became even more vicious. Prince Yen was not shocked or afraid. His expression was still calm. He waved his green sword, and frost condensed. The moment the 2 swords clashed, it trapped Elder Fengyu's sword. In the next moment, Prince Yan's red sword pushed Elder Fengyu away. He then followed up with a slash. Blood spurted out. Elder Fengyu's arm was cut off from the shoulder, and blood spurted out. However, Prince Yen didn't stop there. He moved his feet and appeared in front of Elder Fengyu. He held his green sword with his left hand and pointed it at Elder Fingyu's energy center. Bang! With a groan, Elder Fingyu flew backward. The qi in his body was in a mess, and half of his cultivation was gone. I have given you a chance. I hope you will cherish it, Prince Yen warned coldly. Immediately, the green and red swords in his hands disappeared. They turned into 2 rays of light and flew back into the sword rack. Chapter 56. The green and red swords returned to their scabbards. Everyone was silent. Prince Yan's power shocked everyone. 2 peak rank 9 cultivators had been defeated without any resistance. Ningchen was also shocked speechless. He had seen many battles between rank 9 cultivators, but this was the first time he had seen such an overwhelming difference in power. In the guest seat, Yin Ma Xiao's eyes flashed with battle intent. After a while, he suppressed it. It was not yet time for him to challenge the current legend of the Xia dynasty. Prince Yan's power made the Wushuang city master's face turn pale. He had never thought that Feng and you would be defeated so thoroughly. Only 20 years had passed, but the legend of the Xia dynasty had surpassed everyone in his generation. He had walked very, very far on the path of martial arts. Boom! While everyone was still in shock, Prince Yen walked to the center of the silver garden. He exerted force with his feet. Immediately, there was a loud, rumbling sound. A bottomless crack appeared on the ground. How dare you! The sudden tremor woke up the powerful existence deep in Wushuang City. A terrifying aura pressed down from the sky, trying to stop Prince Yen from taking the sword. Prince Yen snorted coldly. The vital energy around him shot up into the sky. Then, with a boom, the aura in the sky dissipated and returned to nothingness. Even if you come out now, you can't stop me from taking the sword. I will take the Zhiga sword today. Prince Yen flipped his right hand and a vast suction force appeared. He slowly pulled the Zhiga sword out from the crack in the ground. The dark gold Zhiga sword appeared. Immediately, waves of heavy pressure spread out. This sword had been buried deep in the silver garden for thousands of years. It had absorbed too much qi of the earth, making the already heavy sword feel like it was weighed down by 1,000 pounds. Prince Yen pointed with his finger and sealed most of the qi of the earth. Then he waved his hand and a dark gold light flashed. Another sword appeared in the sword rack behind Ningchen. Crack! The wheelchair sank half an inch into the ground, crushing the blue stone floor below. You're going too far. In the depths of Wushuang City, a powerful consciousness quickly awakened. Just as it was about to break out, it was stopped by another aura. Let him go. It's just a heavy sword. It's not worth fighting over. Humph! The will from before snorted coldly. Then it gradually retracted its aura and calmed down once more. On the main seat, the city lord of Peerless City clenched his fist so tightly that his veins popped out, but he was powerless to stop it. Even the old ancestor had spoken. What else could he say? Let's go. Prince Yen glanced at Ningchen and turned to walk out of the silver garden. His steps were steady and no one dared to stop him. It's so hot that it's about to explode. Ningchen sighed softly, then struggled to turn his wheelchair and follow. From then on, he became a die-hard fan of Prince Yen. However, this Zhiga sword was really heavy. Outside the city lord's mansion, Ningchen looked at Prince Yen in front of him and asked curiously, Senior, have you already stepped into the Xiantian realm? Huh. Prince Yen smiled faintly and replied, No. This prince is also curious. How did you sneak into the palace? Suddenly, Prince Yen said casually, scaring Ningchen so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. Prince Yen already knew about it? It was impossible for Zhang Sun to reveal this, so Prince Yen must have seen it himself. But when did he reveal this flaw? From beginning to end, he didn't have any contact with Prince Yen. How did he expose himself? Don't think too much. Your hand once touched the green sword. This prince knew then that you didn't cleanse yourself. Prince Yen walked in front and didn't stop. He continued to explain calmly. People have their own auras. Swords have their own auras. The green sword has been with this prince for a long time, and its aura is connected to this prince's. Anything it touches, this prince can understand. Ningchen was shocked. There was such a thing in the world? It was too unbelievable. He had seen many ninth-level peak masters, but he had never heard of a sword aura. This Prince Yan's talent and martial arts talent were shocking. He was almost undefeatable. Ning Chen fell silent. He didn't know how to explain. His experience in the palace was too complicated. It couldn't be explained in 1 or 2 sentences. If you don't want to say it, then don't. There's no need to hesitate. Focus on our journey. Prince Yen smiled and didn't ask any more questions. He didn't care. Everyone had secrets, and he was no exception. Everyone's secrets didn't exist to satisfy other people's curiosity. He wouldn't force it. Ning Chen let out a sigh of relief. He really didn't know how to explain. After leaving Wushuang City, they weren't far from Sword City. However, the sky was getting dark. It was inconvenient for wheelchairs to travel. The two slowed down their pace. They were still walking. No matter how slow they were, they could arrive before dawn. Therefore, they weren't in a hurry. How much did you understand from the battle just now? Under the night sky, Prince Yen asked slowly as he walked slowly in front. Senior's green and red swords, one cold and the other hot. The wind and rain masters' swords each carried the image of wind and rain. Senior used the red sword to fight the wind. The wind helped the fire. As long as the fire didn't go out, the red sword wouldn't lose. As for the green sword, the rain is water. When it meets the cold, it condenses. Senior used the cold to control the rain. Ning Qin described what he saw word by word. In the battle just now, although Prince Yan's strength was completely suppressed, Prince Yan's battle wisdom was even more shocking. Among the 4 swords, Prince Yan chose the 2 most suitable ones instead of the 2 strongest ones. If they were talking about the strongest, then the sword that was the deepest in the sword rack could easily suppress the green and red swords. In addition, the blue ancient sword was also extraordinary. It wasn't inferior to the green and red swords. In front of them, Prince Yan nodded and said, "Remember, the sword is a killing weapon. It is also the king of weapons. To be a king, you must have both wisdom and courage. If you blindly show off and use your strength to suppress others, you will end up in a disadvantageous position." Ning Qin bowed and said respectfully, "Senior, thank you for your guidance." Prince Yan nodded and didn't say anything else. He continued on his way. Ning Chen followed behind and thought quietly. It was rare to see a battle between peak 9th rank martial artists. Especially at such a close distance, it was very helpful for his martial arts cultivation. Vaguely, he felt that he had touched something. However, when he sensed it carefully, the feeling disappeared. In front of them, Prince Yan's face flashed with surprise. He slowed down again. It seemed that this kid was close to breaking through. Martial arts, 5th rank, was a hurdle. Once you crossed it, you would see the world. If you couldn't, you would be a frog at the bottom of the well. This kid's foundation was so strong that even he envied it. It was the first time he had seen someone like this in his life. Once he broke through this hurdle, his strength would definitely increase by a lot. On the way, Ning Qin slowed down. He kept thinking. Gradually, the wheelchair stopped and didn't move forward. Prince Yan also stopped. He stood aside and didn't say anything. Boom! After about an hour, Ning Chen's aura spread out. The silver light shone brightly. The temperature within 10 feet of him dropped rapidly. The water vapor condensed and frost fell. Prince Yan guarded him quietly. His green robe was blown by the spiritual qi from all directions. In the sword rack, the green sword hummed lightly. It was very cheerful. In the next moment, the vast spiritual qi swept the frost into Ning Chen's body crazily. He broke through the hurdle and reached the peak of 5th rank. Prince Yan looked at Ning Chen, who was in the middle of the spiritual qi. Gradually, he frowned. There was another kind of aura. In Ning Chen's ocean of qi, the dark yellow cyclone spun faster. It wanted to forcibly seize some spiritual qi from heaven and earth. At this moment, Prince Yan moved. He came in front of Ning Chen in one step. He waved his hand, and the Jiga sword came out. Then he pointed the sword lightly, and the thick earth seal broke. Prince Yan's sword finger turned again. He concentrated and poured all the thick earth qi into Ning Chen's ocean of qi. With a painful groan, the two colors around Ning Chen flickered. His cultivation broke through again and reached the 6th rank. Tomes of Arcane. At the same time, Prince Yan's expression changed slightly. He was surprised. There was no mistake. It was indeed the Tomes of Arcane, and there were 2 volumes. If the Tomes of Arcane didn't appear when he broke through, and they were close enough, he wouldn't have noticed. No wonder this kid had such a strong foundation. With 2 volumes of Tomes of Arcane, it was impossible for him to be ordinary. The excess thick earth qi was taken away. The Jiga sword fell into silence temporarily. Prince Yan waved his hand and put the heavy sword back on the sword rack. Then he stepped aside and waited for Ning Chen to wake up. After a long time, Ning Chen finally stabilized his cultivation state. He slowly opened his eyes and bowed down respectfully. "Thank you for your help, Senior." Although he couldn't move during the breakthrough, his spiritual sense wasn't shut off. He knew what Prince Yan had done for him. This was a great favor. If there's too much thick earth qi, it will affect the sword's aura. Instead of sealing it in the sword, I'd rather give it to you. Prince Yan nodded and said calmly. For a heavy sword, the heavier it was, the better it was. The more thick earth qi, the better it was. He had sealed most of the thick earth qi for this reason. Let's go. We've already wasted a lot of time. If we don't hurry, we won't be able to reach Sword City by dawn. Prince Yan turned and walked forward. Ning Chen nodded and turned his wheelchair to follow. He didn't know that Prince Yan had already seen the 2 golden pages in his body when he injected the thick earth qi. He also didn't know that the 2 pages were Tomes of Arcane. He only knew that Tomes of Arcane existed. He didn't know anything else. In the end, he hadn't been in this world for long. There were still many things he didn't know. Under the night sky, the 2 of them hurried towards Sword City. They didn't say anything and just listened to Ningyi. Finally, the 2 of them arrived at Sword City at dawn. This was an ancient and huge deserted city. There were very few people. They couldn't see anyone even after walking for a long time. However, this was the most dangerous city because anyone who appeared in this city could be an incredible cultivator. Sword City was the holy land of all swordsmen in the world, but it was also a forbidden place for them. Killing wasn't the only rule in Sword City. The only rule was that the strong were respected. On the streets of Sword City, there were traces of swordsmen fighting everywhere. Every sword mark was at least 2 fingers deep. Blood spilled everywhere. It had already dried up, but there was still a faint fishy smell in the air. After Ning Chen stepped into Sword City, he became anxious. He wanted to see Mu Qingxue, but he didn't want to see her so soon. He was afraid that his guess would become a reality. "Are you afraid?" Prince Yan frowned and asked softly. Ning Chen smiled bitterly, but he couldn't suppress his body's reaction. He was afraid that Mu Qingxue had forgotten about him. That qi that day was cold and indifferent. It was as if she had abandoned all emotions in the world. Could it be that in order to reach Xiantian, she had really cut off her past? "If you're afraid, why are you so determined to come?" Prince Yan frowned and asked. "I want an answer." Ning Chen said gloomily. "What if the answer disappoints you?" Prince Yan asked aggressively. Ning Chen's body trembled. He had thought about this question before, but he kept avoiding it. She was the first person to talk to him, the first person to spare his life, the first person to cut him, the first person to run away with him. How could she forget him? Chapter 57. Ning Chen felt terrible, extremely terrible. He did not know how to answer. If Mu Qingxue forgot about him, what could he do? Tie her up and take her away? She was the sixth nascent master in the world. If she did not want to, who could take her away? There was no snow in Barren City all year round. It was said that the sword in the city did not like snow. Therefore, all the snow in the world could not reach Barren City. After coming to Barren City, Prince Yan had been following Ning Chen. If Ning Chen wanted to find someone, he should lead the way. The wheelchair sank half an inch into the stone floor. Ning Chen looked around Barren City. He looked at every street and every room. Prince Yan looked at Ning Chen, looking like a fool. He did not say anything and did not stop him. There were hundreds and thousands of streets in Barren City and tens of thousands of rooms. If he wanted to find someone, he could do it himself. How many times could a person be foolish in his life? He could see that this person was very important to Ning Chen, more important than he could imagine. Most of his knowledge of Ning Chen came from Zhangsan and the legends of the world. Until they met, he finally matched his impression of Ning Chen with reality. The little eunuch mentioned by Zhangsan was mischievous and unruly, but he was loyal and trustworthy. The little hero in the legends was brave, smart, and respectable. The Ning Chen in Prince Yan's eyes was cold, arrogant, and even cruel. However, such a person at this moment seemed to have gone crazy. He was weak but also manic. Prince Yan followed behind without saying a word. His eyes were calm and unwavering, as deep as a lake. Ning Chen's state was actually very dangerous. The biggest taboo in martial arts was to have an unstable state of mind. He had just broken through to the sixth realm. If he did not have a firm belief, his cultivation could regress at any time. However, Prince Yan could tell that the person Ning Chen was looking for was much more important to him than his own cultivation. Therefore, he did not stop him or say anything. If his cultivation retreated, he could just cultivate again. Compared to the things he treasured in life, it was nothing. It had to be said that Prince Yan and Ning Chen had the same understanding on this point. The Barren City was really huge. Ning Chen led Prince Yan to search the city bit by bit. There was no hope in his eyes, no sighs of disappointment. They just went in and out of the same place and kept repeating. Desolate City used to be a flourishing ancient city. It was even more powerful than Wushuang City. After the war, it gradually declined. Especially in the past 200 years, there were fewer and fewer people in Desolate City. If it wasn't for the sword in the city, it would have been taken over by Great Xia. In truth, Great Xia had not increased its territory in 700 years. The main reason was that the wars in the first 300 years were too frequent, and the people and soldiers were sick of war. No one remembered the previous name of Desolate City. Now, people either called it Desolate City or Sword City. No one cared what it was originally called. One day was very short. From the time Ning Chen and Prince Yan entered the city in the early morning until now, the sky was getting dark. They had already searched countless streets and houses. When swordsmen saw the two of them, they would silently avoid them. In Sword City, there was no trust. No one wanted to cause trouble for no reason. Ning Chen purposely stopped a swordsman. He described Mu Qingxue's appearance and asked him if he had seen him before. However, this swordsman had just arrived and was not much more familiar with the situation in Desolate City than Ning Chen. In fact, everyone who came to Sword City was looking for traces of the sword in the past. They wanted to make a breakthrough. Everyone was looking for something, but they were looking for the sword while Ning Chen was looking for the person. The figures that passed by each other no longer interacted with each other. Ning Chen's irritation grew stronger as time passed. His cultivation that had just stabilized at level 6 last night was starting to show signs of loosening. Prince Yan squinted his eyes slightly but did not say anything. If he did not care, then let him be. Just as the sky was about to turn completely dark in the distance, a black figure caught up with them. It did not take long for them to catch up. The eye-catching insignia on their black clothes showed that they were the shadow guards and shadow dragon guards of Great Xia. There were 11 of them, 1 shadow dragon guard and 10 shadow guards. All of them had powerful auras and extraordinary abilities. The leader of the shadow dragon guards recognized Prince Yan and knelt down. He stood up and said respectfully, "Prince Yan, His Majesty has ordered us to bring Ningqin back. Please do not interfere." Prince Yan glanced at Ningqin, who seemed to be oblivious and was still searching silently. He said lightly, "Level 9 stays. The rest is up to you." "This?" The shadow dragon guard looked troubled. The level 9 mentioned by Prince Yan was of course him. However, Emperor Xia's order was to capture him alive. If he did not interfere, the chances of capturing him alive would be much lower. Who would have thought that Ningqin, who couldn't even defeat an ordinary imperial bodyguard in the past, would escape from their hands twice? The first time, it was still fine because he was thrown off a cliff by God's son and luckily survived. But the second time, the former escaped from their sight with the help of the Empress's escort. Emperor Xia was furious because of this. "Go and capture him. If he resists, kill him." The shadow dragon guards hesitated for a moment and made a prompt decision. If they could not capture him alive, then kill him. They could not let this little eunuch escape again. Yes. The 10 shadow guards accepted the order and quickly chased after the figure in front of them. Ningqin had just come out of a room and was about to continue searching for the next one when he saw 10 shadows surrounding him. The shadows blocked his path. Ningqin's path forward was blocked. He could not help but become extremely irritated. He shouted, "Move!" The wheelchair moved forward towards the space between the 2 shadow guards. Ningqin was in a bad mood and did not want to care about anything. "Follow us back to the palace." The 2 shadow guards pressed their hands on Ningqin's shoulders and said in a low voice. In his irritation, Ningqin could not suppress the anger in his heart and finally exploded. Scram! A violent airflow spread out. Immediately, the 2 shadow guards felt their arms go numb and their bodies become unstable. They took 3 steps back. Kill! The sudden resistance left no room for negotiation between the 2 sides. The order to kill was given, and the long swords were drawn. The intertwining sword shadows formed a sword net and fell towards Ningqin. Among the 10 people present, the lowest cultivation was at level 5. The highest was at level 7. "All of you deserve to die." Ningqin, who was furious, lost his mind. He raised his left hand slightly, and a dark yellow light shone brightly, enveloping the 10 people. Boom! In an instant, the unparalleled gravity caused the bodies of the 10 people to suddenly fall. Before they had time to react, they saw the ink sword being unsheathed amidst the drifting frost. Snowflakes surged, and an ink light streaked across, cutting through their throats. The moment of shock brought about the most drastic change. Before the 4 people could stabilize themselves, they fell to the ground with a bang. The 6 people were shocked and even angrier. As Emperor Xia's personal guards, they had never been trampled on like this. The remaining 6 people were mentally prepared. They formed groups of 3 and took turns attacking and defending. They did not rush forward recklessly. Ningqin's eyes were as cold as frost. He held the ink sword in his hand. Killing people was his priority. Soon, the 7 people were all dyed red. Ningqin controlled the qi of earth, which made the 6 shadow guards very uncomfortable. However, the advantage in numbers was still unshakable. Every time the 2 sides exchanged injuries, it was a sign that the shadow guards were 1 step closer to victory. After a long battle without any results, Ningqin showed a trace of impatience. Taking advantage of the gap between the 3 people's attack and defense, he knocked away 3 shadow guards with a bang. The wheelchair took advantage of the momentum to retreat 10 feet away. Just as the other 3 shadow guards were about to rush forward, they saw the ink sword stabbed into the ground. A green ancient bow appeared in Ning Chen's hand. The next moment, the silver light shone brightly and a terrifying arrow flew out. The 6 shadow guards narrowed their eyes. At the moment of contact, the silver arrow penetrated their bodies and 2 shadow guards flew out. Their blood dyed the sky red. The momentum of attack and defense was broken. Ning Qin patted the wheelchair and 6 shadow arrows appeared. They turned into faint black lights and swept towards the strongest of the remaining 4 people. Clang! With a few soft sounds, the shadow guards blocked 5 dark arrows. However, the last dark arrow suddenly fell at the last moment and changed direction. The shadow guard trembled and stepped back half a step when the shadow arrow entered his body. At a distance of 10 feet, the chi of earth was not enough to affect the 4 people. However, it was enough to affect 1 shadow arrow, and his shadow arrows had always been coated with medicine. It was not poison. It was just a strong anesthetic. Beside Prince Yen, the shadow guard was shocked. In just a few breaths, 6 of the 10 shadow guards were dead and 1 was injured. When did Ning Qin grow to such a level? If this continued, the 10 shadow guards would all be buried here. The shadow guard felt a chill in his heart. He could no longer care about Prince Yen. He moved and was about to attack personally. I said that the rank 9 will stay. At the same time, a calm voice sounded. In front of the shadow guards, Prince Yen blocked their path and did not allow them to take half a step forward. Prince Yen, you are disobeying His Majesty's order. The shadow guard was furious and shouted, Is it serious? It was a simple sentence. He did not care at all. Prince Yen stood calmly between the shadow guard and Ning Qin. He was like a tall mountain that no one could cross. You. The shadow guard was about to move again when he suddenly felt his breath stagnate. At the same time, he was shocked and fearful. Ugh. There was an indignant grunt. On the other side of the battlefield, the dark shadow guard who had been injured by the dark arrow was unable to escape the fate of death. Ning Qin, who had lost his patience, was no longer as shy and harmless as before. Every move he made was aimed at killing. The last 3 shadow guards who received Ning Chen's wrath became more and more frightened and cold as the battle went on. They had to guard against the strange, dark yellow light and also had to be wary of the terrifying arrow light. Their moves were more defensive than offensive, and for a time they were defeated again and again. After 10 moves, Ning Chen's lips curved dangerously. He used the same trick again. After using all his strength to push back the 3 shadow guards, he moved back in his wheelchair and stabbed the ink sword into the ground. The broken death appeared again. The 3 were shocked and rushed forward to stop this frightening arrow. However, the expected shadow arrow did not appear. Instead, it was a merciless shadow sword. After the shadow sword, a cold voice echoed in their ears. Idiots, I lied to you. Bang, bang, bang. Under their unwilling and incredulous gazes, the 3 fell to the ground and could not get up again. Chapter 58. Cough, cough. Ning Qin covered his bleeding chest and coughed violently. Then a silver light shone on his right hand and sealed the wound. He ignored it. As for the other wounds on his body, they were not fatal. It would not be too late to heal them after finding Mu Qingxue. Ning Qin continued his search. Not far behind, the dark dragon guard's face turned ugly. He stared at the person in front of him and said sternly, Yen Qin Prince, I will report what happened today to His Majesty. I hope you can take care of yourself. Yen Qin Prince chuckled and followed Ning Qin. I'll be waiting. Hearing this, the dark dragon guard's face changed again and again. Then he turned into a ray of light and flew back the way he came. He had to report what happened today to Empress Xia as soon as possible. Ning Chen's growth was too terrifying. In just a few months, he had surpassed all the dark shadow guards. There was also the bow in his hand, which was a great threat. Even he felt a trace of pressure from the arrow just now. After the dark dragon guard left, Ning Qin and Yanqin Prince did not pay attention to him. They continued to search house by house and street by street. The night was long. Under the moonlight, the figure on the wheelchair was tired and stubborn. Behind him, another figure followed without a word. Suddenly the world changed. Above the 9 heavens, a sword light shone like the moon. With a boom, it slashed towards the distance. Bang! Another powerful aura blocked it. It was a bit weaker, but it could still fight. Mu Qingxue, Ning Chen's body shook. He looked at the sword light above the 9 heavens. Then he moved his wheelchair and rushed forward. There was no mistake. It was definitely her aura. Yanqin Prince frowned. He walked a few steps quickly and turned into a ray of green light to follow. In this short period of time, the 2 strong cultivators had already exchanged more than 10 moves. Their figures could not be seen clearly, but they were so powerful that it was scary. After a while, the battle stopped. The moon above the 9 heavens slowly descended. Her clothes were as white as snow. Her perfect face was cold and emotionless, without a trace of human emotions. Mu Qingxue, the black wheelchair stopped. Ning Chen looked at the beautiful girl in front of him. At first he was happy. Then his smile froze and disappeared. His heart also sank. The beauty that entered his eyes was just like her coldness. It was perfect yet unreal, so distant that it was untouchable. The coldness in his eyes was like a knife or a sword, cutting Ning Chen until he couldn't breathe. She had really forgotten about him. The sudden heavy blow made it difficult for Ning Chen to suppress the injuries that had accumulated in his body for a long time. He grunted and vomited blood. The next moment, the dark yellow and silver auras around Ning Chen's body flickered continuously. His state of mind changed drastically, and he could no longer maintain his unstable cultivation. He fell directly from the 6th grade martial path. Prince Yan's expression changed. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Yi Fuqian. He condensed qi with his finger and pointed at Yi Fuqian's qi si. "Calm your mind." The Prince of Yen bellowed in a deep voice. He activated his cultivation technique by 30% and forcibly suppressed the raging vital qi in the former's body. Not far away, Mu Qingxue was quietly watching the scene. There was no change in his cold eyes. His realm fell and the heavenly book appeared. Ning Qin didn't care about his injuries and forced the golden paper of the life scroll out of his body. Then he vomited a mouthful of red blood, dyeing the heavenly book red. "Do you still remember it? You gave it to me to strengthen my body." Ning Qin smiled brightly. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth and gradually dyed most of his clothes red. People couldn't bear to look at it anymore. Life scroll! Mu Qingxue's calm face finally changed. He didn't remember anything. Instead, he became even colder. "You deserve to die." The cold voice destroyed Ning Chen's last bit of hope and perseverance. At this moment, a sword light as bright as the moon slashed down. Heaven and earth lost all colors. Boom! The moment the moon fell, the Jiga sword was drawn and blocked this deadly sword. Prince Yan's expression was unprecedentedly serious. He said slowly, "With me here, no one can hurt him today." The life scroll that was dripping blood floated in front of Ning Qin, but it couldn't call back the lost memories. From now on, they would be separated by the horizon. Crazy and soulless laughter echoed in Desolation City. It was so desolate under the night sky. Clang! The swords collided, one heavy and one fast. Prince Yan held the Jiga sword and faced Mu Qingxue, who was in the nascent realm. The battle reached a climax in an instant. A legend versus a nascent realm. It was supposed to be a battle of great disparity. However, because the swords in their hands repulsed each other, it became a stalemate. At this moment, another powerful figure came. After seeing the life scroll in front of Ningqin, his face darkened. It turned out that the life scroll wasn't in Princess Miao Yu's hands that day. It was in the hands of the person in front of him. Godson's aura was a bit messy. Just now, he used up a lot of energy in the battle with Mu Qingxue. After a short rest, he barely recovered 70% of his energy. Prince Yan couldn't help but frown at the appearance of the new powerhouse. His Jiga sword became even heavier. The thick earth energy spread out, trying to slow down Mu Qingxue's extreme speed. Not far away, Godson slowly walked over. His figure flashed a few times and arrived in front of Ningqin. He pressed his palm down without hesitation. This person deserves to die. Bang! At this critical moment, another sword flew out from the sword rack. Prince Yan arrived in the blink of an eye. He gripped his left hand and held his sword in front of Ningqin, blocking Godson's palm power. I said, today no one can hurt him. Prince Yan's expression was calm and serious. His tone didn't allow any doubt. 2 swords against 2 geniuses. The legend of Xia stood in front of Ningqin alone, protecting this last line of defense. He didn't allow anyone to take half a step in front of him. Mu Qingxue, Godson. Both of them were aiming for the life scroll. However, they were stopped by Prince Yan. Their eyes were unusually cold. Swish! The beautiful, snow-colored figure moved. Prince Yan's Jiga sword moved at the same time. The thick earth energy and his own perception of the sword energy barely blocked Mu Qingxue's sword. At the same time, Godson moved his feet lightly. His palm moved like wind and thunder. The blue ancient sword in Prince Yan's left hand used softness to overcome hardness. Endless blue water light received the power of wind and thunder and scattered it into the ground. Facing 2 of the most powerful geniuses of the younger generation, even the legend of Xia dynasty put 10% of his offense and 9% of his defense. He was surrounded by danger. Every move was fast and heavy. His palm was strong and his sword was soft. The 2 swords faced the enemy from the left and right. There was no gap between attack and defense. However, he gradually showed signs of being unable to hold on. After a dozen or so moves, Prince Yan's halting spear slowed down by half a beat. Immediately, the Chang'ing sword flashed past, and a piece of green cloth silently floated down from his right sleeve. The King of Yen frowned and looked at the sword in the depths of the sword rack. A hint of hesitation flashed across his heart. It was already difficult to deal with Mu Qingxue with the sword in his hand. With Godson, he had no chance of winning. In the moment of hesitation, Prince Yan's sword power was insufficient. His left hand that was holding the sword couldn't help but feel slightly numb. Prince Yan sighed helplessly. When he finally made up his mind to pull out the sword in the deepest part of the sword rack, suddenly, an earth-shattering aura exploded behind him. 3 terrifying arrows shot out like stars and moons, shooting towards the Son of God in the middle of the battle. The sudden change broke the stalemate. Prince of Yen moved his body and understood. He combined the 2 swords. The Jiga sword knocked away Mu Qingxue, and the blue ancient sword released a vast water wave. Then he grabbed Ningqin and turned into a beam of flowing light, flying away. Mu Qingxue was about to chase after him, but he was trapped by the wave of water and slowed down. Boom, boom, boom. On the other side, Godson took 3 steps back after receiving 3 arrows. Although he wasn't at his peak, he was still unharmed. Prince Yen brought Ningqin 100 miles away from the barren city before stopping in the wilderness. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue, but that Ningqin couldn't hold on any longer. The last 3 arrows had completely exhausted all of Ningqin's energy. Even if he was at his peak, he didn't try to draw the second arrow, not to mention shooting 3 arrows consecutively when his injuries were worsening. Hold on. Prince Yan's heart sank when he saw the chaotic aura around Ning Chen and the blood that kept flowing out. His previous injuries were still manageable, but after his realm dropped, the scattered aura rushed in all directions, worsening his injuries by several times. What was worse was that the true essence in Ning Chen's Qi, which was used to suppress his injuries, was also used up in an instant. He couldn't stop his injuries from worsening. With a muffled groan, Ning Chen's body swayed. He immediately turned his head and vomited a mouthful of blood. His consciousness gradually faded. Prince Yan stepped forward and poured his vast aura into Ning Chen's body, forcefully suppressing all the true qi in his body. This can't go on. After a while, Prince Yan stopped. He knew he couldn't save people, so he had to think of another way. He grabbed Ning Chen with his right hand and turned into a stream of light, flying away. Not long after the two left, a beautiful figure in white appeared. She glanced at the blood on the ground and frowned. She immediately turned and left. Wushuang City. Prince Yan brought Ning Chen and flew quickly. He pushed open the gate of Prince Tai's residence and directly rushed to the front hall. In the next moment, a heavy shout resounded through the entire residence. "Second brother, quickly come out and save him." That shout roused everyone in the residence. Prince Tai quickly arrived in the hall. Seeing Prince Yan's somewhat chaotic aura, his heart sank. This was clearly the sign of a huge battle. He understood his third brother better than anyone else. Thus, he was even more aware of Ning Chen's extraordinary accomplishments on the martial path. There were only a few people in the world who could force him to this point. Prince Tai was just about to ask when Prince Yan raised a hand to stop him. "We'll talk about the rest later. Save him first." Prince Tai finally noticed Ning Chen, who was leaning against his wheelchair. He reached out to check his pulse, and his expression gradually became unsightly. What a chaotic pulse! Prince Tai's doubts grew. The chaotic true qi in Ning Chen's body was clearly a sign of his cultivation technique collapsing. But with his third brother here, how could such a thing happen? What shocked him even more was that this person wasn't a eunuch. At this time, Xianyini also arrived in the hall. Looking at the unconscious Ning Chen covered in blood, she strangely didn't feel any joy in her heart. Instead, she felt a complicated and indescribable heaviness. In the hall, Prince Tai temporarily suppressed the doubts in his heart. He looked at his third brother and said sternly, "Do you know how much of a price it will cost to save him?" In this world, there was no gratuitous favor, and there was no unrequited favor. He couldn't help anyone. Prince Yan didn't answer. He only said 2 words in a deep voice, "Save him." Prince Tai frowned again. Looking at Xianyeni's stubborn appearance, he finally nodded helplessly. "Nieni, go get the heaven reversal pill." "Yes." Xianyeni responded and immediately ran to the pill room. Xianyeni left. In the hall, Prince Yan looked at the miserable Ning Chen in the wheelchair and couldn't help but sigh. Time only left a name, not mercy. Chapter 59. Xianyeni quickly returned, holding a box carved from green jade in her hands. Opening the box, there was only a longan-sized pill, quietly lying inside. There were millions of pills in the world, but very few of them had the qualifications to have the word heavenly in them. But any pill with the word heavenly meant it was inextricably linked to the Xiantian realm. For example, the Xiantian pill in the Grand Xia's imperial palace, or the heaven reversal pill in Xianyeni's hand. The word heavenly was just like its name. To the current Ning Chen, it was one of the few pills that could save his life. As soon as the pill entered his mouth, its vast medicinal energy erupted. It was powerful and domineering, directly charging into his qi. Ugh! Ning Chen let out a pained groan as he frowned. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Imperial Prince Yan frowned and stepped forward. His right hand formed a sword, and he poured his true yuan into Ning Chen's qi. Using the domineering medicinal energy, He repeatedly combed through Ning Chen's chaotic meridians. This heaven reversal pill's medicinal energy was too domineering. If the person who took it didn't have a Xiantian or someone infinitely close to the Xiantian realm to help suppress it, they would probably die before the pill could even be used. Fortunately, Prince Yen was here. After a long while, Ning Chen's injuries gradually stabilized. Seeing this, Prince Yen pointed his sword finger and sealed most of the medicine in Ning Chen's body, leaving only a little to help him recover. After that, Imperial Prince Yen retracted his hand and let out a tired sigh. Third brother, you have to think this through. His identity might bring you a lot of trouble. Imperial Prince Tai waited for Imperial Prince Yen to finish before warning him. Someone who hadn't been cleansed had actually stayed in the Imperial Palace for so long. Once this matter was exposed, it was easy to imagine how big of a commotion it would cause. The Xia Emperor definitely wouldn't allow such a scandal to spread. He would definitely kill everyone who knew about it. Imperial Prince Yan's identity was special. Although he wouldn't be killed, it would definitely arouse the Xia Emperor's suspicion and dissatisfaction. Imperial Prince Yan's expression didn't change at all. He slowly said, "Don't worry, second brother. I know what I'm doing." Imperial Prince Tai sighed and didn't say anything else. He hoped Imperial Prince Yan really did know what he was doing. The current Xia Emperor really wasn't a benevolent ruler. 10 days later, Prince Yan left Prince Tai's mansion with Ning Chen, who had just recovered from his injuries. Ning Chen's injuries couldn't be healed in a short period of time. However, as long as he didn't use force, he wouldn't explode easily. The heaven revolving pill was omnipotent, but it was not omnipotent. It was not easy to pull Ning Chen back from the gates of hell in one piece. As for the cultivation he had lost, he could only rely on himself to regain it. He had already sealed the remaining medicinal effects of the heaven-changing pill into the latter's body. It might come in handy one day. Their destination was the south of the Xia Kingdom. This year, Ning Chen was the swordsman of Prince Yen and was responsible for carrying his sword. Prince Yen wanted to go to the south of the Great Xia. The reason was simple. In the vast empire, this was the only place he had not been to. Furthermore, it was time to settle a grudge from the past. Ning Chen did not express any opinion. Ever since he woke up, he rarely spoke. Prince Yen did not try to persuade him, nor did he care. In his eyes, any words of encouragement were useless. If he could not overcome the hurdle in his heart, no one would be able to persuade him. The road to the south was very long and long. The two walked very slowly, step by step, as if they were sightseeing. The heavens gave you a pair of eyes, not just to let you look at the ground beneath your feet, Prince Yen said calmly as he walked in front and looked at the scenery. Ning Chen raised his head and looked at Ming Chuan in front of him. Then he fixed his gaze on Prince Yen and said unhappily, "Thank you for your advice, Senior. However, Ning Chen is not in the mood to appreciate it. I am not trying to enlighten you. I am just telling you that if you keep your head down like this, you will always see the ground beneath your feet. However, your eyes can see much more than this. I understand." Ning Chen nodded and said respectfully. For the rest of the journey, Ning Chen no longer kept his head down. Instead, he looked forward. Even if he was not in the mood to appreciate it, he silently imprinted the scenery in front of him into his eyes. Prince Yen knew that Ning Chen was not someone who was easily influenced by the outside world. However, after seeing more, he would slowly change. Half a month later, the two arrived at the south of the Xia Kingdom. Unlike the north, the weather here was relatively warm. Even in the 12th month of winter, there was no bone-chilling cold. After arriving here, the pain in Ning Chen's legs lessened significantly. This was perhaps the only thing worth being happy about. There was a Prince Yu in the south. He was the 7th brother of Prince Yen and also the youngest of Emperor Xia's 4 surviving brothers. However, he was also the one who had been sent the furthest away. It was not that Prince Yu had done anything wrong. In fact, during the battle for the throne, Prince Yu was still immature. However, Prince Yu's mother had offended the current Emperor Xia too much. Prince Yu was simply implicated. After arriving here, Prince Yen was not in a hurry to see his youngest brother. They had not seen each other for nearly 20 years. Even their memories had become blurry. First, he wanted to go to the barbarian dynasty to see someone and settle a grudge. The barbarian dynasty was close to the south. It was a dynasty about the same size as the true extreme country. The current barbarian king was a powerful cultivator who was infinitely close to the Xiantian realm. When he was still the crown prince, he had hidden his identity and infiltrated the Xia kingdom. He had fought with Prince Yen, who had also not yet been crowned king. At that time, the third prince of the Xia kingdom had already shown his talent in martial arts. He was known as the crown prince of the Xia kingdom. This made Prince Yen very unhappy. The two of them fought outside the palace. This matter shocked the entire world. Only then did they know that there was someone in the younger generation who could be mentioned in the same breath as the third prince of the Xia kingdom. The northern Yen and the southern barbarians were spread throughout the world after that battle. The two of them had agreed to fight again when they reached the Xiantian realm. Now, Prince Yen could take that step at any time. Barbarian King did not hold back either. He had been at the peak of the acquired realm for many years, waiting for the opportunity to break through. Ning Chen had only heard about the previous generation's incident. However, in his opinion, Prince Yen would not lose. After the battle in Sword City, Ning Chen realized that although they were both at the peak of the acquired realm, the difference in strength between them was like heaven and earth. People as strong as Son of God and Prince Yen could even fight with Mu Qingxue, who had just reached the Xiantian realm. He still could not understand what kind of realm this was. However, he knew that the Xiantian realm was a natural moat that separated the heavens and the earth. The Xiantian realm was also known as the Heavenly Man. They could communicate with the power of heaven and earth. This was something that acquired realm masters could not compare to. However, there were very few people who could break through this uncrossable natural moat and fight Xiantian realm masters with their peak acquired realm cultivation. There had been such people in the past, today, and in the future. No matter how strong Barbarian King was, he could not be stronger than Prince Yen, who could already fight Xiantian realm masters. At least, that was what Ning Chen thought. The Barbarian King Palace was only a 2-day journey from the southern border. Prince Yen led Ning Chen from outside the Barbarian King Palace and fought their way into the Barbarian King Palace. Everywhere they passed, there were no casualties. In fact, Prince Yen was not a person who liked to kill. The former crown prince of the Barbarian King was now sitting on the throne. His youthfulness was gone, replaced by endless majesty. "You're old," Prince Yen said calmly. "You haven't changed," Barbarian King sighed. "Return to your original appearance. It's only been 20 years. It's nothing to the current legend of the Xia kingdom." "Huh." Prince Yen smiled faintly. His appearance changed instantly, and he returned to his youthful appearance from 10 years ago. "This is the third prince that I know. He's both civil and military. He's arrogant and unruly." As he spoke, Barbarian King slowly stood up. At this moment, the color of the sky changed. A heavy aura like that of a prehistoric beast quickly awakened, causing the space to distort. Ning Chen stepped back. Prince Yan's expression became serious as he said in a low voice, "Okay." Ning Chen nodded. He immediately put down the sword rack, turned his wheelchair, and walked away. "Amen, go and greet the guests." The Barbarian King also said something to a pretty girl below the palace. "Yes," the girl nodded. In the next moment, Man walked forward and pushed Ning Chen away silently from the battlefield between the two. She knew that her father had been waiting for this battle for a long time. As the two of them walked away, the battle began. Prince Yen moved his hand. On the ground, the Zhiga sword flew from the rack and into his hand. At the same time, Barbarian King stomped his feet and immediately flew out like a cannonball. He suddenly punched towards Prince Yen. Boom! The sword and the fist collided. In the end, the fist suppressed the sword. Prince Yen retreated half a step. For the first time, a drop of blood fell from the corner of his mouth. Ning Qin was shocked. Prince Yen, who had not been injured when facing Mu Qing and the godson, was injured in the first move. This barbarian king's strength was too terrifying. He could definitely be called unparalleled in the world. I haven't seen you for 20 years. Your progress is not as great as mine. Barbarian King laughed wildly. He jumped up and suddenly stomped his foot. Prince Yen frowned. He moved his left hand. With a swoosh, the blue ancient sword flew out. He waved his hand and a wave of water filled the sky. Immediately, the Jiga sword moved again and met Barbarian King's big foot head-on. Bang! Barbarian King's big foot broke through the water barrier and crashed into the Jiga sword. A powerful shock wave spread out. The clothes of the two people fluttered. Prince Yen used his two swords to disperse Barbarian King's divine power and finally managed to block the latter's attack. It wasn't until this moment that the two of them were once again on the same starting line. Their moves started again, and the rumbling sounds were endless, showing how fierce the confrontation between the two of them was. Beside Ning Qin, Man's pretty face flashed with surprise. This was the first time she saw someone who could directly block her father's strength. Although it was a bit of a trick, he still managed to block it. Is this the legend of the Xia Kingdom? Man's voice was very pleasant to hear. It was clear and melodious. She did not have the shyness of a girl from the Central Plains. Instead, she had the unique straightforwardness of the barbarians. Ning Qin nodded. Without a doubt, Prince Yan was the legend of the Xia Kingdom. Perhaps Yin Ma Xiao, the eldest prince, Xia Miaoyu, and the others of the younger generation had already grown up. However, compared to Prince Yan, they still could not be mentioned in the same breath. Are you his disciple? A man continued to ask. Ning Qin shook his head and replied, No, I'm just a sword attendant. The shock on Wild's face grew even stronger. Such a powerful person was just a sword attendant? She felt a dangerous aura from Ning Qin. The barbarians had the sharpest senses. This meant that Ning Qin's strength definitely surpassed hers. In the barbarian dynasty, the strongest person was her father. Perhaps there were others who were stronger than Ning Qin, but there were not many of them, especially among the younger generation. There were very few. Can you take me to the Central Plains to have a look? A man asked softly. Now she was even more curious about the mysterious Central Plains. What kind of divine land could nurture so many strong cultivators? Hearing this, Ning Qin unconsciously frowned. He was not used to a man's way of speaking. They had just met. In fact, they could not even be considered as acquaintances. Shouldn't this kind of request be made by people who were familiar with each other? However, this was only the beginning. In the next moment, Man's next sentence made Ning Qin completely speechless. If you agree, I can marry you. Chapter 60. Ning Qin knew that most of the girls of the barbarian dynasty were straightforward. They spoke whatever they thought without hesitation or faking it. They didn't feel anything when they heard it from others, and would even look at it with admiration. However, once it happened to him, it made him feel uncomfortable. Miss a man, just call me a man, a man. Ning Qin called out while a wisp of a complicated expression flashed through his eyes. She was a good girl, a very good girl. Unfortunately, they shouldn't have any interactions. Do you have someone you like? Ning Qin asked softly. A man shook her head gently. I don't. Ha! Ning Qin laughed bitterly. Once you have someone you like, you'll understand how childish your words are today. You don't agree? A man didn't understand the meaning behind Ning Qin's words, but she understood the rejection in his words. She couldn't help but frown. Why? There's no reason. If there's really a reason, then it's that you don't like me and I don't like you. Ning Qin was surprisingly patient as he explained. Why don't you like me?" A man frowned even more. Could it be that I'm ugly? Ning Qin didn't know how to answer. If he didn't like her, then he didn't like her. There was no reason for it. However, he didn't want to hurt this pure and straightforward girl. So he thought for a moment before replying with a question. "Then do you like me?" A man thought for a moment before she said, "I don't know, but I know that I don't hate you." Haha. Ning Qin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He continued patiently, "A man, don't you want to understand the Central Plains? Then let me tell you something. In the Central Plains, only people who like each other can talk about marriage. Just not hating each other isn't enough." "Is that so?" A man nodded while seeming to be deep in thought. "Then I'll work hard to like you and marry you. Then you'll take me to the Central Plains." Huh. Ning Chen laughed bitterly, but he didn't reply. If it was so easy to like someone, then he would have tried it a long time ago and wouldn't have to suffer as much as he did right now. Boom! Just as the two of them were talking, heaven and earth shook violently again. The battle in the main hall had reached its climax. Prince Yen combined his two swords and barely managed to fight to a draw with the barbarian king's divine power. Every move he made was 70% defensive and 30% offensive. The battle made heaven and earth miserable and chaotic. Many of the pillars in the main hall had already been destroyed. Some were shattered by the barbarian king's punches and kicks, and some were slashed by the Yen king's sword chi. Gravel flew everywhere and fell to the ground. The barbarian king was too powerful to the point of being inconceivable. His divine strength could shake mountains and split rocks. He was invincible and terrifying to the extreme. Using his unparalleled control of the sword, Prince Yen rotated his two swords and blocked one move with two moves. Only then was he able to block this terrifying divine power. Compared to 20 years ago, the barbarian king had indeed made great progress. Especially his divine power, it was simply heaven-defying. The thick earth energy in the Jiga sword had little effect on the barbarian king. Under his divine power, that little increase in gravity had almost no effect. Therefore, Yen Imperial Prince's battle was extremely difficult. It was even more difficult than when he faced Mu Qingxue and God's child alone. "Yen Imperial Prince, you will definitely lose today's battle." The barbarian king was like a demon. The more he fought, the braver he became. The more he fought, the crazier he became. His punches and kicks caused the void to explode and tremble unceasingly. Crack! Suddenly a soft sound was heard. The blue ancient sword in Yen Imperial Prince's hand couldn't withstand the huge force, and a fine crack appeared. Huh! The barbarian king laughed wildly. He channeled another 30% of his divine power into his fist. Soon after, a bang was heard. The ancient sword broke, and half of the sword flew out. Yen Imperial Prince frowned. His expression gradually turned cold. He blocked the attack with his Jiga sword and took advantage of the momentum to retreat 10 meters away. The half of the sword that flew out fell to the ground. A touch of sadness flashed through Yen Imperial Prince's eyes. Although this blue ancient sword wasn't the strongest among the 4 swords, it had been with him the longest. It had also witnessed his lifetime of honor and disgrace. He didn't expect that it would be the first to leave today. With a wave of his hand, the broken ancient sword disappeared along with the half of the sword on the ground. With 2 clangs, they returned to the sword rack one after another. After the broken sword returned to its scabbard, Yen Imperial Prince's left hand grasped the void again. The green sword flew out and returned to his hand. The bone-piercing chill instantly filled the entire main hall. Again! His voice suddenly became colder. Yen Imperial Prince's body moved and instantly pressed forward. At the same time, the Jiga sword in his hand changed from defense to offense. The barbarian king received the attack. His divine power shook the heavy sword. Suddenly, he felt that the satisfaction that was within his reach disappeared. The sword turned upon contact. It didn't connect and didn't stop. In the next moment, the green sword was about to take his life. It was as fast as a swan. It was so fast that it disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that he died in the blink of an eye. The barbarian king's expression was serious. He took a step back for the first time. His divine power was restrained, and he couldn't use it. However, the barbarian king was the barbarian king after all. 20 years ago, he was on par with Yen imperial prince. How could he be at a disadvantage so easily? The barbarian king who retreated was startled by the green sword. He immediately grabbed the Jiga sword that came after him. The Jiga sword was restrained. Yen, imperial prince, retreated to the side of the sword rack in an instant. He pulled out the red sword and turned to the front of the barbarian king again. The green and red sword moved at the same time. The two swords approached him. The barbarian king squinted his eyes. He grabbed the Jiga sword and smashed it down like an iron rod. However, the two swords changed direction again. It was difficult to reach him. After switching to the red sword, Yen imperial prince's speed increased by 30%. The two swords moved side by side. The speed of the sword overpowered the divine power. The barbarian king quickly lost his balance and showed signs of defeat. 20 years. I've waited for this day for 20 years. How can I lose? The barbarian king couldn't suppress his anger. The aura around him soared to the sky. The terrifying celestial phenomenon shocked the entire southern land. Even the northern border of the Xia kingdom could see it clearly. The seventh Xiantian. In an instant, countless people looked over. They were shocked by the sudden change. There was no mistake. That was indeed the aura of an Xiantian. It was powerful, shocking, and suppressed everything. It's the powerful barbarian king from the barbarian dynasty. After 20 years, I didn't expect that the southern barbarian king would be the first to reach the Xiantian realm. What about Yen imperial prince from the Xia kingdom? Why hasn't he broken through yet? It's not that easy to break through to the Xiantian realm. 2 Xiantian realm experts appeared in just 1 year. This is something that hasn't happened in the past 100 years. Although Yen imperial prince is amazing, he is indeed a big step behind the barbarian king this time. Unfortunately, from now on, the title of Northern Yen and Southern Barbarian will only exist in name. Not necessarily. Legend has it that Yen imperial prince from the Xia kingdom already has the strength to fight against Xiantian realm experts. The barbarian king has just broken through. It's still unknown who is stronger. Xiantian realm experts are Xiantian realm experts after all. No matter how strong the Hotian realm experts are, they can at most be on par with or have the strength to fight against them. They can never surpass them. No matter what, Yen imperial prince has been left far behind by the barbarian king. In just a few breaths' time, the experts in the world were all moved by the barbarian king's breakthrough to the Xiantian realm. Among the people of the same generation, the barbarian king and Yen imperial prince were the best. No one expected that the barbarian king would be the one to take the lead. In the palace of the barbarian dynasty, Yen imperial prince stood 30 feet in front of the barbarian king. He quietly watched the latter break through, but had no intention of interrupting him. Although he had the opportunity and ability to do so, there would be 3 calamities and 5 tribulations when breaking through to the Xiantian realm. The first tribulation, the heavenly demon tribulation, would come the moment one broke through. This was a test of one's state of mind. However, the barbarian king's mind was as firm as steel. This tribulation had no effect on him. It could be said that the people of the barbarian dynasty had a natural advantage when facing the heavenly demon tribulation. They were real, firm, and not fake. It had to be said that the barbarian king's strength was admirable, but at the same time, Yen imperial prince's integrity was also respectable. On the other side of the palace, a man looked at Yen imperial prince for a moment, then turned to look at Ning Chen and said, "He's a good person." Yes, Ning Chen nodded. Although their fighting philosophy was different, This did not stop him from admiring Yan Imperial Prince's personality. The legend of the Xia Kingdom was worthy of this name no matter when, where, and under any circumstances. But my father is the strongest. Man continued. The princess of the barbarian dynasty was like an ordinary little girl who worshipped her father. In her eyes, her father was the strongest. Ning Qin did not respond. He did not know if the barbarian king was the strongest, but he knew that if the person standing opposite him was him, he would definitely shoot an arrow through the heart without hesitation. Therefore, Yan Imperial Prince could become the legend of the Chu dynasty, but he could not. After a few breaths, the barbarian king's realm finally stabilized. Looking at Yan Imperial Prince in front of him, a complicated look flashed across his eyes. There was hostility, but also admiration. They were lifelong rivals, but also people who respected each other the most. If not for their different standpoints, they would be best friends. Again, as he spoke, the barbarian king took a step forward. The palace rumbled and shook. The power of the Xiantian stage was undeniable. Yan Imperial Prince's expression hardened. He waved his green and red swords. 2 rays of light entered the ground and suppressed the shaking ground. In the next moment, the barbarian king's body flashed. He stepped over the barrier and punched. Yan Imperial Prince's eyes narrowed. He took a step back and instantly moved 10 feet away. Boom, boom, boom. In the violent shaking, a huge gully appeared between the two of them. The floor of the palace instantly cracked and flew everywhere. After the barbarian king broke through, his already terrifying divine power increased again. He was so strong that it was frightening. Just the strength of his physical body, without using any vital energy, was already so strong. It seemed that the battle between the two of them was gradually coming to an end. Yan Imperial Prince's green and red swords' overwhelming speed advantage was no longer so absolute because of the barbarian king's breakthrough. In addition to the barbarian king's skyrocketing divine power, there was not much suspense in this battle. As the saying goes, 1 strong person can defeat 10 skilled people. When one's strength reaches a certain level, it can suppress all moves. And the barbarian king, who had broken through to the Xiantian stage, had increased his strength to an unprecedented level. No matter how fast an imperial prince was, he was not so fast that he could not use any moves. Therefore, the battle was basically over. What a pity. I originally wanted to enjoy the pleasure of the battle a little longer. It seems that I can't. The barbarian king could feel the power still flowing out of his body. He could not help but sigh softly, slightly disappointed. The swords in Yan Imperial Prince's hands turned. The green and red swords immediately disappeared, turning into flowing light and entering the sword rack. You will enjoy it. As he spoke, Yan Imperial Prince walked to the sword rack. His right hand grasped the ancient sword hidden in the deepest part of the rack, and then he slowly pulled it out. Chapter 61. It was a black sword, even darker than Ning Chen's ink sword. It was as dark as the night and no light could be seen. The moment the sword was unsheathed, Prince Yan's aura changed. It kept rising, surpassing the post-liminary stage and the half-connate stage. However, there was still no sign of him breaking through to the connate stage. The barbarian king looked at the sword in Prince Yan's hand. After a long time, his pupil shrank as if he had thought of something. This was the sealing sword, Abyss Condensation. For thousands of years, countless swordsmen had been searching for this ancient sword. Unexpectedly, it had fallen into Prince Yan's hands. Abyss Condensation was as strong as its name. When you stared into the abyss, you couldn't see what was inside. It was so deep that you couldn't see the bottom. So you've already reached the connate stage. The barbarian king was shocked as he felt the increasing pressure from Prince Yan. Without a doubt, this was the aura of the connate stage. Now it seemed that Prince Yan had sealed part of his power in Abyss Condensation a long time ago. With Abyss Condensation, even if he broke through to the connate stage, heaven and earth wouldn't be able to sense it. Everyone in the world knew that Grand Xia was a legend of the current generation, the crown prince of Grand Xia. He was extremely powerful, yet in the end, they still underestimated him. The sixth person in the world to step into the Xiantian realm wasn't Mu Qingxue of Sword City, but rather it was the supreme genius of Grand Xia. Come. Prince Yen took a step forward. His expression was as calm as water as he said slowly, "Unfortunately, he didn't plan to use this sword." Prince Yen gathered all his power and his aura surged. The pressure caused the space to wail. This was because he had just recovered his power. After familiarizing himself with it, he could control it freely. At the next moment, the abyss sword moved and the sky darkened. In an instant, time and space seemed to have been swallowed up. Prince Yen appeared before the barbarian king and slashed out the first and last sword attack with ease. Boom! The barbarian king blocked and punched back. However, at the moment of contact, he felt his aura leak. His divine power seemed to have fallen into the abyss, and he was sent flying. The stone pillars in the main hall couldn't withstand the huge force. Several of them collapsed and fell to the ground. Prince Yen held his sword and stood in place. He didn't follow up with another attack. The battle had already ended. The barbarian king had just broken through, and his cultivation wasn't stable yet. He couldn't resist the abyss condensation. I lost. Amidst the mess, the barbarian king struggled to get up. The corners of his lips were dyed red, and his expression was somewhat dejected. He didn't expect that he would be defeated so quickly. He had lost. He had lost his first battle after stepping into the Xiantian realm. Prince Yen didn't say anything, nor did he console him. He turned around and walked to the sword rack. Then he slowly inserted the abyss in his hand. At the same time, Prince Yen quickly withdrew his aura and returned to the peak of the acquired realm. The barbarian king was not an ordinary person. He was someone who could let go of things easily. After a short period of dejection, he recovered his original free and easy spirit and asked the two of them to stay for a few days. Prince Yen did not object. He had just gone through a great battle and needed time to adjust. He was not in a hurry to leave. Ningchen was extremely shocked. After witnessing the battle between the two absolute geniuses from the peak of the Hotian realm to the Xiantian realm, he finally realized how weak he was. Indeed, a person's eyes needed to look ahead because the world ahead was too big. Over the next few days, the two of them settled down. Every day, Wild would go to their residence and earnestly fulfill her promise. She had said that she would do her best to like Ningchen, so she had to keep her word. At first, Ningchen didn't feel anything. Later, he felt a little unnatural and began to urge Prince Yen to leave. "What are you afraid of?" Prince Yen left the sentence and immediately walked out of the courtyard to attend the barbarian king's banquet. Ningchen was afraid. He was afraid that this stubborn girl would really do what she said. He was even more afraid that his heart would soften. He didn't want to hurt her. She was a good girl. Therefore, he could only urge Prince Yen to leave before Wild did what she said. Prince Yen didn't seem to see this and ignored it. This made Ningchen more and more worried. Finally, one day, what he was worried about happened. The day before the two of them were about to leave, Wild went to the palace and told the barbarian king that she was going to marry Ningchen. The barbarian king looked at his daughter. He didn't persuade her or stop her. He only asked, "Do you like him?" "Yes." Wild nodded and said affirmatively. The barbarian king didn't ask anything else. He directly sent someone to invite Prince Yen to explain his position and opinion. Prince Yen frowned and said, "I can't make the decision. Ningchen was only his sword attendant, not his servant. Other than carrying a sword on his back, he couldn't make any decisions for him." "Then I'll ask the person who can make the decision to say something," the barbarian king said simply and roughly. Prince Yen thought for a moment, then nodded and agreed to this matter. This day, a letter flew out of the palace of the barbarian dynasty and headed straight for the imperial city of Great Xia. Although he couldn't make the decision, there was one person who could. That was Zhang's son in the Weiyang Palace. He knew that the relationship between Ning Chen and Zhang's son wasn't as simple as master and servant. Zhang's son would never mention an ordinary eunuch to him. Because they had to wait for the reply, their journey was delayed again. Ning Chen only knew that Wild went to the palace, but he didn't know what the barbarian king and prince Yan talked about. He only felt more and more uneasy. Wild hadn't appeared for several days. This was very unusual. He didn't know that in the barbarian dynasty, girls who were about to get married couldn't go out. Half a month later, the reply from the imperial palace of Great Xia finally arrived. There were 2 letters in total. One was for the barbarian king and Prince Yan. The content was very simple. Zhang's son agreed to the marriage on behalf of Ning Chen. As for the other letter, it was naturally for Ning Chen. Ning Chen didn't know about the other letter, but after seeing the letter in his hand, he finally knew where the strong uneasiness in his heart came from. In this world, if there was one person's orders he didn't dare to disobey, it was Zhang's son. Zhang's son was angry in the letter. It was very direct and very strict, forbidding him from resisting the marriage. If Zhang's son had used her identity as the empress to pressure him, Ning Chen might have had the intention to fight back. However, Zhang Xuan's entire letter was scolding him as an elder. He didn't even have the courage to fight back. It was because Zhang's son didn't use her status to pressure him that brought him unparalleled pressure. In Ning Chen's heart, Zhang's son had a very special place. After he came to this world, it was Zhang's son who brought him back to Weiyang Palace and protected him from the wind and rain outside many times. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. He owed Zhang's son a debt of support and protection. This debt of gratitude was as heavy as a mountain. So once Zhang's son was angry, he didn't dare to talk back. He didn't dare to oppose, but he also couldn't really agree to this marriage. This made Ning Chen feel very irritated, unusually irritated. Zhang Xuan's interference was the thing he least expected. He had even guessed that Prince Yan might interfere, but he didn't take it to heart. He was a sword attendant. He was only responsible for carrying the sword. He had no obligation to accept other arrangements. Did you tell the Empress this? Ning Chen barged into Prince Yan's room. This was the first time he was angry. There were only the 2 of them here. If he didn't tell Zhang's son, then it naturally had to be Prince Yan. Yes. Prince Yan nodded. He had no intention of denying it. I want to challenge you. Ning Chen's chest felt heavy. He was so angry that he lost his mind. He pulled out his ink sword with a clang and said recklessly, "All right." Prince Yan agreed. He stood up and walked outside. Ning Chen didn't think he could win. He just wanted to give Prince Yan a beating. As for whether or not he could beat him, that was another matter. Reality was just like that. There was no suspense in the battle. Ning Chen lost, and lost miserably. Even his face was disfigured. He was slapped into the ground by Prince Yan. Ning Chen was dejected. He crawled up and sat on the ground. His heart was in a mess. He didn't know what to do. You hate that girl? Prince Yan frowned and asked. Ning Chen smiled bitterly as he shook his head. He had never hated a man, and it was the same even today when he was forced into a corner. But Man had a stubborn personality. Once she set her mind on something, she would definitely do it. She was simple and direct, but also very troublesome. Then try to accept her, said Prince Yan indifferently. You make it sound so easy. Why don't you accept her? Ning Chen's anger rose again. Was it so easy to accept someone? At most, he and Man could only be friends. They couldn't go any further, let alone talk about marriage. Up to you. If you want to refuse, you can talk to Weo yourself. Prince Yan threw down the sentence, then turned and returned to his room. Ning Chen was so angry that he couldn't speak. If Zhang Sun was so easy to talk to, he wouldn't be in such a difficult position. They had known each other for so long. But when had he ever persuaded Zhang Sun? Even leaving the palace was his own decision. He had knelt for 3 days, and Zhang Sun had almost smashed him to death with a teacup. In reality, Zhang Sun was the most difficult person to talk to in this world. Once he decided on something, he would never change his mind. Ning Chen was a bit resentful that Zhang Sun had randomly set up a matchmaker. This was forcing him to run away again. But when he thought of the person in the room, he immediately gave up on the idea of running away. With that person there, it was impossible to run away. Moreover, he had a criminal record. Zhang Sun had definitely warned Prince Yan to be on guard against him running away again. If you agree, then go marry her. Why force me? Ning Chen was so angry that he couldn't do this. He couldn't do that. The one who tied the bell should untie it. Ning Chen had no other choice. He could only sit in his wheelchair and go to the princess's courtyard where Man lived. Man was the princess of the barbarian dynasty. Her status was noble. How could she marry someone like him who couldn't even stand up? What was going on in this girl's head? Ning Chen's distress was partly due to the pressure from Zhang Sun, and partly because he didn't want to hurt Man. In reality, directly rejecting this inexplicable marriage was the most straightforward choice. But this was too cruel to Man, who had just turned 17, especially since Man was a princess. This was equivalent to slapping Man's face in front of everyone. This was something he couldn't accept. He could ignore people he didn't care about. He could even ruthlessly stomp on people he hated. But Man wasn't one of those 2 types of people. He couldn't be so heartless. Thinking about this, Ning Chen arrived in front of Man's courtyard. Just as he was about to enter, he was stopped by a pretty maid wearing the palace robes of the barbarian race. "Young master, you can't go in. You'll break the rules." "What rules?" Ning Chen frowned slightly. He hadn't heard of these rules when he came a few days ago. Could it be that in just a few days the barbarian king palace had added new rules? The maid knew that the person in front of her was from the Central Plains and might not know the rules of the barbarian dynasty. She patiently explained, "Young master, you don't know. In the barbarian dynasty, whether it's a commoner or a princess, they can't go out before they're married. Naturally, they can't meet people casually." Ning Chen was shocked and his heart was in a mess. Could it be that Zhang Sun had already agreed on his behalf? Why didn't anyone mention it to him? Chapter 62. Ning Chen was both shocked and infuriated, but at the same time he felt even more helpless. If it was anyone else, he would have thrown them off without hesitation. Only Zhang Sun was an exception. It was just like an elder deciding a marriage for a junior without permission. Other than being angry and helpless, what else could the junior do? If an elder was wrong, then it was an elder's fault. If she thought it was right, then it was right. In Chang Suen's eyes, deciding on his marriage was only natural. He didn't think it was inappropriate. In fact, it was inevitable. Chang Sun was his only elder in this world. In the future, when he married, he would definitely have to get her approval. However, no matter what, he still hoped that when Chang Sun decided on his marriage for him, she would inform him in advance. She didn't want to decide everything just because she was an elder, right? Chang Suen's domineering attitude had already become a habit. Beneath her gentle and virtuous appearance was a domineering heart. He had long since seen through that, so he had always been a bit afraid of her. However, it was precisely because of that domineeringness that Chang Sun would ignore even the Xia Emperor's attitude and protect him time and time again. Chang Sun was already unrivaled. Whatever she thought was right, no one could compare to her in this aspect. He didn't dare resist, nor could he change Chang Suen's mind. He could only try to change Wild's mind. Furthermore, he had to resolve this matter as quickly as possible. Right now, the only people who knew about this matter were only a few people in the barbarian king palace. There was still time to back out. Once this matter spread, it would become extremely troublesome. Although the barbarian dynasty wasn't large and couldn't compare to the Grand Xia, it was still an independent dynasty. As a princess, Wild's dignity was above all else. Marriage was a matter between two people. Breaking off the marriage was something that only one person could do. Someone had to be slapped in the face. He was thick-skinned and didn't care. Outside the monastery, a maid blocked the way. Ning Qin couldn't enter, but he had to. "I have an important matter to discuss with your princess. Please move aside." Ning Qin turned his wheelchair, wanting to force his way into the palace. "Master, you really can't go in." The maid was a bit anxious. She blocked Ning Qin, refusing to let him in. "Hongzhu, let him in." Just at this moment, a pleasant voice rang out from within the monastery. It was clear and melodious, without the slightest impurity. "Yes, princess." Hongzhu bowed and respectfully said. Then she turned around and no longer blocked her path. Ning Qin turned his wheelchair and entered. He pushed open the door to the room in the middle and saw a pretty girl sitting at the table. On the table, a red wedding dress was lying there quietly. The girl was carefully embroidering each peony flower on the dress. "I heard that before a woman from the Central Plains gets married, she has to embroider her own wedding dress so that she can live a happy life." A man did not raise her head to look at Ning Qin. She was still focused on the embroidery in her hands. She had just started learning and was not very familiar with it. The peony flower was beautiful, blooming as brilliantly as blood. The heart of the flower still hadn't completely dried up. The girl's fingers were slightly red, but she was still embroidering without a trace of distraction. Ning Chen's heart ached. He couldn't bear to see her like this, but it was all so cruel. In the end, he made his decision and said, "Princess, we're not suited for each other." A man raised her head, and a wisp of surprise appeared on her pretty face as she asked, "You're unwilling to marry me?" "Yes." Ning Qin nodded with a heavy heart. He really couldn't lie to this kind girl anymore. A man put down the red wedding dress in her hands and stood up. Then she said, "I'll go tell my father to cancel the engagement." She spoke without any hesitation and without any anger or dissatisfaction. It was just a simple notification. A man's straightforwardness surprised Ning Qin, but after the surprise he felt even more heartache. He knew that he had hurt this sincere girl. He was never willing to owe anyone anything in his life, but he owed a man a favor that could never be repaid. A man stood up and walked out of the room. When she passed by Ning Qin, she stopped and said softly, "You asked me before if I liked you. At that time I didn't know, but now I know. I like you." She couldn't make things difficult for him. If he wasn't willing, then she wouldn't marry him. Sigh. Ning Chen's heart ached. He was in so much pain that he couldn't speak. Why did fate always play with people like this? The red wedding dress on the table was lifted slightly by a breeze, and a faint fishy smell wafted over. Barbarian girls were never good at needlework, and barbarian princesses were the same. How could every woman from the Central Plains embroider her own wedding dress? The peony bloomed in the breeze. It was as beautiful as blood. You could see that every needle of embroidery was painful for you. You could see that the peony bloomed for a lifetime and someone was waiting for you. She would eventually find the person who was willing to be painful for her and wait for her. They were not fated to be together in this life. They only hoped that they wouldn't meet in the next life. Ning Qin left and closed the door. The floating wedding dress also slowly fell down. On this day, a man went to see the King of Barbarians and asked to cancel the engagement. The King of Barbarians was shocked and then furious. The monarch's order was like a mountain. How could it be changed so easily? However, a man stubbornly insisted. No one could change her mind, not even the King of Barbarians. The King of Barbarians was helpless. Looking at his favorite daughter, he had to compromise in the end. It was impossible to cancel the engagement. Although this matter was not announced to the world, there were still a few people who knew about it. He couldn't slap his own face. He just agreed to postpone the wedding date, even though this delay was an indefinite amount of time. The King of Barbarians didn't know what bewitching potion Ning Qin had given his daughter to make a man compromise again and again. He was angry and unhappy. He still didn't like people from the Central Plains. A man was a pearl in the palace of the barbarian dynasty. She was deeply respected. Therefore, several maids in the palace who knew the inside story suddenly became unfriendly to Ning Qin and Prince Yen. Prince Yen just glanced at Ning Qin calmly and didn't say anything about the wedding date being postponed. Since it was a foregone conclusion, there was no need for them to stay. After simply writing a letter to inform Zhang Sun of the matter, they were ready to leave. The king of barbarians naturally didn't intend to keep them this time. Because of Ning Qin, he didn't treat Prince Yen well either. Before leaving, a man stopped Ning Qin in front of the door of the small courtyard. She asked seriously, "Are you willing to take me to the Central Plains?" Ning Qin was slightly stunned. Before he could answer, he heard a man speak again. She said with a trace of deeply concealed sadness, as a friend, "Okay." Beside him, Prince Yen interjected indifferently and answered for Ning Qin. Then he walked away, leaving the two of them temporarily. Ning Qin sighed softly and nodded. He had no right to refuse. A smile appeared on a man's face. It was clean and simple. That was all. The next moment, a man took out the wedding dress from the bag behind her and said softly, "The wedding dress is ready. Can I wear it once for you to see?" This was her last wish before she left. From now on, they would be friends. Ning Qin was silent. He didn't refuse and silently turned to the side, leaving the room behind him to a man. A man entered the room and walked out soon. At this moment, the entire world seemed to have lost its color. There was only a touch of beautiful red. The wedding dress was as red as blood. The girl was as beautiful as a flower. It was a perfect match. The peony flower was beautiful, but it couldn't compare to the girl's beautiful smile. Soon, Ning Qin turned and left. A man also took off the wedding dress and followed with a smile. The wedding dress was left in the room of the small courtyard. A drop of tear quietly fell from the wedding dress and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the northern plains, war horses neighed. The snow that had fallen intermittently for over 3 months had finally begun to melt. Winter had passed and spring had arrived. This meant that the war was about to begin. In the commander's tent, Fan Lingyue sat in front of a table and quietly read one report after another. He was still wearing the same light blue robe with various patterns embroidered on it. It was simple yet noble. The young general was called into the commander's tent and respectfully waited for the military advisor's orders. "When will the third prince of the Grand Xia return to the imperial palace?" Fan Lingyue looked at the report in his hand and asked without raising his head. "Reporting to the military advisor, it should still take 2 more days," the young general replied. Fan Lingyue frowned, but didn't say anything. Although it was a little slow, it was still within expectations. The emperor of the Grand Xia was old and wouldn't live for too long. He needed to find someone to help him. The death of the 8th prince was the best reason for the other princes to return. Even the 3rd prince, who had been sent the furthest away by the Grand Xia emperor, would definitely seize the opportunity to rush back from the battlefield at the southeast border of the Grand Xia. Right now, the 1st prince and the 10th prince had already returned to the palace. They were only waiting for the 3rd prince, and the 4 princes would all be gathered. Send someone to assassinate him. However, only failure is allowed, not success, Fan Lingyue ordered. Yes. Although the young general didn't understand, he still respectfully accepted the order. The military advisor wouldn't be wrong. He only needed to follow the orders. After the young general left, Fan Lingyue finally couldn't help coughing violently. Traces of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth and dyed the letter in front of her red. Her body was getting worse and worse. She had to make the best use of her time. Assassinating the 3rd prince of the Grand Xia was the fastest way to ignite the conflict between the 3 princes. Putting aside the 1st prince for now, the conflict between the 3rd prince and the 10th prince had already become irreconcilable because of the 8th prince's death. no matter whether the 10th prince had the intention to assassinate the 3rd prince or not. This assassination attempt would be attributed to him. As long as the Grand Xia was no longer a monolithic entity, she would have many ways to slowly widen this rift until this invincible dynasty completely collapsed. Thinking of this, Fan Lingyue couldn't help but sigh softly. How good would it be if the heavens could give her another 10 years? She thought of Ningqin. That youth was very similar to her. He looked kind but was actually extremely cold. He had deceived everyone in the world, including her. Unfortunately, although she had tried to kill him several times, she had failed in the end. After that incident in the Grand Xia Imperial City, it could be seen that the Empress of the Grand Xia protected him to the extreme. She actually personally escorted him out of the Imperial City, and even the Xia Emperor couldn't do anything about it. In the Grand Xia, the Empress's influence was unparalleled. She didn't even lose to the Xia Emperor. The bloodline of the eldest grandson even produced 2 marquises. Her background and strength were definitely not something that other nobles could compare to. For the Empress of the Grand Xia to insist on protecting someone, it was indeed a very troublesome matter. And now that Ningqin had Prince Yan by his side, it would be even more difficult to make a move on him. The reason why she was so eager to kill him wasn't because there was a grudge between them. She just didn't like the existence of any variables. Moreover, this variable had a weapon that everyone was afraid of. She couldn't be sure that the thing that had turned the Zhangqi Palace upside down back then could be mass-produced. But it was better to be safe than sorry. In her plan, she definitely couldn't allow anything to go beyond her control. Therefore, this Ningqin definitely couldn't be left alive. She had to think of some way to pull him away from Prince Yan's side. Chapter 63. In Sword City, the cold moon was high up in the sky. Suddenly, a sword aura soared into the sky. In an instant, it cut open the entire world. At that moment, all the swordsmen in Sword City sensed it. Their faces were filled with shock. They knew that the sword of Sword City was about to make its move. The sword of Sword City was a legend in the hearts of all the swordsmen in the world. No one had ever seen that sword make its move. Just its existence alone was enough to suppress everyone. Whoosh, 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 the swords in the swordsmen's hands did not listen to their commands. They all flew into the sky and formed a path of swords to welcome the legend of the sword. It was an indescribable scene. The world was silent. Tens of thousands of swords were crawling and continuously humming. In the next moment, an edgeless sword appeared above the tens of thousands of swords. Without any hesitation, it flew towards the west with the tens of thousands of swords. Everyone in the world knew that the sword of Sword City did not break through to the innate realm. However, that did not affect the power of that sword. In Sword City, the strongest was that sword. Even Mu Qingshue's existence could not change that fact. The innate realm was the only limit in the world. Only the sword of Sword City, no matter what realm or cultivation it was nothing but a joke. In front of the legend of Sword City, everything was useless. Only the path of the sword was supreme. At that moment, everyone in the world could see that in the sky, tens of thousands of swords were paving the path. A sword was quickly flying towards the distance. It's here. In the first palace of the Eternal Night Divine Sect, the invincible martial monarch suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at the layers of obstacles and looked at the sword that was quickly approaching. He had agreed to that sword-proving battle. Today was the deadline. There were very few experts in the world who were qualified to have him prove his sword-proving battle. A qualified opponent was extremely important to that sword of Sword City. Whoosh! In front of the first palace that was surrounded by the other palaces, a sword landed. White clothes, a cold face, and emotionless eyes were calmly looking forward, waiting for the opponent to appear. The martial monarch walked out with the divine halberd Tianhuang in his hand. He looked at the sword below with a trace of seriousness in his eyes. "Please," Mu Bai said indifferently. The martial monarch walked forward. With a boom, his aura suddenly changed. A heavy pressure spread out, setting the start of the most intense battle. Clang! Mu Bai's body moved, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the martial monarch. His hand didn't move, and his sword didn't move, but the sword aura around his body automatically condensed, attacking the latter. The martial monarch raised his halberd and waved it. The tens of thousands of sword energies were instantly shattered, along with Mu Bai, who had already arrived in front of him. However, when the afterimage dissipated, Mu Bai was still in the same place. He hadn't moved from the beginning to the end. The swords of Sword City, wherever the intent was, the sword would also be there. There was no distance between the intent and the sword. This was also the reason why Sword City was so strong. No one could be faster, more accurate, and more powerful than Sword City's sword. The invincibility of martial lords was due to the tyranny of their martial arts, and even more so because of their special physique. Blades and swords were hard to injure, and even if they were injured, they would not die. In this world, there was no one capable of defeating a martial monarch, and even less capable of killing a martial monarch. This was the reason why the 5 strongest people and 1 sword in the world were all undefeated. A newly advanced innate ranker might already be as famous as them in terms of title, but his true strength was still far from theirs. Mu Bai did not cultivate any heavenly book. Even though the travel scroll in Mu Qingshua's hand was given by him, the speed of Sword City's sword was still unparalleled in the world. Even Mu Qingxue, who cultivated the travel scroll, could not compare. The martial monarch waved his halberd. With one move, he split the space between the two. With one halberd, he cut through the gap between Mu Bai and Mu Bai. Mu Bai couldn't do limitless, but his true qi was boundless, so Mu Bai couldn't do it. The sword moved again. It avoided the desolate sky blade and condensed into the strongest point. With a so sound, it pierced through the martial monarch's body. The martial monarch groaned, but his expression did not change. Instead, he took a step forward and waved his halberd. The world lost its color. Mu Bai's hand moved, and the edgeless sword appeared. He blocked the halberd with his sword and stepped back. The corner of his mouth was dyed red. After one move, both of them were injured. They were evenly matched. The sword advanced, then became even faster. The halberd advanced, then became even stronger. Their sharpness could not be touched. In the domain of speed and power, both of them were invincible. One was fast, one was strong. They fought to the peak of martial arts. The longer they fought, the heavier the injuries on their bodies became. Their sword intent spread throughout the world. The halberd's shadow swept through the army. They were unrivaled. They could only be faster and stronger. The battle between the two lasted from the night of the moon to the dawn. The strongest martial monarch and the strongest swordsman fought until the earth shattered and everything collapsed. Outside of the eternal night first palace, countless palaces had already turned into ruins. The more they fought, the stronger the swordsman's sword intent. The more they fought, the stronger the martial monarch's aura became. Finally, when the first rays of the morning sun shone down, the swordsman's sword intent rose to the peak. The martial monarch's aura also reached the peak. Final move, sword of proof. Mu Bai's eyes moved. His sword pierced through the clouds and raised the tribulation of the 9 heavens. Final move, and the legend of Sword City. The martial monarch faced the attack. The desolate sky blade in his hand raised the heaven and earth. Wind and clouds crazily swirled and covered everything within. This halberd was going to destroy the heaven and earth. Neither man nor sword would exist. Boom! The sword and halberd collided, raising a violent storm that covered the sky. Around the two people, the mountains and rivers were affected. The earth continued to collapse. The might of the destruction of the heavens, the scene of the destruction of the world, shocked the surrounding 100 miles. Gradually, the aftermath dissipated. Mu Bai's edgeless was quietly stabbed into the martial monarch's chest. The sword went in an inch and blood spurted out. Ding! Suddenly, a sharp and clear sound rang out. The long sword broke. The swordsman frowned. Looking at the broken sword in his hand, he was a bit unhappy. I've lost. Mu Bai calmly said, the victor has not been decided. At most it's a draw. The martial monarch pulled out the sword from his chest and shook his head. The sword is already broken. How can I prove my sword? This battle has already been decided. Mu Bai indifferently said, boom. Just at that time, a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. A white pillar of light rushed into the sky from the swordsman's body. The aura that shocked the world was the sign of breaking through to the innate realm. However, Mu Bai frowned. He glanced at the horizon and immediately waved the broken sword in his hand. In an instant, the strange phenomenon in the sky was broken. Noisy. The swordsman's impatient voice was still echoing. There was not the slightest hint of happiness. Little did he know that this was the realm that every martial artist in the world dreamed of reaching. At that moment, due to the appearance of the eighth innate realm, the world was in an uproar. However, before the crowd could even react, they saw an incomparably terrifying sword light cut through the sky. The sword shattered the strange phenomenon in the sky. Originally, there were still people guessing who this person who was about to enter the innate realm was. But with this sword, the answer was clear. In this world, the only swordsman who had such strength was the sword from Sword City. The only one who could look down on the heavens was also the sword from Sword City. The strange phenomenon collapsed. This time, the people of the world were even more confused. Could the sword from Sword City be considered to have entered the innate realm? In front of the Eternal Night First Palace, the martial monarch was also momentarily shocked by Mu Bai's actions. After a moment, he couldn't help but wildly laugh. His face was full of admiration. Heroic spirit. He thought he was already very tyrannical. He never thought there would be someone even more tyrannical than him, breaking through the innate realm with a single sword. Such boldness, as expected of the legend of Sword City. The invincible martial monarch was still invincible. The news of the legend of Sword City being defeated quickly spread throughout the world. There was no sound of explanation in Sword City. After Mu Bai returned to Sword City, he disappeared. He wanted to wait for a sword that could allow him to prove his swordsmanship. In the southern border of Daxia, Prince Yen, who had returned from the southern barbarian, brought Ning Chen and Ah Man to Prince Yu's residence. After almost 20 years, the brothers met for the first time. Prince Yu was very young. He was only in his early 20s. He had inherited the martial prowess of the previous Xia Emperor. He was a very amiable prince. The meeting went smoothly. Prince Yu warmly welcomed the three of them. Prince Yen looked at his youngest brother. Although he still didn't speak much, his expression was much gentler. As the four of them chatted, Ning Chen and Ah Man basically became the background. Ah Man was someone who couldn't stay idle. Very soon, she showed a bored expression. Seeing this, Ning Chen immediately suggested to Prince Yen and Prince Yu that he wanted to take Ah Man out for a walk. Ah Man smiled happily without hiding anything. Prince Yu was startled at first. Then he laughed loudly. This was the first time he met someone who found him annoying and boring. This pair of young people were indeed rare and interesting people. Ning Chen, left with Ah Man, Prince Yu's smile gradually disappeared. He looked at Prince Yen and sighed. Third brother, you shouldn't have rejected the position of crown prince back then. Prince Yen frowned slightly. These words had hidden meanings and were very disrespectful. They shouldn't have come out of the former's mouth. Prince Yu said seriously, Third brother, I know you don't want to be bound by power, but the current Xia Emperor is indeed not a wise ruler. Look at the current situation of Daxia. It's already very dangerous. Don't say that again. Prince Yen coldly replied, whether the Xia Emperor was suitable or not, He was already the Xia emperor. As a prince, Prince Yu definitely shouldn't have said such words. Hearing this, Prince Yu sighed in disappointment. He helplessly shook his head and didn't say anything else. Ning Chen and Ah Man left the prince's residence and walked around the streets. Although the southern border couldn't be considered the true Central Plains, it was indeed much richer than the barbarian dynasty. Ah Man was very happy. The smile on her face never disappeared. She was very curious about everything, turning left and right to look at it. Ning Chen followed behind them. Seeing Ah Man's happy smile, his mood also improved. Because of the matter of breaking off the engagement, Ah Man hadn't smiled happily for a long time. Many times he could see Ah Man in a daze alone in a place with no one around. The sadness that occasionally appeared in her eyes made him feel very uncomfortable. Ah Man was originally a cheerful girl. She didn't hold grudges or act coy. She said whatever she wanted to say. But now she had become somewhat sentimental and learned to hide her emotions. She was the princess of the barbarian dynasty. She should have lived every day happily. Wild's laughter seemed to have an indescribable power. Many people on the street smiled kindly at her. Everyone loved beauty. For such a beautiful girl to smile so beautifully. She was like a flower in the spring, causing people to feel relaxed and happy. She was pleasing to the eye. However, while some people appreciated flowers, others trampled on them. In this world, there would always be blind people who wanted to ruthlessly destroy this beauty. Miss, our young master invites you. Two men dressed as guards walked over and blocked a man's path. I don't know your young master. You've got the wrong person. A man was slightly surprised. There's no mistake. Miss, please, said the two guards coldly. A man looked back at Ning Chen with some difficulty. She wasn't stupid. She could tell that these two people didn't come with good intentions. But this wasn't the barbarian dynasty. She didn't want to cause trouble for Ning Chen. Just as A Man was about to agree, a bone-chilling voice rang out from the youth behind her. She won't go with you. At this moment, A Man's pretty face broke into a smile, and her eyes glistened like limpid autumn waters. Chapter 64. A Man consciously walked behind Ning Chen, giving him the authority to handle this matter. He was the one who had brought her out, so he should protect her. Her father had said that no matter if it was the barbarian dynasty or the Central Plains, if something happened, a woman could never walk in front of a man. She did not understand before, but now she did. In front of A Man, Ning Chen's eyes were cold enough to freeze, causing the people on the street to unconsciously move aside. Just a moment ago, when this young man had been following behind the young girl, he had clearly been a good-natured youth with smiling eyes, quiet and warm. They did not expect that in just a short moment, a person could change so much. The two guards could also see that this youth was not simple. But as people of the Wuhou government, in this southern border's Tianfu city, they had nothing to fear. The two of them stepped forward, wanting to forcefully grab him. Ning Chen's eyes became even colder, the killing intent in his heart difficult to suppress. He had finally managed to get A Man to smile again, but now there were people who were blind enough to try and snatch her away. The great Xia dynasty had been established for over 1,000 years, and the laws were strict. He did not expect that there would be such a thing as blocking people on the street and bullying people. Miss, if you do not want your friend to be implicated, I advise you to come with us. One of the guards finally threatened. A Man shook her head. I'm not going. A cold smile flashed across the guard's face. She really did not know the difference between life and death. The other guard did not say anything, directly reaching out to grab A Man behind Ning Chen. Shwa! The black light flashed and returned to its scabbard. Before anyone could react, they saw an arm fly out. Blood spurted out and splattered all over the ground. I already said that she will not go with you. Ning Chen's left hand tightly grabbed the guard's throat, allowing the latter's blood to splash onto his body. Then he tightened his grip and the sound of bones cracking could be heard. The guard fiercely struggled, but was unable to move an inch. The expression of the guard beside him greatly changed, and he unsheathed his sword and slashed at Ning Chen. Humph! Ning Chen's eyes became cold, and his left hand pointed at the guard sword. With a crack, the sword broke, and the guard flew away, blood spraying everywhere. Right at this moment, a man with a smile on his face slowly walked over. He wore an ice-blue satin robe, and his jet-black and dense hair was simply tied up with a jade hairpin. Beneath his dashing eyebrows was a pair of slender peach blossom eyes that were filled with a smile, and he looked peaceful and harmless. "Friend, can you be merciful? Forgive this disappointing guard of mine," said Ji Yuntang warmly to the youth in front of him. "They are your subordinates." Ning Chen turned his head and asked, "Yes." Ji Yuntang nodded. "That won't do." With that, Ning Chen loosened his grip. The instant the guard's body went limp, Ning Chen formed a sword finger and pierced through the guard's chi-si. The guard's body was sent flying, his cultivation base crippled. Ji Yuntang narrowed his eyes and didn't even look at the guard who flew out. He said softly, "This one is Ji Yuntang. I have yet to ask for your name." Ning Chen frowned. He had heard of this name before. It was possible that there were people with the same name in this world. But in Tianfu City, there was only one person called Ji Yuntang. He was one of the 10 marquises of the current dynasty, Marquis Ji Yu's only son. He's called Ning Chen. Just as Ning Chen was frowning, Amon crisply interjected. She had heard that Ning Chen was very famous in the Grand Xia. Prince Yan had personally told her this. Prince Yan had said that Ning Chen had been a eunuch. He had beaten the Empress's nephew, fought the true extreme emissary, and even bombed the imperial palace. Ning Chen was helpless. How could she reveal everything to her enemy so quickly? This girl's personality was too straightforward. In truth, he had never understood why Prince Yan was so indifferent to everyone. Even him, a sword attendant in name, didn't say much to him. Only Amon was an exception. It could be said that Prince Yan would grant Amon's every request. If Amon wanted to know about his past, Prince Yan would patiently tell her everything. He wouldn't hold back at all. Now Amon basically knew all of his secrets. Even the matter of him being a fake eunuch had been dug out by her. The Empress's personal eunuch? As expected, as soon as he heard Ning Chen's name, Ji Yuntang immediately thought of his identity. And that was the only identity he could think of. Ning Chen was worried that Amon would let it slip again, so he spoke before she could. "Yes." A man muttered unhappily in a low voice after being snatched away from her. "You're the eunuch. Your whole family are eunuchs." Ning Chen heard it very clearly because he was the one who had taught her this. After hearing Ning Chen personally admit it, Ji Yuntang's expression immediately changed. He coldly laughed. He had thought that this person was some amazing person, but it turned out that he was just a eunuch by the Empress's side. He knew that this person was very famous, but no matter how famous he was still just a eunuch. To the side, Ning Chen calmly watched Ji Yuntang's expression change without saying anything. In truth, they were somewhat similar. They both liked to use smiles to disguise themselves. The only difference was that Ji Yuntang's patience was somewhat lacking. After knowing that his opponent's identity wasn't a threat to him, he immediately stopped pretending. "I want this girl," Ji Yuntang said domineeringly. These were the most direct, domineering, and also the most brainless words Ning Chen had heard in the past few days. "This young lady is mine." Ning Chen smiled brightly and replied in the same manner. Behind him, Amon immediately smiled like a flower. Although she knew that Ning Chen had said these words to infuriate this loathsome person, she was still very happy to hear them. "Since you don't know the difference between life and death, then let's see who's the real deal." As expected, Ji Yuntang was infuriated and couldn't hold back any longer. He took a step forward and raised his fist, smashing it towards Ning Chen's head. He was a fifth-rank martial artist. Taking care of a little eunuch was nothing to him. Seeing Ji Yuntang's suicidal actions, Amon unconsciously retreated 2 steps. She understood Ning Chen's personality, so she didn't want to get too close. Ning Chen turned his head. Seeing Amon hiding so far away, he couldn't help frowning. He softly said, "If Senior asks, you have to prove that I was forced to take action." Ever since he had been seriously injured last time, Prince Yen had forbidden him from casually taking action. He knew this was for his own good, so he had agreed. Sometimes a man's promise was really troublesome. After Ning Chen finished speaking, he didn't wait for Amon's reply. He turned his head and looked at the fist in front of him. He clenched his right hand and immediately used force to break it. Immediately there was a crisp crack. Broken bones broke and blood splattered everywhere. Ugh. The intense pain caused Ji Yuntang's face to immediately distort. However, before he could cry out in pain, he saw the sword in front of him and his mute point was instantly suppressed. After the fight, Ning Chen wiped the blood off his face and body. Then he looked at the Kleena man and finally understood why this girl had retreated just now. The girls of the barbarian dynasty were really smart. Amon was very happy, even though she had been blocked and almost taken liberties. Now, she couldn't even stroll around the streets. However, she was still very happy. Thus, on the way back to Prince Yu's residence, Amon had a happy smile on her face. This made Ning Chen's displeasure disappear. Everything else was trivial. As long as Amon was happy, it was fine. Today's fight wasn't in vain. It was worth it. When they returned to Prince Yu's residence, Ning Chen was about to go back to change his clothes. Amon was also about to go back to rest. However, they met Prince Yen at the entrance of the residence. Prince Yen saw the happy Amon and Ning Chen covered in blood. He couldn't help but frown. "Did you fight?" Ning Chen nodded helplessly. "Someone took liberties with Amon. I had no choice. They attacked first," a man added. Prince Yen nodded and didn't pursue the matter. He asked, "Your injury didn't relapse, right?" "No, the other party was weaker," Ning Chen replied. "That person is called Ji Yuntang," Amon added. Ning Chen was speechless again. "Miss, it wasn't easy to smooth over the fight. Can you not ruin it at this time?" Sure enough, Prince Yen frowned again when he heard this name. He seemed to have heard this name before. After thinking for a moment, he asked uncertainly, "Marquis Ji Yu's son?" "Yes," Ning Chen replied. Prince Yen thought for a moment and then said lightly, "If you fought, then so be it. I'll send someone to deliver medicine later." "Thank you, Senior." Ning Chen thanked him respectfully. However, Ji Yuntang's injury couldn't be cured with medicine. It took 100 days to recover from a serious injury, let alone a broken bone. Seeing that the two of them were fine, Prince Yen didn't say anything else. He turned and walked towards his room. Before turning, he paused and said calmly, "Don't fight again before your injury recovers." "Yes," Ning Chen replied. After Prince Yen left, Amon touched Ning Chen's arm and asked, "Is that Marquis Ji Yu powerful?" Ning Chen nodded. "Very powerful. How powerful is he, compared to you?" Amon asked curiously. Ning Chen was helpless. How could he compare? It was impossible. But since Amon asked, he could only answer, "He can beat 100 of me alone." "So powerful," Amon said in surprise. She couldn't beat Ning Chen. Didn't that mean that Marquis Ji Yu could beat 100 of her? Ning Chen nodded with certainty. In the barbarian dynasty, her father was probably the only one who could suppress Marquis Ji Yu. Every Marquis of Great Xia was more than just a little powerful. Compared to Senior? Amon asked curiously again. Senior can beat quite a few of him. Ning Chen cut off the road. The Great Xia has so many experts. Amon's tone was filled with envy. In the barbarian dynasty, there were pitifully few martial artists above rank 7, let alone these powerful experts. Ning Qin didn't reply. In truth, the barbarian dynasty was not weak. Although there were fewer martial artists, the soldiers of the barbarian dynasty were all brave and skilled in battle. They were not to be trifled with. Unless a martial artist reached the Xiantian realm, there was no way they could contend against the war machines. No matter how strong a Hotian martial artist was, there would be a time when they ran out of qi. Once they ran out of qi in front of tens of thousands of soldiers, only death would await them. In the past few years, the barbarian dynasty and the Great Xia had clashed many times. The Great Xia had also suffered many casualties. In the end, the Great Xia Emperor had sent one of the 10 marquises, Marquis Jiyu, to personally suppress him. Only then did the barbarian dynasty gradually settle down. Of course, there was no need for him to say this to Amon. He also wouldn't say it. Amon's way of thinking was actually very simple. She could clearly distinguish between right and wrong, right and wrong. If it was right, she would do it. If it was wrong, she wouldn't do it. There was no need to beat around the bush. Sometimes he really liked to talk to Amon. He didn't need to think about this and that. He only needed to simplify things, and he would be able to get along well with her. For example, if he were to talk about the strength of martial arts in detail, Amon wouldn't be able to understand. But if he simply quantified the strength of martial arts, Amon would be able to understand. In reality, could Marquis Jiyu really beat 100 of him? He didn't know. Maybe he could, maybe he couldn't. Maybe 100 wouldn't be enough. They had never fought before, so how would he know? However, that son of his was really weak. He could definitely beat 100 of him by himself. Chapter 65. That night, the moon hung high in the sky. Ning Chen was sitting alone in his room, preparing to meditate when he heard a knock on the door. The door isn't locked. Please come in, said Ning Chen. Creak. The person who came in was Aman. Under the dim light of the night, her delicate and charming face was exceptionally moving. What's wrong? Asked Ning Chen with concern. I can't sleep. Aman stood there, her words still so direct. It was just that it didn't seem appropriate for a man and woman to be alone together. But the two of them weren't ordinary people. One didn't care, and the other didn't care. So whether or not it was appropriate, she still came in. If you can't sleep, you can cultivate, suggested Ning Chen. This girl's talent wasn't bad, and she also had an extremely powerful father. Moreover, she had started cultivating from a young age, but she still hadn't reached 4th grade, Hotian. He was speechless at this kind of progress. I don't want to cultivate, a man straightforwardly replied. Ning Chen was helpless. If she didn't want to cultivate, then so be it. The world didn't lack such experts. How about I accompany you for a chat? Suggested Ning Chen. All right. What do you want to talk about? A man sat down in a serious manner. How did you convince your father to come with us? This was a question he had always known. The barbarian king didn't have a good impression of him, so logically speaking, he shouldn't have agreed to let a man come with them. I didn't tell him, said a man honestly. You didn't. Ning Chen was covered in cold sweat. You left in a hurry, and I found out late, so I didn't say anything. A man nodded. Ning Chen felt a chill run down his back. That was a powerful person who could fight with the Yen Prince, and he was also a Xiantian. If he kidnapped his daughter like this, wouldn't the barbarian king tear him apart? Why didn't the barbarian king's palace stop you? Ning Chen was very unhappy. That was their princess. Weren't they afraid of losing her? Why would they stop me? A man didn't understand. It wasn't her first time leaving the palace. That's true. Ning Chen helplessly nodded. In the world that a man lived in, she could do whatever she wanted. She was a princess, other than the barbarian king. She had the highest authority, let alone leaving the palace. Even if she blew up the palace, the barbarian king's first concern would be whether or not a man was accidentally injured. Thinking back to how he had almost been killed by the furious Zhang Sun in order to leave the palace, Now that he thought about it and compared himself to Aman, his heart immediately felt sour. People couldn't be compared to each other. Otherwise, they would be angered to death. Then aren't you going to write a letter to your father? Ning Chen reminded her tactfully. With this girl's personality, it was very likely that she had never thought about this matter. Sure enough, Aman frowned when she heard this, and then she nodded vigorously. All right, I'll go back and write a letter. As soon as she finished speaking, Aman stood up and left without the slightest hesitation. Ning Chen was stunned. He felt that there was still a generation gap between him and this lady. Weren't they just chatting? Is it appropriate for you to leave like this? However, considering this girl's usual style, he decided that he had to adapt himself. After the conversation ended, Ning Chen prepared to extinguish the lamp. He didn't cultivate or adjust his breathing, but instead went straight to rest. He didn't have enough brains. He needed to reflect on himself. However, at this moment, there was a knock on the door again. The door isn't locked. Please come in, Ning Chen said helplessly. Prince Yan pushed the door open and entered. Sensing the familiar aura in the air, he asked calmly, "A man came by?" "Yes, she just left." Ning Chen nodded and didn't hide anything. Prince Yan didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he stated his purpose of coming. "I might have to leave for a while." Ning Chen frowned and asked how long. Prince Yan thought for a while and replied, "About 7 days." Ning Chen felt a trace of uneasiness, but he couldn't tell why. He hoped that he was overthinking. "When are you leaving?" Ning Chen asked. "Tonight," Prince Yan replied with certainty. "Senior, don't worry. Aman and I will take care of ourselves," Ning Chen said calmly. Prince Yan nodded and then reminded him one last time, "Don't be rash. If there's anything, wait for me to come back." Ning Chen nodded his head and agreed. Prince Yan thought for a while. His face flashed, and he returned to his middle-aged appearance. Ning Chen was slightly surprised and asked, "Senior, why are you doing this?" Prince Yan said calmly, "If I don't get old, someone will be very uneasy." Ning Chen opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. Did someone as strong as Prince Yan have to worry about that person's feelings? Prince Yan left. However, as soon as he left, someone unexpected came. It was the master of the prince's residence, Prince Yu. He didn't have any impression of Prince Yu. Today was the first time they met, and they didn't even speak a word. "May I know why Prince Yu is here?" Ning Chen asked politely. "Ha! I had nothing to do at night, so I came to sit," Prince Yu said with a smile. Ning Chen sneered in his heart. Nonsense. The night was long, and he didn't want to sleep. He wanted to sleep more than anyone else, but they kept coming one after another. Were they not done yet? A man didn't say anything. It didn't matter how long he sat here. He would treat him like an ancestor. Prince Yan didn't say anything either. This was his current boss, so he had to treat him well. But why did a Prince Yu come to a small eunuch's room in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? "I'm honored that you've come in person." Ning Chen smiled obsequiously. He was already so skilled that he couldn't be more skilled. Wasn't it just wrangling? He wouldn't sleep tonight. He'd keep you company. "Ning Chen, how long have you been in the palace?" Prince Yu asked with a warm expression. Ning Chen calculated, then said, "Half a year." He should still be a person with an official position. Zhang Sun and Emperor Xia hadn't put his affairs on the table, even though they both knew he couldn't go back. "What do you think of His Majesty?" Prince Yu asked, intentionally or otherwise. He knows how to use people well. He's magnanimous. He follows advice readily. He's kind and loves the people. He's good at war. He's wise and powerful. He's a virtuous ruler. Ning Chen recited fluently. After saying that, Ning Chen glanced at Prince Yu, who was in a daze. He thought to himself, "That's not enough, right? I have more." For example, he's diligent in government affairs. He's never stopped reading. He's strict with himself. He's eloquent. He's elegant. He's wise and prudent. He's someone who participated in the most terrifying imperial examinations in the world, the Gaokao. Being able to recite a few idioms was the most basic of the basics. Prince Yu was indeed in a daze. He hadn't expected someone to be able to flatter him to this extent. He'd said so much without repeating anything. It was said that the little eunuch by the Empress' side was extraordinarily talented. Seeing him today, he really lived up to his reputation. No wonder he could force the emissary of the Kingdom of Truth to retreat again and again. However, he didn't believe this nonsense at all. In this world, Empress Ya was definitely at the top of the list of people who wanted Ning Qin dead the most. The current Empress Ya was very suspicious. After the incident at Jingqi Palace, he would definitely want to control Ning Qin firmly. The result was obvious. Ning Qin had escaped from the palace. He'd made his attitude clear. Emperor Xia wouldn't be lenient. Haha, a straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. Little brother Ning, can you tell me what you really think? Prince Yu chuckled and asked politely. Ning Qin was a little surprised. What do you mean, Prince? Every word I say comes from the bottom of my heart. What insinuations are there? Hearing this, Prince Yu frowned slightly, and an undetectable light flashed in his eyes. This kid really was impervious to everything, and he was watertight. A few days ago, he'd found out that this kid had caused quite a commotion in the imperial city. In the end, the Empress had personally come and escorted him out of the imperial city. This kind of grace had never appeared in the 1,000-year history of the Xia kingdom. The reason why he valued this person so much was partly because of the Empress and partly because of Prince Yan. If someone had told him before that he would one day try his best to rope in a little eunuch, he wouldn't have believed it even if he was beaten to death. However, the truth was right in front of him. He had no choice but to put down his pride and talk nicely with this kid. Ning Qin didn't know what Prince Yu's real purpose was. However, he could still hear the hidden intention of roping him in. No one was perfect, but one would be finished. He couldn't figure out what Prince Yu wanted to do, so he definitely couldn't step on this pirate ship. No matter how big the world was, it couldn't be bigger than a person's ambition. No one in the imperial family was easy to deal with. He had to be very careful. He'd already caused a lot of trouble for Zhongsun. He really couldn't cause any more trouble. Prince Yu saw that there wouldn't be any progress if they continued talking like this. Thus, he stood up and said seriously, Ning Qin, I really admire your talent. I sincerely hope that you can work for me. Ning Qin's eyes narrowed. Finally, he couldn't hold it in anymore. He'd thought he'd have to continue feigning civility for a while. Unfortunately, he had to continue pretending. After gathering his emotions, Ning Qin pretended to be terrified and said, Thank you for your kindness, Prince. However, a servant can't serve two masters. The Empress has treated me so well. How can I serve another master? Prince Yu frowned again. Could it be that he hadn't made it clear enough? He wanted Ning Qin to work for him, mainly because he needed his right to speak beside Prince Yan and the Empress. What use did he have for him? He already had many servants in his residence. He didn't need another one. Ning Qin didn't wait for Prince Yu to continue speaking. He respectfully asked him to leave. Prince, it's late. You must be tired. Please go back and rest. The anger in Prince Yu's heart rose, but he still suppressed it. He looked at Ning Qin and said, Ning Qin, this prince knows that you already understand this prince's intentions. I hope that you can seriously consider it. Wealth, glory, splendor, and a high position are all not a problem. With that, Prince Yu turned and left. He couldn't hold it in any longer. He needed to leave and calm down. Ning Qin was a key person. He also had a terrifying weapon. Once he could use him, he could accomplish great things. Since Emperor Xia couldn't tolerate this person, then he'd use him. Everyone had weaknesses, either glory, wealth, or power. As long as the price was right, he didn't believe that anyone would be stupid enough to refuse. Ning Qin watched Prince Yu leave. Then he waved his hand and closed the door with a bang. He went back to bed. Was he stupid? Of course he wasn't. Prince Yu's last words had vaguely revealed a domineering aura and ambition. No matter if his guess was right or not, he couldn't get on Prince Yu's boat. In this world, other than glory, and high positions, there was something else called life. Now that Emperor Xia wanted to kill him, he had Zhang Sun to protect him. If his guess was right, and he still recklessly followed Prince Yu, then the first person to chop off his head would be Zhang Sun. He wasn't afraid of death, but he didn't want to court death. Moreover, he didn't like Emperor Xia only because Emperor Xia wanted to kill him. Other than that, he didn't have any dissatisfaction with Emperor Xia. Now that the Grand Xia had external troubles, they couldn't have internal troubles. Chapter 66. The restless night passed quickly. When dawn came, Man got up early and went out to send a letter. With the steward of Prince Yu's residence accompanying her, the officials at the relay station did not dare to be negligent. They received the letter and sent someone to send it out. Man returned to the residence happily, only to see a group of fully armed soldiers surrounding Prince Yu's residence. The soldiers were all the personal guards of Marquis Yu's residence. They were all dressed in armor and had a murderous aura. One could feel the coldness of the armor even from a distance. In the middle of the personal guards was a young man whose hands and arms were covered in bandages. A man recognized him at a glance. It was the annoying fellow from yesterday. The steward stopped a man from going forward. These people did not come with good intentions. He could not let the guests of the residence be implicated. However, what the steward did not know was that these people were provoked by the two guests, Man and Ningqin, and the residence was the party that could be implicated. Prince Yu walked out of the residence and saw the personal guards of Marquis Yu's residence. He could not help but frown. At the same time, there was a trace of anger. Marquis Yu's residence did not take him, a prince, seriously. They actually dared to surround the residence in public. Go in and search. Seeing the door of the residence open, Ji Yuntang, who was about to send people to break the door, waved his hand and said angrily, "Yes." The soldiers bowed and received the order. They stood up and were about to barge into the residence. "Presumptuous!" Prince Yu shouted and walked forward with a gloomy face. "Ji Yuntang, don't go too far." "Prince Yu, don't blame me for not giving you face. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for taking in someone who should not have been taken in." Ji Yuntang, who was blinded by anger, tore off all his pretense and said with a murderous tone. At this moment, Ning Chen, who heard the commotion outside, turned his wheelchair and walked out unhurriedly. When he saw the fully armed soldiers around him, he felt helpless. Is there going to be a fight again? He looked down on Ji Yuntang very much. You were the one who started it, and you were the one who attacked first. After you could not win, you still called for help? A man saw Ningqin come out and jogged to the latter's side. She asked uneasily, "Is there going to be a fight again?" "Yes." Ningqin nodded. It seemed like this was very possible. Yesterday he had just promised Prince Yen that he would not fight again. He did not expect that he would have to make an exception today. That's him. Capture him, dead or alive. When Ji Yuntang saw Ningqin, he immediately furrowed his brows and shouted. "Wait!" Prince Yu took a step forward and stopped him. "Arrest him!" Ji Yuntang ignored him and said angrily, "Yes." All the guards received their orders, and then their voices resounded as they swiftly surrounded Ningqin and a man. "Let's see who dares!" A strange light flashed through Prince Yu's eyes. He was furious and wanted to block the two of them. "Take him to the side," ordered Ji Yuntang. He knew he couldn't hurt Prince Yu. Yes. Two guards stepped forward and held Prince Yu to the side, preventing him from interfering. "You guys!" Prince Yu looked helpless as he glanced at Ning Qin apologetically. Seeing that apologetic gaze, Ning Qin smiled brightly. However, he sneered inside. This show was too fake. A grand prince was subdued just like that? He was putting so much effort into acting because he wanted to see just how strong he was. Then, when he was in the most danger, he would erupt and even risk his life to save him, making him owe him a huge favor. It would be best if he would be so moved that he would swear loyalty to him. He had already told a man who knew how many times this lousy plot was like a story. Even if he was scheming, he needed someone to cooperate with him. However, he was very sorry. He really could fight now and did not need anyone's help. On the side, a man did not care about their sinister performance. Instead, she looked inside the residence. Seeing that Prince Yen was not there, she asked curiously, "Where's Senior?" "He went on a long trip," replied Ningchen. "Oh," replied a man softly. In the next moment, a trace of excitement flashed through her eyes. "Then can we fight?" Ningchen glanced at a man in surprise, although he knew that this girl's thoughts were very direct and jumping around. Could this matter be understood in such a way? Shouldn't the usual reaction be to worry that no one would protect them? He thought about it carefully. That made sense. Without Prince Yen, the most direct effect was that they could fight. It turned out that the uneasiness in a man's eyes was not because she was worried about the trouble they had caused, but because she was worried about what would happen if Prince Yen found out about the fight. Under such a heavy atmosphere, this girl could still think like this. Her train of thought was indeed very valiant. "Are you going to stand beside me, or watch from afar?" Ningchen glanced at the guard surrounding him and asked softly, "Are you going to stand beside me, or watch from afar?" "Will I be a burden to you if I watch from here?" a man asked awkwardly. Ningchen glanced at them again, thought for a moment, and said, "It's fine. My opponents are weaker. I can still take care of them." "Then I'll watch from here," Wilde said without hesitation. The two of them spoke very softly, but the bodyguards present were all ranked martial artists after all. For a moment, their faces were unusually gloomy. This young man was too arrogant. "Go!" With a heavy shout and the clanging of armors, the battle sabers were drawn and slashed towards Ningchen. A man stood to the side, excitedly looking at the saber light. There was no fear in her eyes. Ningchen said that he would protect her. He would definitely not let anything happen to her. Dang! The ink sword was drawn, and the saber light in front of him was repelled. The wheelchair took half a step forward, and the saber light behind him also missed. A man stood to the side. Although it seemed dangerous, it was actually the safest. The bodyguard sabers were all aimed at Ningchen. Even if they missed, they would be immediately repelled by the ink sword. The bodyguards of Marquis Yu's residence were mostly 5th rank and below. After all, the bodyguards of Marquis Yu could not compare to Emperor Xia's shadows and dark dragon guards. Moreover, Ningchen was no longer the martial arts idiot of the past. It was not difficult for him to deal with them. Taking into account the existence of Marquis Yu, Ningchen did not want to kill him. Between the moves, there was not much killing intent. The more the bodyguards fought, the more shocked they became. They discovered that they could not do anything to the youth in front of them. Pung pung! Another 2 figures flew out and smashed into the stone ground in front of the prince's residence. They could not get up for a while. Kill! Suddenly, 3 bodyguards exploded with all their strength. Bypassing Ningchen's sword, they mercilessly slashed their sabers at Aman. Aman did not react, but Ningchen did. His sword repelled the 2 sabers, and then with a twist his sword went for the throat. The 3rd bodyguard blankly fell to the ground, blood spraying 3 feet high from his throat. Ningchen's expression was gloomy. He had held back because he did not want to completely offend Marquis Yu, but that did not mean he did not dare to kill him. "Aman, move back!" Ningchen gently pulled Aman behind him. His eyes coldly looked at the bodyguards who were still trying to surround them. "Since you want to die, then don't live." In the next instant, Ningchen's sword and body moved. Everyone only saw a blur before their eyes. The snow in front of them was the last thing they saw before death. Immediately after, the ink light continuously danced, bringing with it a spray of blood. Not long after, the ground was littered with corpses. It was a shocking scene. In the blink of an eye, there were no longer any people standing around the wheelchair. Ji Yuntang was dumbfounded. Prince Yu also frowned. None of them had expected Ning Qin to be so powerful. Ning Qin put away his sword. His chest felt a bit stuffy. That was a sign his injuries were not stable. There was a reason why Senior had not allowed him to fight. If he used up too much of his true qi, there was a chance his injuries would erupt. "Ah, man, push me back," said Ning Qin softly. "Okay." A man ran over and pushed Ning Qin back into the prince's residence. Before entering the prince's residence, Ning Qin turned to look at Prince Yu. He respectfully said, "Thank you for protecting me just now." Ning Qin is endlessly grateful. Prince Yu raised an eyebrow and forced a smile. "You're too courteous." Ning Qin then glanced at Ji Yuntang. "Young Marquis, I advise you to think of a way to explain what happened today. I think Marquis Ji still doesn't know that you privately mobilized troops to surround the prince's residence. You're on your own now. Neither he nor Ji Yuntang could escape responsibility for what happened today. Privately mobilizing troops to surround the prince's residence was a huge crime. Massacring the Marquis's personal guards was also a huge crime. If they really wanted to argue about it, both of them would be beheaded. If Marquis Jiyu didn't want his son to die, then this matter could only be suppressed in secret. After returning to the prince's residence, Ning Chen was finally unable to suppress the stuffy feeling in his chest. He violently coughed twice, and a trace of blood seeped out from between his fingers. A man's face turned pale with fright. She hastily used her sleeve to wipe away the blood. She sobbed, "Don't scare me. Don't die." Ning Chen was helpless. Who said that vomiting blood would definitely lead to death? If that was the case, who knew how many times he would have already died? "Don't worry, I'm fine." Seeing that a man was about to cry, Ning Chen forcefully endured the feeling of spitting out another mouthful of blood and spoke with great difficulty. "Really?" A man didn't believe him. "Really?" Ning Chen nodded with certainty. Man, Go out for a moment. I'll change my clothes." "Okay." After coaxing a man to leave, Ning Chen covered his mouth and vomited a mouthful of blood. The blood flowed out from between his fingers and dyed most of his clothes red. Fortunately, a man was a straightforward person. She believed whatever he said. In the northern plains, a young general quickly walked into the commander's tent and said respectfully, reporting to the military advisor, "Prince Yen left Tianfu City last night." Fan Lingyue was currently sitting in front of a table in the tent with her eyes closed in deep thought. After about 3 breaths of time, she calmly asked, "Has Siming Jian set off?" "They set off this morning and will reach Tianfu City in 3 days," the young general replied. "Very good. You may leave." Fan Lingyue nodded and said, "Yes." The young general bowed respectfully, then turned and left. After the general left, Fan Lingyue slowly opened her eyes. She looked at the wooden box in front of the table and sighed softly. "I hope you like the opponent I prepared for you." Prince Yan's departure was arranged by her. In this world, the only place Prince Yan could go, and Ning Qin could not, was the Great Xia Palace. And the only one who could summon Prince Yan back to the palace was Emperor Xia. She could not control Emperor Xia, but she could control Emperor Xia's officials. There were many officials in Great Xia, and not all of them were righteous people. She simply made 4 officials work together to write a memorial and secretly spread the rumor of Prince Yan colluding with the enemy to every corner of Emperor Xia's city. Many people in the world knew that Prince Yan went to the barbarian dynasty a few days ago and stayed in the barbarian palace for a long time. Emperor Xia was a suspicious person. Even if he knew that this was very likely a rumor, he would definitely summon Prince Yen back to the palace to explain. Zhang Sun was not by her side, and Prince Yen had left. Ning Chen was at his weakest now. She only needed to seize this opportunity and send people to get rid of him. The variable she was worried about would disappear forever. Unfortunately, they were so similar. If it were not for their different standpoints, perhaps they could really be friends. However, there were no hypotheticals in this world. She would not be soft-hearted because of this so-called mutual appreciation. Compared to the future of the Northern Ming imperial court, personal feelings were not worth mentioning. For this goal, she could sacrifice anyone, even herself. Chapter 67. The next day, Prince Yu's residence received an invitation letter. It was for Ning Chen, written by Marquis Yu himself. It was written with a strong force that penetrated the back of the paper. There was a hint of dominance in the firmness. One look and one could tell that it was the handwriting of a master at the peak of martial arts. Ning Chen received the letter. This time he didn't bring a man with him. Instead, he went by himself. He didn't know what kind of person Marquis Yu was, so he couldn't take a man with him. Logically speaking, as a martial Marquis of Desya, he should not be an unreasonable person. But it was hard to know what was in a person's heart. He had to be on guard. If it wasn't for the fact that the invitation letter was for him, and that it was written by Marquis Yu himself, he wouldn't have come at all. He had all kinds of habits in his life, but he didn't have the habit of seeking death. Furthermore, with the example of the Northern Martial Marquis, his impression of the great Xia Martial Marquis was very average. He wondered how Emperor Xia would react after reading the letter. Marquis residence of Ji Yu was not far from Prince Yu's residence. In this Tianfu city, the Marquis residence and the Prince residence were the two strongest forces. The Marquis residence existed to suppress Prince Yu's residence in addition to intimidating the barbarians. Emperor Xia was indeed very wary of his brothers. Only Prince Yan, who had no interest in power, was able to make Emperor Xia feel slightly more at ease. When they arrived at Marquis Yu's residence, the gates were wide open and a heavily armored general personally came out to welcome them. Ning Chen couldn't help but frown. Just what was this Marquis Yu planning? He didn't think that Marquis Yu would be so magnanimous. His son had just been beaten to a pulp. It was already good enough that he didn't care about it, but he actually sent someone to welcome him. It was too abnormal. In the main hall of the house of Marquis Yu sat on the main seat with a refined expression. He read the book in his hand while drinking the tea brewed by the maid in front of him. No matter how one looked at it, the person in front of him looked more like a scholar than a marquis. Ning Chen entered the hall and looked at Marquis Yu. Marquis Yu also put down the book in his hand and looked at Ning Chen. After a long time, he lightly smiled and said, "As expected, heroes come from the youth." "Marquis, you flatter me," Ning Chen replied politely. "Do you know why this Marquis is looking for you?" Marquis Yu did not beat around the bush and asked directly. "Please explain, Marquis," Ning Chen said respectfully. "Zhangqi Palace." Marquis Yu said these 3 words with a straight face. He didn't say it clearly, but he had already made his objective clear. Ning Chen smiled happily. His smile was very bright. So this was what he wanted. He knew it. How could there be such a magnanimous person in this world? Since he had a favor to ask of others, he could even tolerate his son's revenge. What kind of price is the Marquis willing to pay? Ning Chen's eyes narrowed as he pretended to consider. "What do you want?" Marquis Yu asked back. "Marquis, your question is a little insincere. If you want my things, you have to show enough sincerity," Ning Chen said with a light smile. Marquis Yu pondered for a moment before saying, "I can invite a Xiantian to help you cleanse your meridians and heal your legs." Hearing this, Ning Chen sneered in his heart, but his face was very cooperative and showed an excited expression. He eagerly said, "Is what Marquis said true? Can a primordial master really cure my legs?" Xiantian is omnipotent. Marquis Yu nodded. Nonsense. Ning Chen sneered in his heart. You think I haven't seen a Xiantian before? The Xiantian I know is almost enough to form a table of mahjong. Although he thought this in his heart, his face still showed an even more tangled and struggling expression, as if he was experiencing an intense psychological struggle. I wonder which Xiantian master the Marquis can invite? After struggling for a while, he saw Ning Chen exhale and make up his mind. This matter cannot be revealed for now. However, as long as you take out the thing, I will arrange it, Marquis Yu promised as he drank a mouthful of tea. Can't you heal my legs first? Ning Chen's eyes clearly flashed with a trace of disappointment. He was unwilling to give up. This matter cannot be rushed. Cleansing meridians is not something that can be done in a day or two. Even a Xiantian master will use up a lot of Jinyuan, so I need to pay a large enough price in advance. If I don't see the thing, wouldn't I suffer too much? Marquis Yu said, sincerely but fearlessly. He believed that Ning Chen would make a choice. Compared to his legs, these worldly things were useless to him. His majesty was too anxious, too extreme. That was why he had forced Ning Chen to run away again and again, leaving no room for negotiation. Marquis, please allow me to think about it. I will definitely give you an answer in the near future. Ning Chen's expression changed again and again. How long? Marquis Yu indifferently asked. 10 days, no, 5 days. Ning Chen thought for a moment before saying, All right, I will give you 5 days. After 5 days, I will wait for your answer. Marquis Yu nodded and said seriously. Many thanks, Marquis, Ning Chen respectfully said. General Li, help me send the guest off. Marquis Yu glanced at the heavy-armored general beside him. Yes. The heavy-armored general stepped forward and bowed. Please. Ning Chen nodded and then turned his wheelchair to walk out of the hall. Suddenly, the wheelchair stopped. Ning Chen turned around and glanced at Marquis Yu. He softly said, Marquis, Prince Yu also mentioned this matter to me last night. He also promised a high position and a generous salary, as well as glory, splendor, wealth, and rank. Although Ning Chen is not interested in these things, I still have some doubts. Glory, splendor, wealth, and rank are still fine. But isn't a high position and a generous salary something only His Majesty can decide? Hearing this, Marquis Yu's eyes slightly narrowed. Thank you for the reminder. Ha! Ning Chen softly laughed, turned around, and immediately continued walking forward. When he was about to leave the hall, a calm voice came from behind him. If possible, please let me see the power of that thing in your hand with my own eyes. I hope it won't disappoint me. Ning Chen's lips curled into a strange arc. Definitely. After saying this, the wheelchair moved forward and quickly disappeared. Father. After Ning Chen left, Ji Yuntang walked out from the back of the hall and asked with an unwilling expression, Why didn't you keep him and avenge your son? Idiot. Marquis Yu coldly snorted and said, Now, the entire Prince Yu's mansion knows that Ning Chen came to Marquis Yu's mansion. If you make a move at this time, do you want to attract the wrath of the Empress and Prince Yan? Don't cause trouble for me in the future. This Ning Chen isn't someone you can touch. After saying this, a dangerous light flashed in Marquis Yu's eyes. It was fine if this kid didn't make a move, but once he made a move, he had to kill him in one strike and not leave any future troubles. Yes, Ji Yuntang was unwilling, but he didn't dare to go against his father's wishes. He could only retreat with a heart full of anger. Marquis Yu sighed softly. Although this child of his appeared to be tolerant on the surface, he wasn't that scheming. Compared to Ning Chen just now, he was not just a little bit worse. Ning Chen's last words had really stabbed Prince Yu fiercely. What was even more subtle was that the former was still living in Prince Yu's mansion. Thinking of the meaning of that sentence, Marquis Yu narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Prince Yu, what exactly do you want to do? Could it be that you're still daydreaming that can't be realized? After returning to Prince Yu's mansion, Prince Yu immediately went forward to see Ning Qin and expressed his concern. Ning Qin responded with a smile, indicating that he didn't suffer any excessive difficulties. There was a hidden meaning in his words. Prince Yu could tell that although Ning Qin was hiding it with a smile, his words still inadvertently revealed a bit of anger and unwillingness. Prince Yu guessed that it was very likely that Ning Qin had suffered difficulties in Marquis Jiyu's mansion. This was a good thing. The worse the relationship between Ning Qin and Marquis Jiyu's mansion, the more likely it was that Ning Qin would side with him. Prince Yu comforted him with a few words of concern and then left with great satisfaction. After Ning Qin dealt with Prince Yu, he returned to his residence and saw a man walking around in circles in boredom in the courtyard. He smiled lightly and stretched out his hand to call out, "Ah, man, come here for a moment." It was really too boring to talk with those cunning old foxes, to the point that he was now full of nonsense and not a single word of truth. Instead of smiling and wrangling with them and wasting time, it was better to accompany Man and make her happier. In the courtyard, when Man heard Ning Qin's voice, she immediately walked over with a bright smile and asked charmingly, "What?" "I'm taking you to do something fun. Do you want to come?" Ning Qin asked with a smile. "Yes," Man replied without hesitation. "Come, push the wheelchair," said Ning Qin. Man obediently walked behind Ning Qin and pushed the wheelchair. She reminded him, "You can't fight anymore." Ning Qin nodded and said, "Yes, I won't fight." He understood that the miserable sight of him vomiting blood yesterday had frightened Man and left a bad shadow in her heart when it came to fighting. In this world, the most difficult person to understand was Man, but the easiest person to understand was also Man. So many people had died yesterday, but Man didn't even blink. But after seeing him vomit blood, she immediately panicked. The reason was actually very simple. Man's world was never bound by any rules. She believed that he was right and he would always be right. Then the people who fought with him would definitely be wrong. "After you went out this morning, I was so bored by myself." Man straightforwardly said the words in her heart. "There won't be a next time. In the future, I'll definitely bring you along," promised Ning Qin. "Where are we going?" asked Man curiously. "To buy things. The cloth shop and pharmacy," replied Ning Qin. "I don't have money," said Man honestly. "No problem, I have money," said Ning Qin generously. Prince Yan's salary was in his hands. He would borrow it first and return it when he had money. However, this girl Man didn't bring a single copper coin when she went out. She really was careless. The cloth shop. As they walked, Wald pointed at a tailor shop in front of them and reminded them. "Go in," ordered Ning Qin. The two of them entered the cloth shop. Then Ning Qin looked at the cloth on the table and pointed at the cheapest bolt. "I want half a foot." The owner of the cloth shop looked disdainfully at the youth in front of him. He had seen stingy people before, but he had never seen such a stingy person. "I'm not selling half a foot," said the owner unhappily. Ning Qin frowned. Just as he was about to reason with the owner, a man pointed at the most beautiful bolt of silk on the rack. "I want that." The color of the silk was light and elegant. It wasn't too thick or bright, and it was smooth and flawless. It was clearly a famous product and was very expensive. Ning Qin clenched his teeth and said, "I'll buy it." Hearing this, the owner's expression immediately changed. He smiled so widely that he couldn't close his mouth. "All right, young master also wants this bolt of cloth, right? No need to cut it. I'll give it to you for free." Ning Qin clenched his teeth and paid the money. Then he took the 2 bolts of cloth and left. How could he have forgotten that although this girl was different from ordinary people, she was still a princess? How could ordinary people compare to her taste? Most importantly, she was still a woman. When she saw beautiful things, she would subconsciously want them. 2 bolts of cloth, 130 taels of silver. This bolt of cloth was only enough to cover his head. What kind of silk was this? It was clearly made of silver. "Ah, man, what are you buying it for?" Ning Chen's heart bled as he asked. "To make clothes." Ah Man's eyebrows curved as she smiled. "Don't you already have a lot of clothes?" Ning Chen didn't understand. When Ah Man came out with them, she didn't bring anything other than clothes. However, other than clothes, she really didn't have anything else to bring. "I don't have this kind of clothes yet," replied Ah Man matter-of-factly. Ning Chen didn't know what to say. He had really tried his best, but he still couldn't keep up with Ah Man's thoughts. Chapter 68. After they finished looking around the cloth shop, Ah Man pushed Ning Chen to find a pharmacy. Nanjiang was rich in medicinal stones, and the business was very good. Everywhere there were caravans coming to buy medicinal stones. Ning Chen found a pharmacy and began to buy as much as he could. He had already spent over 100 taels, so he didn't care about the change. Not long after, a large sack was filled to the brim. There were at least 20 to 30 different types of medicinal stones. After the two of them finished buying, they immediately returned to the prince's residence. They closed the door and began to work. There were too many types of medicinal stones, and most of them were useless. Ning Chen only bought them to confuse the people who were secretly following him. "Prince Yu and Marquis Ji, you clearly wanted to know the secret recipe for the explosives, so he had to be very careful. What is this?" A man looked at the strange thing that Ning Chen had cut out of cotton and asked in confusion. "A mask," Ning Chen replied. Last time in the palace, he and General Ling almost choked to death when he used these medicinal stones. This time, he had to make sure to protect himself. After sewing the layers of masks, Ning Chen was about to put them on when he suddenly stopped. He looked at Ah Man and smiled mischievously. "Ah Man, lower your head." "Why?" Ah Man didn't notice Ning Chen's strange smile. She obediently moved her delicate little face closer and asked curiously, "You'll know in a moment." Ning Chen carefully put the mask in his hand on Ah Man's face and moved back in his wheelchair to take a closer look. It really was unbearable to look at. Ning Chen glanced at his hand. This hand was really like a foot. It couldn't do anything. Ah Man looked at Ning Chen's strange expression and walked in front of the mirror. After looking, her mouth couldn't help but twitch. So ugly. Ning Chen was ashamed. This girl was too straightforward. She didn't even consider his feelings. "It'll be very choking later," Ning Chen explained without much confidence. "So it's best to wear this. Do you want to wear it?" "No." A man shook her head and refused without hesitation. Ning Chen silently took the mask off a man's face and put it on himself. If she didn't want to wear it, then so be it. If she didn't want to look, she could make it herself. In the next moment, what made Ning Chen want to bang his head against the wall was that a man really ran to the side and made one herself. She finished it in just a few moments, and her appearance was many times better than his. Comparisons were odious. Ning Chen's self-esteem was hurt. He could only comfort himself in his heart. Just because it looked good, it didn't mean it was useful. The most important thing was to be able to withstand the flying ashes of the medicine. Saltpeter was the most choking material among the raw materials, so Ning Chen had to do it himself. Grinding charcoal was safe, non-toxic, and didn't require much skill, so a man was naturally the one to do it. "Cough, cough. Grind it up a little," Ning Chen said worriedly as he coughed. "Oh." A man threw a piece of charcoal into the grinder. "Cough, cough. Aren't you choking?" Ning Chen asked again. "It's all right." A man added another piece of charcoal and said, casually, "Why am I choking?" Ning Chen twisted his head and said, "I don't know," a man said honestly. Ning Chen was speechless. Why wasn't this girl enlightened? Couldn't she hear the hidden meaning in his words? "How about you give me your mask, and you make another one?" With no other choice, Ning Chen could only embarrassedly say it out loud. "Okay." A man nodded. She got up and took off her mask to help Ning Chen change it. Then she ran to the side and made another one. What a good girl. Ning Chin silently sighed. He immediately suppressed the melancholy in his heart and began to work. In truth, the current situation was quite good. It was good for both of them. After grinding the medicine, the next step was the most important part. Ning Chen held the scale in his hand and weighed the saltpeter powder, charcoal powder, and sulfur powder one by one. Then he mixed them according to the ratio. "What is this?" A man stood to the side and asked curiously. "Explosives," Ning Chen replied. "What is it used for?" A man continued to ask curiously. "Do you know what an explosion is?" Ning Chen asked uncertainly. Was there such a thing in this era? "I know," a man replied. "Then it's easy to explain." Ning Chen let out a sigh of relief. He gestured with his hands as he explained. "If this thing is ignited, it can cause a very, very, very large explosion." "Oh." A man nodded as if she understood. Then she asked again, "Why are you making this thing?" "Someone is making me unhappy. Tomorrow I will go and blow up his door." Ning Chen angrily said, "Don't fight." A man frowned and said, "Don't fight." Ning Chen seriously said, "I will also go." A man softly said, "Okay, let's go together tomorrow." Ning Chen agreed. He had originally planned to bring A Man along. The next day, early in the morning, Ning Chen brushed his teeth and washed his face. He was full of energy. Then he hugged his self-made revenge bomb and walked out the door. A man was already waiting at the door. When she saw Ning Chen come out, she went forward to help push his wheelchair. The two of them walked together towards Marquis Ji's mansion. The shops on the street had already opened and the day's work had begun. Very quickly, the two of them arrived at Wu Ho's mansion and stopped. The guards in front of Marquis Ji had seen Ning Chen yesterday and knew that he was Wu Ho's guest. Thus, their attitude was very polite. "You two make way," Ning Chen said to the two guards at the door. The two guards frowned when they heard this, but they still took a few steps back. "Make way again." Ning Chen felt that it was still not enough and requested again. The two guards retreated a few more steps. They looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. What was he trying to do? Ning Chen handed the bomb in his hand to A Man. Then he took out a lighter and instructed, "A Man, put this thing at the door and light up the wire. After that you don't need to care about anything else. Quickly run." A Man nodded. Although she did not understand, she would do as she was told. Ning Chen took one last look at Wu Ho's mansion and sneered in his heart. "You want to see its power? You don't want to be disappointed? You can experience it for yourself." A Man followed Ning Chen's instructions and placed the bomb in front of the mansion. She bent down and lit up the wire. Then she threw the lighter and immediately ran towards Ning Chen. Chi-chi! The fuse sizzled like the countdown of a clock. Just as Wild ran to Ning Chen's side, she heard an earth-shattering sound. An enormous cloud of fire erupted. In an instant, the heavens shook and the earth shook as rocks fell like rain. The mansion's main door disappeared and turned into fragments that filled the sky. Even the surrounding stone walls fell down. A Man was shocked. The two guards were even more dumbfounded. Looking at the falling debris, they did not know whether it was the main door or the walls. Their brains were unable to react for a while. Beside Ning Chen, A Man was the first to come back to her senses. In the next moment, she smiled happily. Seeing this smile, Ning Chen felt a chill run down his spine. This girl was actually able to smile. Seeing this kind of scene for the first time, shouldn't she be scared witless? He really did not understand A Man's world. "Is there more?" A Man asked with some excitement. Ning Chen's eyelids jumped, and he quickly shook his head. "No more. I only made this one yesterday." Luckily, he only made one. A Man was going to use it as a firecracker. "Oh," A Man replied with some disappointment. "Let's go. Otherwise, there will be another fight." Ning Chen called out. A Man obediently followed and left. Just at this time, the Wu Ho government's guards reacted. Just as they were about to go up and stop them, they were stopped by a heavy voice. No need to chase. As he spoke, Marquis Yu walked out with a gloomy expression. He glanced at the door that had been blown beyond recognition, and then stared at the two people that were gradually disappearing into the distance. Anger, fear, and killing intent unceasingly emerged in his heart. After all his calculations, he had miscalculated this brat's terrifying schemes and guts. On the way, a man asked puzzledly, "Why aren't they chasing us?" Ning Chen chuckled and said, "Because their Marquis wants the method to create that thing. He captured me. If I am not happy, I would rather die than surrender. Furthermore, he was the one who said he wanted to see the power of that thing. I am just following his instructions." Ah Man nodded thoughtfully and honestly said, "You are so treacherous." Ning Chen wanted to choke to death. When they returned to Prince Yu's residence, Prince Yu was already waiting for them. It was obvious that the news from the spies had spread faster than them, and had already informed Prince Yu. Prince Yu was shocked and happy at the same time. He was shocked because the power of that thing was as terrifying as the rumors said. He was happy because Ning Chen must have completely fallen out with Marquis Yu's residence this time. Going to blow up someone else's residence. This was a blatant slap to their face. Prince Yu saw the two of them returning and immediately went up to them. Just as he was about to speak, he was stopped by Ning Chen. Ning Chen knew that he had to start acting and arguing with Prince Yu again. He was afraid that a man would be bored, so he turned and said, "A man, you go back first. I have something to say to Prince Yu." "Okay." A man nodded obediently and then left by herself. After A man left, Ning Chen apologized to Prince Yu. "Prince, I am sorry. There are some things that I do not want a man to know. This prince can understand, but you are too impulsive this time." Prince Yu's tone was filled with reproach. Ning Chen revealed an unconvinced expression and coldly snorted. "They are the ones who have gone too far." Sigh. Prince Yu sighed and patiently advised, "Even so, no matter what, Marquis Yu is a martial marquis, personally conferred by Emperor Xia. If you slap his face like this, he will definitely not let this matter rest." "He dares." Ning Chen had endured for a long time, and finally revealed an arrogant expression as he said angrily. A sneer flashed across Prince Yu's eyes. In the end, he was still a young man, and his patience was still lacking. "Ning Chen, don't be impulsive. Think about it, no matter how much the Empress favors you. It's impossible for her to protect you every time. Not to mention Prince Yen. Even though third brother's martial arts are extraordinary, he doesn't have any real power in his hands. To contend against a martial marquis whose martial arts are not inferior to his, how difficult is that?" Prince Yu tried to reason with Ning Chen, hoping that Ning Chen would know the power of this. Sure enough, after hearing Prince Yu's analysis, Ning Chen's expression gradually became unsightly. Moreover, it became more and more unsightly and paler, as if he understood how much trouble he had caused today. Prince Yu's own words were effective, so he quickly struck while the iron was hot. "How about this? This prince will help you deal with it, so that Marquis Yu's estate will not find trouble with you. But Marquis Yu is a martial marquis after all, but Prince Yu—" Ning Chen did not finish a sentence, and his face revealed a look of disbelief. "Haha, you underestimate this prince too much. This prince can still deal with a mere martial marquis." Prince Yu laughed out loud and took the opportunity to display his strength to Ning Chen, so that the latter would have a rough understanding of his strength. A hint of struggle flashed across Ning Chen's face as he said, "Prince, then what price do I have to pay?" Prince Yu laughed and shook his head. "Speaking of price is too much of an outsider. This prince is indeed very pleased with your talent. As long as you agree to work for this prince, Prince Yu's estate will always be your most powerful support." Chapter 69. Ning Chen still didn't agree to Prince Yu's request. However, Prince Yu wasn't in a hurry this time. He was sure that Ning Chen had no other choice but to rely on him. Ning Chen could only snort at this. However, what surprised him was the confidence that Prince Yu deliberately revealed. If it wasn't a bluff, then Prince Yu's hidden strength was something he had to pay attention to. In the Grand Xia, there were only a handful of people who could contend with the Marquis. Prince Yu actually had such confidence. It seemed that he had to find an opportunity to stab him again. Otherwise, if he really became powerful, wouldn't the Grand Xia erupt with internal and external troubles? In the next 2 days, Ning Chen and Ah Man didn't leave the residence. Prince Yu and Marquis Yu also didn't make any movements. Ning Chen was waiting for Prince Yen to return, while Prince Yu and Marquis Yu were waiting for his reply. Marquis Yu was indeed a very tolerant person. Ning Chen was ashamed of his own inferiority. If someone dared to slap him in the face, he would definitely slap them first. The thing in his hand was a life-saving talisman. Emperor Xia wanted it, Marquis Yu wanted it, and Prince Yu also wanted it. The only difference was that the three of them had different methods. Emperor Xiao's methods were the most intense. If he couldn't get it, then he would destroy it. It didn't matter if he couldn't get it, but he couldn't lose control. Marquis Yu's methods were slightly more moderate. He used a deal to force Ning Chen to reply, although the deal was essentially a lie. In comparison, Prince Yu's attitude was the best. He had always been thinking of ways to get Ning Chen to do him a favor. Emperor Xiao's goal was very obvious. Now, he still couldn't see through Marquis Yu. As a Marquis of the Grand Xia, why was he so concerned about the explosives? Was he loyal to the Emperor? This didn't make sense. Even Emperor Xia himself wasn't determined to get it. He was just a Marquis. Being so patient was really too much. He really wanted to go over and blow it up again to see how patient Marquis Yu was. If he wasn't wrong, Marquis Yu had surely pledged loyalty to a prince in secret, and his actions were precisely to fight for bargaining chips for this prince. Emperor Xia was already old, and he worked hard for many years. His body had long since reached the end of its life, and he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. It was only a matter of time before the officials took sides, and Wu Ho was no exception. It was just that he could not tell which Prince Yu was loyal to, the eldest prince, the third prince, or the 10th prince. In any case, it would not be that short-lived 8th prince. Ning Chen now knew why Prince Yen had returned to the palace. It was Prince Yu who had told him. Emperor Xia was suspicious, and the situation was not good for Prince Yen. But Ning Chen believed that the elder would return. If he said 7 days, it would be 7 days. Almost 4 days had passed, and there were only 3 days left. In the small courtyard, Ning Chen sat facing the moon. He closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. Little bits of light flew into his body. Inside the chi vortex in his dantian, there was a beautiful silver light. It was as vast as the ocean. His Zhen Qi spiraled like the 9 heavens, flowing through his meridians and veins throughout his body. His mortal body contained the potential of a dragon. The human body's treasury was immeasurably deep. Suddenly, a blood-colored sword light cut through the void. It was as if it came from the 9 heavens. It was incomparably swift and fierce. It was aimed at Ning Chen's heart. At the same time, Ning Chen's eyes suddenly opened. The silver light flourished. His left hand made an empty gesture and his right hand waved. A vast palm energy roared out. The silver light turned into the hand of a death god and attacked the assassin's right chest. It was a move that risked his life for his opponent's life. There was no turning back. The sword light subconsciously paused for a moment. However, that moment of indecision was enough. In a battle of life and death, there was no room for hesitation. Ning Chen's wheelchair quickly turned, and he narrowly avoided the attack. Qi! The sword entered his body. Blood blossomed. In an instant, Ning Chen's right hand slapped towards the black figure. His palm energy gushed out. The silver light was dazzling, and the person and the sword were sent flying. After the first attack failed, the black figure used another killer move. A golden sword appeared in his left hand. The two swords drew the moon. His martial arts increased by another 30%. He stomped on the ground, and his afterimages flew out. The sharp sword light covered an area of 10 feet. Ning Chen's face looked serious. An inch to the right of his heart, blood dripped down and dyed half of his plain clothes red. Before the sword reached him, he retreated quickly. His left hand flipped rapidly, and an ancient-looking green bow appeared. He bent the bow and put an arrow on it. The silver arrow broke through the void. It was as if it was breaking through dry weeds. The void shook, and there were signs of instability. The sudden arrow was only the beginning. Ning Chen waved his right hand again, and an even more frightening silver arrow appeared. He bent the bow and put the arrow on it. It was so decisive that it made people's hair stand on end. With a whoosh, the arrow was shot out. It followed the trajectory of the previous arrow at an extremely fast speed. The space finally couldn't bear it anymore. It shook violently. The tip of the arrow tore open the void with an ear-piercing friction sound. However, it was not over yet. Ning Chen made another move. The third arrow. Ning Chen's face was unprecedentedly serious. He pulled his right hand again. On the broken death bow, a silver light roared crazily. The wind blew, and the ground under him shook violently. The bow was not bent, and the arrow was not shot out. The scene was already frightening. The power of the chasing moon shook the heaven and earth. It also made the injuries in his body unstable. Blood flowed out from the corner of Ning Chen's mouth. His injuries broke out again. At the crucial moment, Ning Chen clenched his teeth and held on. He pulled the third arrow. He allowed the blood and qi in his body to flow out from the cracks on his skin. Boom! The third arrow flew out. It carried an aura that could destroy everything. It swallowed the space in the blink of an eye and cut open a pitch-black trajectory. Facing the three powerful arrows, the black figure did not panic. He put the two swords together, and in an instant a blood moon appeared above the swords. The swords reached the sky, and the blood moon shone brightly. The scarlet blood light dyed the night sky. It was a strange scene, and it was bone-chilling. Bang, bang! In the blink of an eye, the silver arrow had arrived. The first arrow pierced through the blood light and traveled 30 meters. It finally dissipated when it was close to the blood moon. The next arrow chased after it and collided with the blood moon. With a bang, the earth shook and dust filled the sky. However, in the midst of the dust, the blood-red light appeared once again. The blood-red moon was dazzling, but it was showing signs of instability. At this moment, the third arrow finally arrived. The terrifying arrow directly shattered the moon and was about to take one's life. The black figure let out a soft cry of surprise, and the third sword appeared. The three swords joined together and shattered the arrow light in front of him. The black figure's cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th rank. The powerful pressure made Ning Chen, who was at the center of the pressure, feel powerless. "Who are you?" Ning Chen coughed up a mouthful of blood and asked with difficulty. "Beiming's 4 engraved swords," said the black figure indifferently. "Huh." Ning Chen smiled bitterly. The first disciple of Beiming's Xiantian. When did he provoke such a big trouble? The peak of the 9th rank was not something he could contend against. Today, it would be very difficult for him to escape unscathed. For engraved swords moved again. The blood-colored sword light met Ning Chen's face. Ning Chen waved his hand, and with a clang, the ink sword came out of its sheath, blocking the incoming attack. Boom! The huge difference in cultivation caused Ning Chen's body to tremble. Like a cannonball, he flew out and smashed into the wall behind him. Blood dyed his plain clothes. "You're not bad. Unfortunately, you're too young." For engraved swords calmly said, "A mere 5th rank prenatal cultivator was actually able to last this long in his hands. Who in Beimeng wants me dead? Ning Qin coughed up a mouthful of blood and asked, Military advisor. For engraved swords replied, Huh. Ning Chen struggled to get up and returned to his wheelchair. It turned out that the most powerful military advisor in Beimeng had also noticed him. He had been too careless. He had only set his sights on Xia and neglected the powerful country in the far north. Are you done with your last words? Go on your way. After saying that, for engraved swords, figure flashed. The sword in his hand moved, and he quickly rushed over. It was an unavoidable and unblockable sword strike. Ning Qin was powerless to block it. At this moment, a beautiful figure appeared and blocked in front of him without any hesitation. She was like a moth flying into a flame, and she had no regrets. No. Ning Chen's pupils fiercely shrank as he painfully shouted. However, everything was too late. The sword pierced through his body, bringing with it a large amount of blood. A man looked at Ning Chen in front of her. A final trace of gentleness flashed through her eyes. Blood flowed out of her mouth as she said, You must live. Her body gradually softened. With reluctance, she collapsed in the arms of the person she loved the most in her life. From then on, she would forever remember this feeling. Ning Chen's heart was in pain. It was so painful that it tore his heart and lungs apart. It was so painful that he couldn't make a sound. Only his body unceasingly trembled. Why is it that people only know how to cherish something when they lose it? In front of the two of them, for engraved swords frowned. He was about to attack again when suddenly 2 dazzling rays of light shot over like shooting stars. One was green and the other was red. They slashed towards him. For engraved sword's expression changed. He raised his sword to block. However, in front of such a powerful sword, under the boundless pressure, his mortal body was so small. He was like a small boat in a storm. He instantly sank. Bang! Blood spurted out. For engraved swords was heavily injured and flew back. Before he landed, he turned around and used the momentum to flee. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the night. Within the courtyard, Yen Imperial Prince appeared. He glanced at 4 engraved swords, who had disappeared but didn't chase after him. Cough, cough! Suddenly, intense coughing rang out. Ning Chen was holding a man in his wheelchair. A large amount of blood poured out of his mouth. His injuries had erupted, triggering the old injuries from a few days ago. New injuries and old injuries had completely spread. Yen Imperial Prince's expression changed when he saw that. He instantly arrived next to Ning Qin and placed his hand on his back. A tide of energy poured into him, forcibly suppressing the terrifying injuries that had erupted. Senior, save all man. Ning Chen pushed his hand, stopping Yen Imperial Prince from continuing to pour in his qi. He hugged a man's body and knelt down. He mournfully kowtowed and said, I beg you. The stone floor was hard. Ning Chen's forehead was instantly dyed with blood. Yen Imperial Prince couldn't bear it, but he could only helplessly shake his head. He sighed and said, Your heart has been destroyed. I can't do anything. I beg you. I beg you. Ning Qin continuously kowtowed. Pung, pung, pung. He smashed his head on the stone floor. Blood splattered everywhere and dyed his hair red. He was extremely miserable. His voice was hoarse and filled with pain. His pleading voice constantly echoed in the courtyard. It made people sigh, feel sad, and also feel heartache. Chapter 70. Let me think about it. Seeing Ning Chen's miserable state, Prince Yen couldn't bear it. He went forward and sealed all the acupuncture points on a man's body to protect his last breath. However, his heart meridian was destroyed, and it was difficult to save a Xiantian cultivator. This was a fact that everyone knew. Even if he recovered his Xiantian cultivation now, he couldn't change this fact. Innate qi was not omnipotent. Everything in the world had its own laws. It was not that there were no things that could go against the heavens and change one's fate, but they were extremely rare. A mortal's heart meridian was the place where their essence chi was concentrated. Even the Dantian's sea of chi could not be compared to it. If the sea of chi was broken, at most, one's cultivation would be crippled. As long as treatment was timely, one's life could be saved. However, if the heart meridian was destroyed, no one could do anything. A man was not a Xiantian and had yet to break free from the limitations of her mortal body. To change her fate was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. "Please." Ning Qin kowtowed while coughing up blood. His face was covered in blood, and his hair was disheveled. He was in a sorry state. Suddenly, Prince Yen frowned as if he had thought of something, but he hesitated. The mournful sounds did not stop. She kowtowed to the ground again and again. She kowtowed to the ground and also to Prince Yan's heart. After a long time he sighed softly and said, "The only chance is to go to Blue Frost Valley and find the water. Caltrop flower!" Ning Qin abruptly raised his head, his eyes filled with shock. He had heard of this place before. It was an extremely cold place in the northwest of the Grand Xia. Snow fell all year round, and not a single blade of grass grew there. How could there be a so-called caltrop flower here? You'll understand once you get there. But listen to my advice. If things don't work out, don't force yourself. Prince Yan's voice carried a rare heaviness. The water caltrop flower was hard to find in the world. It could only grow in Blue Frost Valley. However, this glimmer of hope could cost Ning Qin his life. This was the reason why he was hesitating just now. This method could be said to have a slim chance of survival for the current Ning Qin. According to the latter's character, it was utterly impossible for him to give up. "Thank you for your guidance, Senior." Ning Qin nodded. Immediately after, he begged again, "Senior, please remove the seal on the heaven-changing pill in my body." Now, he no longer had the time to recuperate. In fact, with his current condition, whether or not he could make it to Azure Frost Valley alive was another matter. Prince Yen sighed deeply. He formed a sword with his right hand and pointed it at the former's sea of chi. Immediately after, a wave of violent medicinal power exploded, destroying everything in its path. While it healed the wounds, it also caused even more damage. In the next moment, Ning Qin circulated the life scroll and forcefully absorbed the huge amount of medicinal energy. His cultivation instantly broke through the dangerous barrier and rose from the 5th grade of the natal realm to the 7th grade. The silver light flickered, and the sea of chi in his dantian was filled with raging waves. Although it continued to expand, it actually showed signs of collapsing. Ugh! Ning Qin let out a pain groan. Blood dripped from his mouth without end. The pain of increasing his cultivation at the cost of destroying his own potential was indescribable. It was as if 1,000 blades were scraping his bones, and every single blade was painful to the bone marrow. After his cultivation improved, Ning Qin immediately endured the pain all over his body and suppressed the internal injuries with all his strength. Prince Yen sighed again. Unknowingly, he had sighed more times than he had in the past 10 years. If one took love lightly, it would hurt others. If one took it too seriously, it would hurt oneself. A man valued love, so she had no regrets. Ning Qin valued love, so he had to endure the pain of 1,000 blades. Go in peace. Before you return, even if I have to sacrifice my entire life's cultivation, I will protect a man's last bit of life. Prince Yen looked at Ning Qin and made a promise. After saying that, Prince Yen thought carefully and added, "Also, there is heartbreak grass in the palace. It is extremely poisonous, but it can catalyze blood chi. It will be useful for you. Take some with you. Again, if you can't do it, don't force it." "Thank you, Senior." Ning Qin kowtowed heavily. If there was a future, he would repay this kindness with all his might. In the northwest of the Grand Xia, a cold moon hung high in the sky. Suddenly, a carriage sped forward, drawing a crazy shadow. A black horse and a black carriage madly rushed through the wasteland. In front of Azure Frost Valley, a snowy sword was placed horizontally in the wind and snow. The tip of the sword was dripping with blood. Frost constantly struck the sword throughout the year. Next to it, a youth was half lying down. He wore a black cloak. His face was handsome and his eyes were half closed. There was not a trace of human emotion in them. The lonely swordsman had blocked the path forward. Ning Chin arrived in front of the valley and stopped the carriage. He requested, "I am Ning Chin. Please give me a caltrop crystal flower. If you take one step forward, I'll kill you." The youth's eyes didn't move, but his lips were filled with the most ruthless killing intent. His words had no meaning. The path forward was blocked. Ning Chun had no choice but to turn his wheelchair and force his way through. At the same time, in front of Azure Frost Valley, the snow sword flew up and spun in the air, bringing with it a waterfall of snowflakes. Within the snowflakes, the youth stood up. His body moved, and his sword moved. His cold sword and handsome eyes were cold. Suddenly, Ning Chen felt his body stagnate. He didn't have time to think. Relying on his peerless foundation, he met the sharp sword head-on. Clang! The two swords collided, causing the sky to be filled with snow. The snow sword showed no mercy. It changed its style again and chopped down. The ink sword also condensed frost, following the snow sword like a shadow. The youth, who wasn't good at fighting before, had to learn to fight these days. Now that he had something to worry about, he naturally wasn't as fearless as before. In Azure Frost Valley, the two strong cultivators were fighting. Killing intent was biting cold. Azure Frost Valley had a suppressive effect on cultivation, but the foundation created by the life scroll was unparalleled. Ning Chin was not afraid. His moves were not affected at all. The youth was very strong. In this Azure Frost Valley, both of their cultivations were suppressed. The battle of moves and foundation became the key. However, even so, Ning Chin didn't dare to be careless. His opponent's strength was beyond his imagination. His sword moves were modeled, but they didn't seem to be evil. The changing sword moves were hard to predict. His moves were blocked. Ning Chen gave up on his weakness and used his peerless foundation to protect himself. His unchanging moves met the ever-changing sword move head-on. When the wheelchair took a step forward, the carriage followed. Ning Chen's moves were simple, only to move forward. Your moves are not different. They originate from your peerless foundation and are infused with your own comprehension. There is a kind of dedication to protect, causing me to have the desire to destroy everything. After saying that, Mu Qianshang's figure moved again. The snow sword was as fast as lightning, cutting through Ning Chen's defense. The sword pierced straight through his body. Ning Chen didn't dodge. Blood spurted out from the right side of his chest. He let out a long groan. Cold qi surged around his body. Silver light swept through the wind and snow. The body around the snow sword was quickly frozen. Mu Qianshang frowned. A silver light flashed in his devilish eyes. He didn't loosen his grip on the snow sword. His other hand moved and struck towards Ning Chen's chest. Ning Chen endured the pain in his chest and moved his body. He also met the attack with a palm. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded. Between the two, the wind and snow violently swirled. Under Mu Qianshang and Ning Chen, the ground cracked and sank 3 inches deep. Blood dripped down. The two were injured at the same time. In a battle of foundation, no one had the upper hand. However, the moment of injury made Ning Chen unable to trap the snow sword. Mu Qianshang's figure moved. He pulled out the snow sword and waved it. The snow blossomed with a poignant beauty. A bloody light soared into the sky. Half a day's remnant crimson moon. An extreme move combined with an extreme sword. A surge of pressure rushed towards Ning Chen. Mu Qianshang raised his body to the peak and no longer held back. He wanted to end this life and death battle. There was no other choice. There was no way out. Ning Qin used the last of his body's power. In an instant, the sky was filled with snow. Frost surged. In the dazzling world of wind and snow, the ink sword turned into 1,000 and then condensed back into one. A flying feather, heaven and earth, one sword. Extreme move. Ning Chen used his strongest move with his heavily injured body. Immediately, blood spurted out from his body, and the world of wind and snow was dyed red. The snow sword slashed through the air. It was breathtaking for a moment, but it suddenly stopped. Mu Qianshang frowned and kept the snow sword behind his back. "You are injured. There is no point in this battle. Please return." When the swordsman kept his sword, it meant that the battle was over. Mu Qianshang turned around and walked back into the valley. Ning Chen endured the injuries in his body and begged in a low voice, "I am willing to pay any price. I just want a stalk of water caltrop flower." Mu Qianshang stopped and turned around. A glint flashed across his beautiful eyes. "Any price?" "Any price." Ning Chen nodded without any hesitation. "Stupid." Mu Qianshang snorted and left. In the biting cold wind, a faint voice sounded, "Come in." Ning Chen followed. The wheelchair turned, and behind him, there were only 2 bloodstains left. On the 1,000-zhang-wide ice lake, Mu Qianshang stopped and looked at the white lake. His eyes were emotionless and deep. "This is the 1,000-snow lake. The water caltrop flower grows here. You only need to plant your own blood and wait for a moment. However, in the past 1,000 years, only 3 people have succeeded. Whether or not the flower will bear fruit will depend on your luck." After saying that, Mu Qianshang turned to look at Ning Chen and said coldly, "Let me witness your so-called price." "Many thanks." Ning Chen was startled and thanked him. Soon after, he gently cut his finger, and a half-inch-long cut appeared on his right index finger. Blood dripped down and fell into the snow. He then covered the blood with snow and waited quietly for a while. However, he did not see the slightest movement. Ning Chen was not discouraged. He turned his wheelchair and changed to another place. He continued to plant his own blood and covered it with snow. Then he waited quietly. Not far away, Mu Qianshang calmly watched all of this. There was not the slightest fluctuation in his eyes. Half a day later, Ning Chen ate the broken heart grass and circulated his cultivation to suppress the injuries that were about to erupt again. The 1,000-snow lake was still peaceful, and there was not the slightest change. Ning Chen's right index finger had scabbed over, so he changed to another finger. Half a day later, it scabbed over again. Then he changed to another finger. 3 days later, all 10 fingers had already scabbed over. Ning Chen frowned slightly and tore open the scab. In order to prevent the wound from scabbing over, he made a deeper cut. There was still no movement on the lake. The blood he planted had not yet borne the water caltrop flower. Ning Chen had the life scroll, and his recovery speed was much faster than ordinary people. So, it did not seem to have much effect. Another 4 days later, all 10 fingers had scabbed over again. Moreover, the bleeding from the wound did not seem to be as smooth. Ning Chen ate the broken heart grass again and tore open the scab, still silently planting hope. The 10 fingers were connected to the heart, but now it did not seem to hurt. Mu Qianshang walked over and looked at Ning Chen, indifferently asking, "Do you have any last wishes?" Ning Chen looked at his right index finger that was no longer bleeding and frowned. He tore open the scab again and said in a hoarse voice, "If the water caltrop flower blooms, help me send it to the southern border's Prince Yu's residence." Chapter 71. Half a month later, Ning Chen's hair began to turn white. Not much, but under his black hair there were strands of snow that could only be seen when the cold wind blew. Blood could no longer flow from his fingers. Tearing off the scabs was the same. Ning Chen cut his right wrist, and finally, blood began to flow again. Ning Chen's blood was left all over the lake, but the legendary water caltrop flower still did not appear. On the 20th day, Ning Chen's vitality began to fade. His hair was no longer white, but there was still not much white hair. The difference was that no matter if it was black or white, they were all dyed with a touch of lifeless gray. Cough, cough. On Thousand Snow Lake, Ning Chen was constantly coughing. His internal organs were in intense pain, but recently he could no longer vomit blood. His cracked skin continued to crack in the cold wind. What seeped out was not blood, but even more cracked bones and flesh. His life, that was completely supported by the heaven-reversing pill, was gradually reaching its end. The heartbreak grass was becoming less and less effective. At first, it could last for 2 days, but now it could only last for less than a day. Your vitality has already begun to fade. The possibility of growing a water caltrop flower is already very small. You cannot save him or her, and in the end, you will destroy yourself. Mu Qianshang came again. Looking at the reddish lake, he calmly said. Ning Chen smiled tiredly, but did not say anything. As long as a man lived, nothing else mattered. A month later, Ning Chen's blood seemed to have run out. His 10 fingers and wrists did not have a single drop of blood left. His fingers, wrists, and blood scabs were once again peeled off. However, after peeling off the scabs, what was left was only white flesh and bone. In fact, Ning Chen should have died long ago. But with the existence of the heaven-reversing pill, he could not die. If it was not for the fact that he could not die, Ning Chen might really not want to live anymore. The cold wind was biting cold. At the entrance of Blue Frost Valley, the lonely swordsman was still lying down. His black and white cloak fluttered in the wind. To the side, the snow sword was placed horizontally on the sword platform. No matter how the wind and frost blew, the tip of the sword would occasionally drip vermilion onto the ground, dyeing the white snow red. Are you going to give up? Mu Qianshang's half-closed eyes opened. His silver eyes flashed as he softly said, "Without blood to plant, how could there be any hope?" Suddenly, Mu Qianshang's body trembled. His bewitching, handsome face changed for the first time. Madman looked back coldly, his face full of shock. On the Thousand Snow Lake, Ning Chen's body was surrounded by a silver light. Boundless vitality slowly overflowed from his chest. His black and white hair swayed in the cold wind. In the dazzling light, a drop of abnormally red blood flew out and fell into the snow. Ning Chen's face instantly turned pale, without a trace of blood. This was the essence blood of the heart. Using 1 drop meant 1 drop less. The reason why Ning Chen could hold on until today was all because of his unparalleled foundation. At this moment, forcing out the essence blood of the heart would undoubtedly destroy his own foundation. With a long snort, Ning Chen's vitality dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and everything turned gray. In the next moment, the cultivation of the 7th grade natal stage dropped rapidly, once again returning to the 5th grade natal stage, and it was still dropping. There was not much heartbreak grass left. This time, Ning Chen fainted before he could consume it. Mu Qianshang was silent, looking at Zhu Yan, who was dripping from the snow sword. He did not move. The snow sword that was lying horizontally in the valley was still lying there quietly. It was like a natural moat, blocking the boundary between life and death. Outside the valley, the human world was cold and warm. Inside the valley, the world was cold and cold. No one knew whether Ning Chen was dead or alive. Living was luck, dead was fate. In Prince Yu's residence in the southern border, Prince Yan was extending a man's life day after day. He also waited day after day. After a month, he still hadn't seen a man's figure return. His calm eyes finally flashed with a touch of sadness. It had been more than a month, but he still failed in the end. Prince Yen sent out a letter that he had written long ago. He knew that in this world, Ningchen only had one elder, Zhongsun. Therefore, this time it was time for Zhongsun to go and see him for the last time. At the same time that the letter was sent out, in the north of Daxia, the war between the northern Ming imperial court and Daxia that had dragged on for 4 months finally began. After 7 years of recuperation, the northern Ming imperial court's strength had reached a peak. This was Fan Lingyue's 7 years of power. The northern Ming imperial court had won the first battle. Daxia had deployed their army. More than half of the 100,000 soldiers in the northern plains had died, and they retreated back to Yingui City in a sorry state. The name of the military advisor spread across the world once again. Marquis Beiwu guarded Yingui City, while Marquis Qinghai guarded Xingqiao Pass. They blocked the 2 routes that the northern Ming Iron Cavalry had to take to go south. The Yingui City garrison, together with the 40,000 soldiers that had retreated, had a total of 170,000 soldiers. They faced the northern Ming army head-on. The 100,000 soldiers that Marquis Qinghai brought from Qinghai City were stationed at Xingqiao Pass. They were also on guard, preventing the northern Ming army from going around. A swordsman comprehended the sword. The snow sword flew up and landed in the swordsman's hand. The world of wind and snow changed instantly. An ink painting of mountains and rivers spread out. A waterfall fell from the sky. The tip of the sword pierced the sky. The black mountains and the white water were all in the concept of the sword. The amazing swordsman wrote a legend. Under the waterfall, the swordsman danced. With a slash of his sword, a snow-colored brilliance cut through the waterfall. The rushing water instantly stopped. After a while, the swordsman kept his sword. A cold silver light flashed in his eyes. The ink painting of mountains and rivers quickly dissipated. Green Frost Valley returned to normal. Green Frost Valley, at the center of Thousand Snow Lake. A figure sat on a wheelchair, motionless. Beside him, a beautiful ice flower bloomed in the wind. The dark red flower was as bright as fresh blood. In the wind and snow, it was so beautiful that it shook one's soul. Mu Qianshang slowly walked over. Looking at the caltrop crystal flower on the lake, his expression did not change. With a wave of his hand, the caltrop crystal flower turned into a stream of light and flew into his hand. Outside the valley, the sound of horse hooves could be heard. Mu Qianshang frowned. His figure flashed and disappeared from the center of the lake. From the carved railings of the carriage, a graceful and noble figure walked out. Beside him, a young woman accompanied him. Her gentle and beautiful face had an imperceptible sadness. This empress has come to bring him home. Zhongsun opened her mouth and walked step by step into the valley. Mu Qianshang's eyes narrowed, but he did not stop her. A jade crown with dragon and phoenix pearls, a golden dragon and phoenix embroidered robe. The person who came was undoubtedly the current empress of the Xia dynasty, Zhongsun. In the center of Thousand Snow Lake, Zhongsun looked at the sleeping figure in the wheelchair. The sadness in her eyes could no longer be concealed. He can only live a little longer in Blue Frost Valley. Mu Qianshang walked over and reminded her, "No need. He has been out for too long. It is time for him to go home." Zhongsun looked at Ning Chen's gray hair and said indifferently. Qing Ning walked forward, her delicate hands trembling. Her heart was in so much pain that she was speechless. Carefully carrying the ladder, a teardrop unconsciously flowed from her eyes. She softly said, "Ning Chen, let's go home." Mu Qianshang did not say anything else. He watched as Zhongsun and Qing Ning brought Ning Chen away. Time was merciless. In Blue Frost Valley, Mu Qianshang carried the snow, sword, and left. He headed towards the southern border. The valley was empty, and only the sound of snow could be heard. The bloodstains in the center of Thousand Snow Lake had long been drowned out by the wind and snow. He had promised him that he would send the caltrop crystal flower to the southern border, northwest of the Xia dynasty, Clear River City. The carved railings of the carriage drove past, heading towards the Clear River Marquis residence. The Clear River Marquis had already sent troops to Xinqiao Pass. Only the Marquis of Taiping was left in charge of the Marquis residence. Furthermore, he would be heading towards the northern border of the Xia dynasty soon. No one could stop this war. The northern Ming imperial court had the existence of a military advisor. He was so powerful that it was shocking. The once insufferably arrogant soldiers of the Xia dynasty were forced to retreat one after another. At this critical moment, bad news came from the western border of the Xia dynasty. The first lord of the Eternal Night sect, Yi Wujuan, appeared in Shilin City in the western border. The Marquis of the blood-clad divine religion tried to stop him. He was heavily injured, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The heavy-armored cavalry of the divine religion was led by 3 peak 9th-grade generals. Taking advantage of the Marquis of the blood-clad divine religion's heavy injuries, they arrived at Shilin City and would step through the last barrier of the western border of the Xia dynasty at any time. The situation of the Xia dynasty was precarious. The dynasty that had been invincible for 1,000 years was on the verge of collapse. Bad news came one after another. In the Heavenly Mandate Palace, the overworked Emperor Xia vomited blood and fainted. The 3 dukes who had been ignoring the affairs of the court had no choice but to take charge and stabilize the hearts of the court officials. In the spring of the 2nd year of the new calendar, this was the most difficult time in the history of the Xia dynasty. The Northern Ming Imperial Court and the Eternal Night sect jointly launched an attack on the Xia dynasty. In the first battle, the Xia dynasty suffered 60,000 casualties, and a martial marquis was severely injured. This was a humiliation that the Xia dynasty had never experienced in its 1,000 years of history. The war had just begun, but the soldiers and generals had already been defeated. The place where the Marquis of the blood-clad divine religion and the martial marquis had been reduced to ruins. The martial marquis of the Xia dynasty could be said to be weak, but the martial marquis was the most powerful person in the world. The Marquis of the blood-clad divine religion was defeated without any suspense. The undefeated martial marquis was still invincible. Few could injure him. He could be said to be the strongest force in the world. With the military advisor in the north and the martial marquis in the west, the future of the Xia dynasty seemed to be bleak. The Xia dynasty was showing signs of collapse. The forces that had been intimidated by the Xia dynasty's military strength were beginning to stir. The tigers trying to devour the dragon became an irreversible trend. 3 days later, Mu Qianshang arrived at the residence of Prince Yu in the southern border. He delivered the caltrop crystal flower and left immediately. When Prince Yan saw the caltrop crystal flower, he had mixed feelings. This flower had bloomed too late. A man's breath had almost completely dissipated. Even if the flower had bloomed, no one knew if it could be saved. Prince Yan placed the caltrop crystal flower in front of a man's severely injured heart. He immediately channeled his vital energy and forced the flower into her heart meridian. In the next moment, the caltrop crystal flower bloomed beautifully. The flower bloomed even more beautifully, dyeing the entire room a demonic blood red. A man still did not wake up. Prince Yan was powerless. He could only continue to use his vital energy to heal her body every day. 2 days later, the king of barbarians arrived. He received the letter sent by a man. When he arrived at the residence of Prince Yu, he realized that he was late. The king of barbarians took a man away. This insufferably arrogant ruler of the barbarian dynasty seemed to have aged 10 years in a day. He was in so much pain that he could not say a word. At the same time, in the residence of Marquis Qinghe, the gray-haired Ningqin was also lying on the bed. He was motionless. His body was cracked, and there was not a single part of his arms that was intact. He looked extremely miserable. Zhang Sun and Qing Ning were quietly guarding by the side. Neither of them said a word. Time only left a name. It was merciless. Two unconscious figures, one in the barbarian dynasty and the other in Qinghe, were separated by more than 1,000 miles. They should not have met. In the end, they were far away. Chapter 72. In the spring of the second year of the new calendar, Fan Lingyue of the northern Ming imperial court led his army to attack Yangui city. 300,000 soldiers surrounded the city but did not attack. The reinforcements of the Great Xia gathered from all directions. Rations and troops rushed towards Yangui city. 3 days later, the Great Xia Emperor woke up and took charge of the state affairs. He read the battle reports from the north and the west every moment. His old eyes were even colder and more emotionless. 10 days later, a bolt from the blue struck the entire Great Xia. The entire court was shocked. Yangui city was breached in one night. None of the 170,000 soldiers survived. The Marquis of Beiwu was seriously injured and unconscious. This was a huge earthquake. No matter how much the people believed that the Great Xia would not be defeated, they started to panic. In Qinghe city, Zhang Sun was first stunned when she heard the news. Then, she flew into a rage. She had clearly passed the letter to the Great Xia Emperor, but the Great Xia Emperor did not do anything. After Yangui city was breached, the 300,000 soldiers of the northern Ming imperial court chose to massacre the entire city. In just half a day, millions of civilians were slaughtered. Corpses piled up into mountains and blood flowed like rivers. The order was given by the military advisor. The merciless order made the generals feel cold all over. Half a day later, the 300,000 soldiers set off and did not stop at Yangui city. In the west of the Great Xia, Xiling city, which did not have the Marquis of Blood-Robed, was finally taken down by the heavy cavalry of the Celestial Sect after Yangui city was breached. The heavy cavalry of the Celestial Sect was still strong and invincible. The northern Ming army and the heavy cavalry of the Celestial Sect were unstoppable. In an instant, the people in the north and west of the Great Xia were plunged into misery and suffering. Under the heavy pressure, internal strife broke out within the borders of the Great Xia. 3 cities raised their flags and rebelled. The flames of war rose within the borders of the Great Xia. Internal and external troubles broke out at the same time. The 1,000-year-old dynasty was nearing its end. In front of the northern Ming army, Fan Lingyue looked at the sky above the imperial city of the Great Xia. The once majestic and unshakable purple fate was rapidly falling apart. No matter how strong the dynasty was, it could not escape the river of time. The war horses neighed as the pass was unstoppable. Not only did northern Ming's cavalry have the numbers and combat strength, they were invincible. 100,000 iron cavalry, in addition to 200,000 elite soldiers, all under the control of Fan Lingyue, slowly nibbling away at the northern territory of Great Xia. In Clear River City, the Marquis of Peace had also been ordered to head north 3 days ago with the remaining 150,000 soldiers of Clear River City. Now, there were less than 10,000 guards left in Clear River City. The situation in the north of the Great Xia was too critical. The fall of Yangui city was a heavy blow to the Great Xia. In less than a day and a night, 170,000 soldiers and millions of civilians were all slaughtered, causing the entire Great Xia to sink into a heavy depression and sorrow. In the Clear River Marquis estate, Ning Chun remained unconscious on the bed. Zhang Sun had fed him the remaining 3 celestial reversal pills in the estate, relying on the violent medicinal effects to keep him alive, who was already on the brink of death. Zhang Suin's domineering nature was always unintentionally displayed to the fullest. If she didn't let him die, he wouldn't die even if it was worse than death. Ever since the fall of Yangui city, Zhang Sun had no intention of returning to the imperial palace. The current Emperor Xia had already lost his mind. He actually watched 170,000 soldiers and millions of lives die under the butcher knife of the Northern Ming imperial court. Every day, Qing Ning would transfuse her blood into Ning Chen's body. For this reason, the shopkeeper of Duan Pharmacy was also brought over by Zhang Sun. The two of them had seen Ning Chen use this method before. Although they didn't know if it would work, they still had to try. Qing Ning was the only one who transfused her blood. Zhang Sun didn't dare to let anyone else try. She remembered Ning Chen saying that the more people transfused their blood, the greater the danger. Ning Chen's body was already in a mess from the violent medicinal effects of the 3 celestial reversal pills. Regeneration and destruction were constantly changing. One moment, the regeneration was stimulated by the medicinal effects, and the next moment, an even more violent medicinal effect would destroy it. Looking at Ning Chen's miserable state, Zhang Sun felt uncomfortable and guilty at the same time. When the great Xia Emperor summoned Prince Yan back to the palace, she already felt that something was wrong. Although the rumors in the palace and the letters from the 4 Confucian officials made the great Xia Emperor suspicious, it wasn't to the extent of making things difficult for Prince Yan. As such, the goal of the person who spread the news was too suspicious. Since it wasn't to deal with Prince Yan, then the real goal of letting Prince Yan leave was very likely to be Ning Chen. She sent someone to inform Prince Yan of her suspicions. Prince Yan, who was under house arrest in the palace by the great Xia Emperor, immediately rushed out of the palace after receiving the warning. Unexpectedly, he was still one step too late. Neither she nor Prince Yan thought that the person behind this was the military advisor of the Northern Ming imperial court. They also didn't think that Fan Lingyue would think so highly of Ning Chen that he would directly send the first disciple of the Northern Ming innate stage, Ximing Jian. There was no need to use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. Everyone knew this, but the military advisor of the Northern Ming didn't think so. He wanted Ning Chen dead without a doubt. In the imperial edict palace of Great Xia, the great Xia Emperor sat on the dragon throne and looked at the battle reports in his hands. His expression was gloomy, and he didn't say a word. "Your Majesty, the city lord of Jiangyu City, has been acting strangely recently. He seems to have intentions of rebelling." A black figure appeared in the palace and knelt down respectfully. "Good, very good." The gloominess in the great Xia Emperor's eyes seemed to be able to condense water. He said the word "good" 3 times in a row. He really had raised many loyal officials in the 4th city. "Continue to investigate for me. See which other cities are rebelling," the great Xia Emperor said in a low voice. "Yes." The shadow guard replied respectfully and left immediately. After the shadow guard left, the great Xia Emperor slowly closed his eyes and said softly, "Pei Liang, has there been any movement in the West Palace?" Hearing the great Xia Emperor's question, a haggard old eunuch walked out and said hoarsely, "There has been no movement." The great Xia Emperor nodded and continued to ask, "How is the Empress?" "Your Majesty, since the Empress returned to the Marquis residence in Clear River City, she hasn't come out. It seems that she doesn't plan to return to the palace for the time being." Old eunuch Pei answered truthfully. The great Xia Emperor sighed softly. "She is blaming me." After saying this, the great Xia Emperor opened his eyes and looked at the old eunuch beside him who had followed him for more than 40 years. He said in a low voice, "Pei Liang, do you think what I did was right or wrong?" Old eunuch Pei was very old. His face was full of wrinkles, and he was thin and haggard. However, when he heard the great Xia Emperor's words, his expression was as expressionless as usual. He replied, "Your Majesty is the great Xia Emperor. What the great Xia Emperor does is always right." "Ha ha!" The great Xia Emperor laughed, his eyes filled with madness. He said domineeringly, "That's right. I am the great Xia Emperor. I will never be wrong. I want to see how these little rats are going to swallow me, a true dragon." Old eunuch Pei didn't say anything. He took a few steps back and silently returned to the darkness. In the cold heavenly mandate palace, Xia Rui's crazy laughter still echoed faintly. Xia Rui, the former great prince of the Great Xia dynasty, was the current Great Xia emperor. After tearing off his cowardly and cautious exterior, it was as if he had become a completely different person. He was so terrifying and so crazy. The letter that he received that day was still on the table in front of Xia Rui. Who would have thought that this simple letter carried the lives of 170,000 soldiers and millions of civilians in Yingui city of the Great Xia dynasty? Xia Rui did nothing. He allowed the city to fall and the people to die. He was waiting for an opportunity. Men, prepare the carriage and leave the palace. Yes, half a day later, the Great Xia Emperor left the palace. He took 3,000 imperial guards and went to Mount Qihua to pray for the soldiers who had died in the battle. The news of the Great Xia Emperor leaving the palace spread faster than pigeons. In this world, there were secret techniques that ordinary people couldn't imagine. They could travel 1,000 miles in a single day. The Great Xia Emperor leaving the palace was a big deal. Mount Qihua was located in the west of the Great Xia dynasty, about 300 miles away from the imperial city. If they hurried, they could reach it in less than 3 days. 3,000 miles of imperial guards were on standby. They escorted the Great Xia Emperor all the way to the west. They finally reached Mount Qihua on the 3rd day. The Great Xia Emperor ascended the heaven-reaching platform, accompanied by old eunuch Pei and 5 shadow dragon guards. Below him, 3,000 imperial guards blocked off all the paths. However, the most unexpected thing happened. A half-step to innate realm and 8 level 9 peerless experts climbed up from the cliff of Mount Qihua and appeared suddenly. Everyone present did not have time to react. Half a day later, the news of the Great Xia Emperor being assassinated and falling off the cliff with serious injuries spread. The world was shocked. At first, people were still suspicious. However, after the 3 dukes came out to supervise the court, all their suspicions disappeared. Everyone knew that the 3 dukes of the Great Xia dynasty were not allowed to interfere in the court unless it was absolutely necessary. This was the rule of the Great Xia dynasty for thousands of years. Except for the half-step to the Xiantian realm, none of the 9 assassins survived. However, after the half-step to the Xiantian realm returned to Jianyu City and confirmed the news of the Great Xia Emperor falling off the cliff, he died. Since then, the Great Xia Emperor falling off the cliff became an undeniable fact. The Great Xia dynasty was in chaos. This time, even the 3 dukes could not suppress it. After Jianyu City, 3 more cities rebelled. Now, the chaos of the 7 cities officially began. The powerful Great Xia dynasty finally showed signs of weakness under such internal and external troubles. The collapse of the Great Xia dynasty after thousands of years seemed unstoppable. No one thought that there would be so many hidden dangers in the Great Xia dynasty. The Great Xia dynasty had been invincible for thousands of years. No one thought that there would be any possibility of this huge dynasty collapsing, let alone something as stupid as a rebellion. In the end, the people of the Great Xia dynasty underestimated the terrifying temptation of power. The Great Xia dynasty was about to fall. The ambitious people in the dark could not wait any longer. This day, in Qinghe City of the Great Xia dynasty, Ning Chun woke up. His hair was gray, and he lay on the bed. His fingers moved slightly. At the same time, a man who was far away in the barbarian dynasty seemed to have sensed it. Her fingers moved as well. The caltrop flower that was planted with the essence of blood in their hearts connected their hearts. Even if they were thousands of miles apart, they could not block this connection. Similarly, the barbarian king and Zhang Xuan's tired faces were filled with joy. The recent days of sleepless nights finally paid off. However, there was a slight difference. The barbarian king was happy and distressed at the same time. Zhang Sun was happy but angry at the same time. She had protected him time and time again, even going against the will of the great Xia Emperor. However, he did not know how to cherish himself.